Can make sure you have just the right vehicle for your next family vacation, weekend getaway, or if you just need transportation while your vehicle is being repaired. McCurry carries Ford Transit vans and Mercedes Sprinter vans, trucks and work vans, and more. And they offer discounted rental rates for long-term rentals. Now with 4 locations: Athens, Muscle Shoals, Coleman, and Huntsville. Log on McCurryRentals.com to make your reservation now. That's McCurryRentals.com.
Are you tired of chasing a roofing contractor to show up on time, or even show up at all? I'm Sam Fleming with Fleming Roofing and Restoration. Our motto at Fleming Roofing is "We show up." Our goal at Fleming Roofing is to provide the reliable customer service that you deserve, and we have the resources to meet all of your roofing needs: residential, commercial, industrial, replacement, or repairs. We are manufacturer certified for roof coatings, single-ply membranes, and asphalt shingles. Whenever you need a roofing professional you can count on, call Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We are committed to finding the solution that meets your needs. We don't have quotas or heavy-handed sales tactics. Fleming Roofing, we have expert experience. We show up. Free estimates, residential, commercial, industrial, replacement, or repairs. Check us out at FlemingHSV.com. FlemingHSV.com. When you need a quick response, it's Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
You want the right specialist for your recovery. At SportsMed Orthopedic Surgery and Spine Center, we understand every body is different. Your muscles and bones are unique, as is your body. Our SportsMed specialists offer innovative treatments and minimally invasive procedures, allowing you to quickly return to the life you love. Locations in Huntsville, Madison, Athens, and Decatur, and on the web at sportsmedalabama.com. Improving performance, improving lives.
Tom Abraham here for my friends at All About Water. Crazy name, huh? Well, let me introduce you to them. All About Water is the top pond builder anywhere in the Tennessee Valley, and that includes remodeling or cleaning out existing ponds as well. They also have monthly maintenance plans for your pond. Don't have a pond? Well, how about a fountain or water feature for your property to bring that soothing sound of running water to your happy place? On the other hand, maybe you have water on your property that you don't want. Well, Ryan at All About Water is all about water, so he could take care of that as well. He has a background in fluid dynamics, and what that means is that he could take care of any water issue that you have. Finally, how about that irrigation system that you have or that you want? Well, they do installs and maintenance and repairs on those as well, because they are all about water. Learn more at allaboutwaterllc.com. That's allaboutwaterllc.com.
This hour of Talkin' Ball is brought to you by Talent Heating and Air. When you need service, rely on Talent. From system installations to tune-ups, rely on Talent. Online at talenthvac.com.
AL cert number 21014.
Welcome into the hottest and coolest game show around called The Freeze. Today's contestant, Bob. Bob, can you tell me the heating and air business that provides free service with repair?
Is it Talent Heating and Air Conditioning?
Can you tell me which heating and air business provides free second opinions?
Talent Heating and Air Conditioning.
You are our grand prize winner. You have won a visit from the #1 heating and air business in the Tennessee Valley.
Talent Heating and Air Conditioning?
That's right. Talent Heating and Air is coming to you.
This is Thomas with Talent Heating and Air Conditioning, and you don't have to win a game show to use us. We have free second opinions year-round, and we're doing free service calls with a repair. So just remember, call Talent Heating and Air Conditioning at 256-503-4490 or visit us on our website at talenthvac.com.
Welcome to Talkin' Ball with Scott Tyson and Drew DeArmond. Call into the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline now, 256-576-4977. That's 256-576-4977. Now, here's Scott and Drew.
There you go. We are off, we are running, and we are live. Literally live today, coming to you from the SportsMed Stadium Club here at Toyota Field. It is our Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day. Starting now until 3 p.m., 97.7 ESPN The Zone, we will be live with high school football media day coverage. We will have 17 high schools coming your way today. All 17 high schools within the Madison County area will be over our airwaves of 97.7 ESPN The Zone, so we will have that for you live here from the SportsMed Stadium Club at Toyota Field. Big thank you to Talent Heating and Air for helping us get going this morning. 256-503-4490. You can give them a call or find them online, talenthvac.com. They've got a lot of talent. They are the trusted heating and air conditioning company in Huntsville, Alabama. And they're letting us know today that right now it's 72 degrees and your high today is 82. Rain in the forecast today. So just make sure safe travels into work or wherever you're headed on a Monday morning. But again, it is our high school football media days, our Fleming Roofing and Restoration high school football media days from the Stadium Club here at SportsMed Field. And Drew, it should be a fantastic day to talk high school football, and we say that because we are 47 days, 3 hours, and 56 minutes away from the start of the college football season. But a lot of these high school teams right now either going through the workouts, going through 7-on-7 days. High school football is also quickly approaching.
Yeah, no doubt. It'll be just right around the corner. I mean, week 0 for us with that will be August the 21st, and we're really excited about it. We've got a big-time matchup that day. As a matter of fact, that we'll probably talk about quite a bit. Rico White will be here this morning with the Mae Jemison Jaguars. They're going to take on the Benjamin Russell Wildcats, and if you guys were listening to us live from University Kia on University Drive, another one of our great sponsors, on Saturday, and by the way, shameless plug, we'll be back out there this Saturday. We will.
We don't know the time yet, but we will be out there on Saturday.
Yeah, and so, we had Kirk Johnson on from Benjamin Russell, and their first game will be here in the Rocket City against Mae Jemison, and they've got one of the best quarterbacks in the state of Alabama in Kingston Pre-Year, who's only going to be a junior, but committed to Alabama at the end of last week. And, of course, he had Cedarian Morgan last year. Cedarian was one of the top 3 recruits or so in the state of Alabama, the best wide receiver prospect, and he's a true freshman at the University of Alabama. And when he was at Montgomery Catholic, his previous stop for over a decade as defensive coordinator and head coach, he had Jeremiah Cobb, who will be RB1 at Auburn and has a chance to be one of the best running backs in the Southeastern Conference. And then he let us know one of the starting linebackers for the LSU Tigers is one of his former pupils. So, again, we're excited to hear from Rico White and the 2 young men he'll be bringing with him today. And we're excited to bring you 17 teams, as always. 17. Every football playing school in Madison County will be here.
Well, and I don't know if some of these are jamborees or not, but your week 0 schedule at Wicks Family Field, Lee and McAdory will be playing each other. Now, I don't know if that's a jamboree or if that's a scheduled game.
What's the date on that?
It's August 21st.
Okay.
So these are all in the week 0.
Very, very likely a real game. A lot of the jamborees are the week before. Huntsville will be playing the week before in a fall jamboree against the Florence Falcons, which will not count.
Huntsville has Jasper on the 21st.
That's their first real game will be the Jasper Vikings.
Buckhorn will have Decatur on the 21st. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at some of these right now. Buckhorn will have Decatur. I just mentioned that. Huntsville has Jasper. Gadsden City will take on Oxford. Now, Gadsden City, remember, we don't have 7A now, so this is the first year where you just have 6A football, and we have the public-private split.
So you're going to remind yourself throughout the day.
Yep, you're going to have that. Hartzell and Bob Jones will take on each other. Seth Parker making his debut as Bob Jones head coach, and his debut here for Bob Jones in his head coaching debut.
He'll be here this afternoon, so that's a really tough opener for the Bob Jones Patriots. You'll definitely get your oil checked.
James Clemens and Austin on the 21st.
Nice rivalry.
Athens and West Morgan. Now, I don't know if that is a jamboree or not. It still says contract pending on that one.
It should be a real game. It should. Yeah. All the games on the 21st should be real.
Scottsboro and Fort Payne will be meeting. That is the Battle of the Wildcats. That's turned into a little bit of a rivalry right there between Scottsboro and Guntersville and Arab will meet on the 21st.
Nice Marshall County rivalry there.
Just kind of running down as many as I can see here. Geraldine and Anniston. That should be a good one right there. You got Sheffield and Haleyville. They're not in class range. This is just kind of like, it's so hard to go through all of these. Grissom and North Jackson on the 20th. That would be on Thursday night. That's going to be at Milton Frank Stadium. That's an opener for Preston Judah and company. And then how about Pisgah and Randolph opening it up? Randolph traveling to Pisgah.
Randolph has played Pisgah many times, even with Luke Pruitt moving on to Boaz. That's been a little bit of an intersectional rivalry that they played outside of region play. And if you know anything about David Lloyd, and we'll hear from him this morning, and he doesn't dodge anyone.
Right.
I'm anxious to get his take on the. We talked to him a little bit after the private school situation, but now that's settled in. Now your schedule has changed somewhat. Who you play in your region is different. And I'll be interested to get his thoughts on where everything stands. But again, he always challenges his team outside of region. He feels like that's the way you get better. And his formula has worked throughout his time with the Randolph Raiders.
Now this is something for me to get used to, and I'm sure you and everybody else will. I'm looking at the schedule, and it has Pisgah Class 2A Region 8, Randolph. IND-AA Region 4. So that is the private school AA Region 4.
So they call it IND?
That's on the master schedule from the state, this master schedule that the state puts out. It's labeled as IND-AA Region 4.
I just call it AA private school.
That's what it is. Another one that's taking a little bit to get used to on the 20th will be IND-A Region 4, Whitesburg Christian Academy, taking on IND-AA Region 2, JP2 Falcons from Wicks Family Field on Thursday night.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting rivalry too. They're not in the same a private school division. But it makes sense to play because
I think it does. Yes,
I mean they're private schools that are competing, in the first and second divisions, and they're close together. Should be able to, very limited travel. Hopefully, get a nice gate. Wicks Family Field is an outstanding facility, and for the second straight year, the majority, I believe, of just about every home game will be there for the JP2 Falcons and Coach Kevin Crean.
There is 1 week on the schedule that there is a conflict for a Thursday game at Wicks Family Field, and so JP2 will be playing that at Sparkman High School.
Gotcha.
So they have to play one game at Sparkman High School on a Thursday night, but majority of their home games, 97% of them, would be at Wicks Family Field on a Thursday.
I went on a never-ending story after our Saturday show, and was going to out there to Culver's out in Madison and took the scenic route, and before I knew it, I was in the parking lot over at Discovery Middle School.
How did you end up over there?
It took me by there going to Culver's, but I also realized I needed to make another stop, and so I had to swing in there, and I was like, hey, I said, I think this is Discovery Middle School. And
they just got some new graphics there on the doors and everything at Discovery.
I was like, cool. I was like, I didn't realize I was going right by here because I really didn't look up. And I was like, that's where I'm at.
You won't have to long because I drove by the new Culver's is being built there closer to you.
I went by there the other day on South Parkway, but it's sure as hell not built right now. So. And I just happened to be on that end of town. I was like, I think it said 15-minute drive, but it took me on the scenic route. And so I ended up, just waving my way around. And so I went over there and had a little bit of late lunch after we got done. And so I was like,
are you one that has to use GPS everywhere?
No, not everywhere.
Okay.
But I did want to use it for that because I was like, look, I don't want to end up, in Timbuktu. So I was like, just tell me where Culver's is. It took a little longer to get there.
You left Kia and went to Culver's.
Yeah, I did.
So you went out further.
I did.
Okay.
It's out further. It's out there. You're getting kind of near Harvest a little bit.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
you're getting out there a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it took me in the back way because I was like, damn, I've never been this way before.
Well, I do like Culver's because it's the only place in the South where I can get a pork tenderloin sandwich.
Yeah, we go up there. They're out of Wisconsin.
They are. It's the only place in the South.
And they have outstanding curds, by the way.
They do. Cheese curds, folks, is what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, the fried cheese curds are fantastic.
And if you go there, you got to have some custard.
Well, you do. And the thing is if you get the kids meal, you get a free cup of custard with it.
Oh well, I don't do that. I mean, that's I need a little bit more food than that.
All right, it's 7:12. I tell you what, let's get our first break in here from our high school football media days. When we come back, hey, we're at Toyota Field. They play baseball here at Toyota Field. We'll talk some baseball, Major League Baseball, when we return next.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. You're listening to Talkin' Ball on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This is Jen with The Haven, a private event space located downtown Huntsville. If you haven't been before, this is the perfect spot for your event. Whether it's Christmas, the holidays, birthdays, weddings, rehearsal dinners, you name it, I can provide that perfect event for you. We tailor everything just for your needs, from food to flowers to the band to drinks. You name it, we've got it. The Haven, located at Meridian Crossings, downtown Huntsville.
Hi, my name is Dan Aldridge. I'm here to let you know about the Aldridge Law Firm and the soon-to-be-announced Legal Town Center. I've been practicing law in Alabama since 1984, and I also practice in Tennessee. And I'm from North Alabama, and I'm here to represent you and take care of your legal needs. For many of us, hiring an attorney is not high on the priority list, and maybe a little scary. But it's something that we all need at some point. So by all means, do your homework. And if you need representation for car accident, wrongful death, medical malpractice, nursing home abuse, or estate planning, or any other matter, just give us a call at 256-534-3188. And you can email me at Dan, that is Dan at danaldridgelaw.com. Dan at danaldridgelaw.com. God bless America.
No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
You invest in your customers with your heart, soul, and skill. Well, it's time to invest in yourself with the next generation CAT 255 compact track loaders from Thompson Tractor. After all, those who give their best deserve the best. And this machine has it all, with features that include a more powerful engine, tri-axle truck loading capabilities, a spacious cab, and a smooth ride for all-day comfort. Thompson Tractor knows how much value you place on your customer satisfaction. It's how you build your business. It's also how we build ours. Since 1957, hardworking folks like you have counted on Thompson to provide the absolute best lineup of equipment in the industry, all backed by a customer service and product support team that time and again have proven to be second to none. It's all about maintaining peak performance. Always has been, always will be. Visit ThompsonTractor.com for details. Thompson Tractor, we're here for you.
You've been paying on that life insurance policy for years, but maybe you don't really need it anymore, or it's gotten a bit too expensive. Well, before you just let it expire, let Neighbors Insurance Solutions share with you some alternatives that you haven't considered. Don't throw away something that still may have great value for you. If you want to learn more about what Neighbors Insurance Solutions can do for you, call 256-763-7693. A death benefit could be a life benefit. Learn more at 256-763-7693.
Hold your block until the whistle blows.
From SEC Media Days to the National Championship game.
This was a great team win.
We are 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
7:16 on a Monday morning. Welcome back in. Talking Ball, 97.7 ESP in the Zone. Live from the SportsMed Stadium Club here at Toyota Field. And I mentioned going to break that they do play a little baseball here at Toyota Field. They played a little baseball at Busch Stadium yesterday. And for those that did not listen to 97.7 ESP in the Zone, here is what you missed.
And he sends this one to the gap in left center field, looking for his first big league extra base hit. Hicklin drives in a run, and he comes up with an RBI double, a 2-for-3 day for Brewer Hicklin in his Braves debut.
That's right. Awesome. Former Huntsville High UAB standout, a good, and I say good friend of the program, Brewer Hicklin, with his first extra base hit in the majors, his first RBI in the majors for the Atlanta Braves. And then after the game, how about this? You've heard him over the airwaves. He's been in our studio. Well, the Braves now know who he is.
Brewer Hicklin makes his Braves debut. Couple of hits, including your first Major League extra base hit and RBI. You didn't get the call up. You got a knock on the front door. How's today feel for you?
Oh, it's such a blessing. You know, I just think back to the journey that it's taken to get here, and I really can't put into words how thankful I am for the Braves organization. I mean, as a kid growing up in Alabama, there's nothing more I wanted in life than to play for the Atlanta Braves. So to be able to put this uniform on and wear it with pride is such a blessing, and I can't help but to thank God for continuing to give me the ability and the opportunities to spread his kingdom and love through the way that I try to play baseball. And I'm just beyond words and super thankful for today, especially having my wife and my two sons in the stands, my parents up there. I mean, I got to see my kid before the game, and I just had a tear in my eye because it's just so cool to be able to just let my son watch me go out and play each and every day. And it just makes me emotional because, just want to make him proud.
Well, you certainly did. You made Braves country proud as well today. Not only did you have a great day on the field, you're doing a great job standing there, wondering what do you do with your hands in an interview like this. You're absolutely nailing it, and terrific thoughts there. Based on the way you're talking here, it sounds like there's a lot of humility. I'm wondering about expectations maybe that you had for yourself this season. Where were they at spring training and where you are now?
Well, if we want to be honest, man, I kind of had a moment in spring training. I had an opportunity to meet Tim over the offseason when I signed with the Braves, and I was able to just hash out some stuff throughout the offseason with him and some swing playing stuff, and super thankful for the role that he's played and my development. Got to spring training, and, it kind of turns from that page of mechanics into just compete mode. And I remember having a moment in spring training where I hit a home run, and I was thinking, man, my swing's all fixed and everything. And I looked at it, and, it's like, man, that kind of looks the same. And I just reminded myself, I said, man, I've been doing this for 10 years. If what I have is not good enough, it's not good enough. But I know what I have is good enough. And so I have been working with my AAA hitting coach, Dan DeMent, on a daily program of just believing in myself, believing in the abilities that I have. Because, I mean, this game is not made for perfectionists. And unfortunately, I'm one of those. And so it'll beat you up if you let it. But I just think back, to 2022 when I made my debut, and 1,000 days until I got my first hit, staring at the ceiling and just the doubt and the unknowns that honestly clouded my mind and my judgment. And I've just been so thankful to release those this year and have a clear mind and go up to the plate with the utmost confidence that I'm just going to put my best foot forward, and ultimately the result will take care of itself. And I've been super fortunate to have some success this year in the AAA level and hopefully be able to contribute to the Atlanta Braves here in the coming days.
That's our good buddy Brewer Hicklin. Made his major. We said on Saturday that the Braves had called him up from AAA Gwinnett. He made his debut yesterday in St. Louis for the Braves, and what a debut it was for our good bud.
Yeah, he was the only Brave in the lineup to have a multi-hit game. Your final score: St. Louis 4, the Braves 4, St. Louis 3. Pardon me. And as you heard, Brewer Hicklin got his first Major League RBI. So it wasn't the game-winning RBI from the standpoint of the go-ahead run, but he contributed heavily to the W. And as you heard him being interviewed after the game, he was basically the player of the game. So a huge thrill for Brewer Hicklin. His first Major League extra base hit, his first RBI, and he's on a first-place team that's got a 2-game lead over the Phillies, and that's the huge part.
Yeah.
He started in right field for the Braves. He's a really good athlete. C.J. Nitkowski, who was doing that interview who's the Braves color guy, basically talked about that. Walt Weiss, I listened to his after-the-game press conference. He got asked about Brewer. He said he was really impressed with his approach at the plate and how athletic that he was. So hopefully he's going to prove to the Braves he can be a valuable piece down the stretch, especially when he's called up again in September and he's added to the roster. The Braves have had some injuries, and if he proves in this kind of I want to call it like an extended look by the Braves, because hopefully even after the All-Star break we'll see where Yaz is, Mike Yastrzemski, but he's getting a long look by Atlanta, and if he can prove to them that they believe he can handle major league pitching and be a valuable asset off the bench, perhaps he gets more playing time, down the stretch, and with a good ball club that's got a chance to reach the postseason, and that would be just huge for Brewer, and all that, the sacrifice and work paying off, and nobody better and more deserving than Brewer Hicklin.
When he was with the Brewers obviously were the top of the standings, but he has not played in a game that has meant as much to a team as he did yesterday playing with the Braves. You mentioned that the Braves just a 2-game edge over the Phillies right now in the East. So he is in a first-half battle playing for the Braves. So they really counted on him for some good production, and he delivered yesterday, which, it's so good to see, because we all know how much he's grinded.
No, we have, and then the Braves don't really have an everyday left fielder. It was supposed to be Jurickson Cheater. Profar, but he is a cheat and got busted not one but 2 times. It's been the biggest waste of a contract probably in Braves history.
Oh no, come on, he who win why or whatever is
he who win who cares? He's supposed to start his rehab assignment after the All-Star break.
Yes.
My point was just send him on a Greyhound bus somewhere else and let some other sad sack organization like the Mets, Francisco Lindor will probably pull a hammy. Let them have him, and then let Jim Jarvis, continue
become the shortstop,
who had another hit yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Let Jimmy be the shortstop, but of course they've got 15 or 20 million into Hung Shung Cho, so I'm sure they'll give him another chance, which is pathetic. But he hasn't had a hit since June the 4th. But still,
well, they gave Profar a couple chances, so you might as well give him a couple.
I don't know. And then I guess he was sticking it in his rear end. Who knows? But he's definitely
it's better
gone.
than something else up there.
But again, they've had Eli White in left field. They've had Dubon in left field.
Yes, they had him there yesterday.
And then, of course, Brewer's in right.
Yes.
So, we'll see what happens and what goes on, because, as we know, again, Ronald Acuna is hurt.
What?
But, hey, that's great. It gives Brewer an opportunity.
Again?
So,
That's like the first time this year, right?
He probably sneezed that he was running somewhere and threw his back out.
But, hey, let's give him a big contract.
Yeah. $300 million my ass. But we'll see. But I'm just glad to see Brewer get a spot, get a chance with a team he always wanted to play for, close to home, and get a chance to contribute heavily.
When we had him in the offseason, when he came in the studio, he told us that you know what, going to Brave spring training for him.
And he had been a free agent, so he didn't know where he was going.
Right. And he said getting to Atlanta for him would have been like – That was huge, because just going to spring – because we talked to him on his way to spring training because he was in the car.
Yeah, and then he hit a home run, the one he talked about. Yeah.
And he said, just going there was a dream for him. Just putting on the Braves uniform in spring training was a dream, because that's something that he had always wanted to do. And he has had his – because I think he had gotten hurt a couple springs.
Yeah.
This was his best spring training that he had, and he has had his best first half of the season in the minors.
A couple of years ago, he got hurt, banged up and hurt, and then he got off to a slow start. And I think he was even wondering, is this near the end for me?
Yeah.
But then he had a huge year, and then he was able to attract the attention of the Braves. But I'll give him credit, because there was no guarantees of this deal. Like, he got assigned to the AAA team coming out of spring training.
He was an uninvited free agent.
He impressed them in spring training, and then he had to go to AAA, and he's had to produce. Because, again, when you're in AAA, it's almost like being in the middle. Because a lot of times the best prospects are in A-ball and AA, and sometimes they skip AAA.
Yes.
Or get just a cup of coffee before they go to the Braves. But he's produced. And so I give him credit, and now he's he's gaining some playing time with them.
So much so that he has been put on the 40-man roster.
That's the hugest part.
That was the biggest
He's had
thing.
a good enough year in AAA to attract their attention and be put on the 40-man roster and be up there for the whole month of September because, as we know, the minor leagues wrap up and stuff, and so he gets a chance to come up to the big leagues and hopefully be a part of a playoff push. For the Braves as they hopefully can win this division and get into the playoffs and make a run.
All right, let's get a phone call in here before our next break. Let's get Wolverine Dan in on the phone lines. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dan.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I will not be long because you got a break. It's time. Let's trade Scoball. Let's do it. Just do it because we're not going nowhere. It's time for him to go, and we're going to get something for him. Unlike next year, he will get nothing. We'll get nothing because he's a free agent. So,
I'll just say this. I mean, so I'm looking at it right now, 44-52, the record, but because the AL right now is so bad, you're only 3.5 games out of the wild card.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if they decide to keep pushing or if they decide to trade him. I know the Braves have been mentioned heavily with him, but so has a lot of ball clubs. But if this was a normal year, I would be a complete agreement with Dan. They're going to just trade him. They're going to just be sellers. But the AL is bad, and you've got a chance to. And they have played better the last few weeks. Yeah. It depends on what they get, what they think they're getting in return, and there's going to be a work stoppage coming up too.
Yeah, last night I saw this box score. I couldn't sleep last night, so I'm watching ESPN, and we got shut out last night. And Scoball's 5-5. It's not a great record for him right now, and I know he had injuries, guys, but I know our conference is not that great. And we possibly could get a wild card, but then finally we get a wild card, they get knocked out in the first round.
Right. That's the risk, and it kind of reminds me of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Yeah. Paul Skeens. I mean, what do you do with what do you do? Do you hold him and build around him?
They're buyers.
But if you're the Tigers, do you hold him and build around him for the next couple of years, or do you trade him away now?
The Tigers are going to trade Scoball eventually. I mean, if they
depending on what we get for him. Fine. If we don't get enough for him, then we just keep the guy, and then he goes free agent. Then we gotta.
Then you get nothing for him.
He's still supremely valuable, even at 5-5.
We need football. This is ridiculous. I want football.
Appreciate it, Dan.
Thanks for the phone call.
Yeah.
All right. Well, he wants football. College football is quickly coming
around the corner.
So look. Later in the show, I know he's happy now, but there is some Michigan news that we got to get to. That's not going to make
shocking because they're such a university of integrity.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah.
They do everything with first class. We got to get a break.
Straight up the you-know-what.
we got to get a break in. Our good buddy Bryan Matthews is on the other side. We'll stay with the baseball conversation with Bryan Matthews next.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. You're listening to Talkin' Ball on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. Your Fox 54 weather.
I'm Fox 54 Weather Impact meteorologist Emily Owen. Numerous showers and thunderstorms are to be expected heading into this Monday across the Tennessee Valley. Otherwise, we'll see a cloudy sky. High temperatures only warming into the low 80s for the afternoon. Heading into Monday night, low temperatures fall into the low 70s, and it looks like we'll sit under a mostly cloudy sky.
Your Fox 54 weather, only on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Since 1983, Berkshire Hathaway Rise Real Estate's Ann Adams has been your local go-to real estate expert in the area. As a buyer, you can trust Ann's in-depth knowledge of the local housing market to narrow available properties down to those you'll be interested in, saving you time when shopping for a new home. When you're ready to sell, Ann's expert negotiation skills will ensure you get a fair price and hassle-free experience. Call Ann Adams today at 256-337-2625 or email annadamsrise@gmail.com.
Have you tried indoor golf yet? You need to check out The Golfus. The Golfus is Huntsville's newest, nicest, and only multi-location indoor golf venue. Spend an hour on the virtual range working on your game or play more than 2,000 golf courses. Our grand opening pricing makes us the best value in town. And if you really love it, grab a limited time, unlimited golf membership for only $99 a month. Get all of the details at thegolfus.com.
Tom Abraham here for my longtime friend Mike Owen of Owen Home Appliance. You know, Mike has over 25 years experience in the appliance industry, and since 2017, Owen Home Appliance has served customers in the Tennessee Valley with a focus on quality products, affordable prices, and excellent customer service. Owen Home Appliance prides themselves on community involvement as well, sponsoring local teams and events while making sure that you get the right appliance at the right price. Visit their highly interactive showroom in Lacey Springs, just 8 miles south of the river on 231.
Hey folks, Arthur Seed, managing partner at University Kia, letting you know we are proud supporters of Alabama and Auburn football. Swing by University Kia today and check out our huge selections of brand new Kias, including the spacious Telluride 8-passenger SUV, the slick new K5, the sporty Kia Seltos. We've got perfect cars for every lifestyle and budget. Visit universitykia.com to view all our amazing offers and get pre-approved amenities, because we want to see you in a Kia. Roll Tide, War Eagle.
The Drive with Wes Neighbors and Steve Moulton. Weekdays from 5 to 7 p.m. Only on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
What I saw a lot of video from June Fest over at Wicks Family Field. There were some low riders, a lot of low riders at June Fest over at Wicks Family Field. There was some
car show,
there was some impressive cars that I saw there from June Fest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, 256-576-4977. You can join the show later on for a little bit if you would like. But coming up here in just a minute, Bryan Matthews is going to join us as we get him on the show. The Major League Baseball draft, as we talked about it on Saturday, the only draft really not to have everybody in attendance. But the Major League Baseball draft did come and did go. And we talked about it when we were at Kia that Georgia Tech had 2 of the top 10 players drafted. Of course, UCLA had the top player drafted. And
he's had quite an off season.
Well, it was an early off season for our boy from UCLA.
I didn't check. I'm sure somebody from Cal Poly got drafted, may have given him PTSD.
Well, it's been a long time. I mean, look, I'll say this. He had plenty of time to get ready for the Major League Baseball draft.
Oh, yeah.
Did rock.
Yeah, he did. But he's a heck of a player. He was, according to scouts, the best player in the draft, and that's basically the White Sox, what they were, their philosophy. They were going to take the best player because they have a good young shortstop, but they're just going to let the chips fall where they may.
And they did.
And they certainly did. And certainly the chips fell for Auburn baseball.
Yes.
They had a great year last year. I know they fell short, once again in the Super Regional, but they still had, a heck of a run under Butch Thompson, and I think they've got a chance to have a special year next year. I wouldn't say that it was anything unexpected happened in the draft, but we'll get Bryan Matthews' take on that because they had signed some great players. That's what happens when you have a great program. They had a couple of guys in Rembert and Guevara that were expected to go high in the Major League draft, that were draft eligible guys that had good years for the Tigers. But overall, I still think, and they've had a good portal class.
Rembert, by the way, supplemental second round to the Pirates.
Yeah, so I mean, he had a really good couple years at Auburn. But we're going to talk to Bryan Matthews about that and more. And of course, since 2001, he's covered the Tigers. He also did one hell of a job in his last appearance.
Oh, we loved him for that soccer one.
Yeah, for the World Cup preview there. He hit it on the head there, and they certainly smacked the U.S. upside the head. Did Belgium. But certainly we're going to talk some Auburn baseball with Bryan Matthews, who's joined us via WCZN TV and the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. Bryan, you're with Drew and Scott. Good morning, man.
Good morning. How you guys doing? Good to be in.
Yeah,
good to be with you.
Man. So, first of all, we'll get it out of the way since you are our correspondent.
Yes,
for the World Cup.
you are our soccer guy.
So, are you surprised by the Final Four at all?
No, I would say these are the 4 favorites to make it, which I guess is a surprise in its own because it doesn't always happen that way, or doesn't likely happen that way. But it should be 2 great semifinals. Spain and France, maybe the top 2 teams so far. Or is it Spain and France?
Yes.
And then Yeah. So it should be a great semifinal. Argentina, of course, the defending champion. Right there too. So I just feel like France is probably still the team to beat. They've been the best team offensively. They just are a powerhouse, and it looks like they can score 5 or 6 goals every game.
Yeah, I mean, and you got that chance to see Lionel Messi in Argentina, so. You saw him score a goal, and I mean he's 39 years old. I imagine this is going to be his last World Cup.
We said that the last time.
Well, hell, he may do the LeBron James and start doing HGH, but I doubt it. He'll probably wrap it up. But Lionel he's one of the all-time greats. I mean, and to be playing at the level he's playing.
Yes,
and
agreed.
And they're the defending world champs. They're in the Final Four. It's a heck of a run, and now they got a chance against England. So I agree with Bryan. I think Spain and France. Mbappe's been unbelievable. And so that's going to be a great match as well. So 2 really good ones, and a good run for the U.S. Wish it was a little better, but it is what it is. They got beat by a better team.
You say that France can score about 5 goals every time. That's kind of how we felt about some of the Auburn offense this year on the baseball diamond. That if they were producing consistently, scoring 5 runs every game would be something that we could see.
Yeah, I would say offensively, they had their moments, but they're a little inconsistent there. It probably cost them, especially early in the SEC season. And then once we got into postseason and got to that super regional, they just could not push across enough runs there. But I thought it was a good weekend for Auburn baseball as far as the players, 7 drafted, second straight year for that. I think it's 5 in the top 10 rounds 2 years in a row, which is a record for Auburn. So. And I think all those 7 guys drafted were expected, and they prepared for that. So that's just a sign of a program that's producing a lot of talented players and a lot of really good teams. It just hadn't quite worked out for them to get back to the World Series, but they'll have another great shot here coming up this season. I guess the biggest disappointment was they lost their top 3 signees as far as rankings go. Coleman Borthwick went in the first round in San Diego. Jace Matazinski went to Boston Red Sox in the 3rd round, and A.J. Rice to Tampa Bay Rays in the 7th. I think all 3 of those guys are going to sign pro contracts, and that's coming on the heels of back-to-back years where they've got their top signees in. And they had 3 freshman All-Americans 2 years ago. They had 3 more freshman All-American this year. I don't know if they can do that again, but those 3 guys that got drafted were potentially those type of players. We'll see. But I guess that's a little disappointing. So they will have to reach out now, and whether it's the portal, whether it's junior college, whatever they can find is bringing another big right-handed bat and another pitcher here just to finish out this roster for 2027.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, I know that Butch went on a tour and was trying to convince some of these signees and see where they stood to come on in. But it's tough when you're but it shows how good they're evaluating and how attractive they are when you sign a first-round draft pick or you have some other guys that are top 3-round picks. It's tough. It's kind of a juggling act. But it seems as though, just following your coverage, that they've had a good portal haul so far.
Oh, definitely. They've really strengthened their bullpen. They've got 6 portal signings so far. 4 are from our pitchers, several left-handers in that bunch. So they've really had a plan there and gone out. They've filled in a couple position players. They got a utility infielder from Iowa who could play a couple different positions. They got a center fielder, Beverly, from Georgia State, who could play center field and hit leadoff potentially. I think the big thing they need now really is just to add another big power bat, just to have another guy in there that can compete for an infield spot and a spot in the middle of that lineup. So that's something they will look for. And because those three signees, were drafted and signed, are going to sign, that frees up a lot of money they were promising those guys. So that's going to give them the ability to go out there and compete with the other schools that are going after these last few top guys in the portal or junior college. So that'll be interesting to see, who they go after and what other schools are going after them too.
Well, Bryan, every coach and school knows that going into the draft that you may potentially lose some guys. And I'm sure Butch understood the fact that there was a chance that the ones that they did have signed were probably going high in the major league draft. So I am sure they have I guess you could say, a plan B if that did happen.
They do. They don't, they still got to compete for that plan B because there are other schools there that, probably are disappointed in some losses. But, yes, they absolutely had a plan. And their plan A was, hey, the last 2 years we've got those guys in and we'll do everything we can to get those guys into school, but it didn't work out this year. But they do have a backup plan, and it's just adding a couple more players, and we'll see how that develops. I think what they're going to do now is try to get those guys in for visits this week and hopefully have some decisions by the end of the week.
And I know you told us last week that kind of previewing the MLB draft about lefty Garrett Brewer. I know he was a little nicked up this year, but you kind of felt like he was looking maybe to move on and sign, and it looks like that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think all 7 guys that were drafted player-wise will also sign. I don't think there's any question. And for those out there that aren't as familiar with the draft, most guys, especially in the first 10 rounds, a team doesn't take them until they communicate with them before the pick and say, hey, will you take $450,000 to if we draft you here to sign, or $1.5 million or whatever it is, depending on where the pick is. So I think all those guys are going to go. I guess the biggest losses position-wise are Guevara and Chris Rembert. Certainly 2 big bats right there, right-handed bats in the middle lineup. That's why they're going to go out there and look for another right-handed bat. And then, of course, Alex Petrovic, a great story, coming back from 2 injury-plagued sort of seasons to go to the Mets there in the 6th round. Good for him. Hetzler, who had that incredible performance in the regional, saving a game and coming back and starting the next one and going, I think it was 5-6 innings. So just an incredible run for him there. He is going to the Angels. I think it was seventh inning along with Guevara, And then Drew Whalen, who was a terrific pitcher for Auburn the first half of the season before, injuring his elbow and having surgery. He's going to go to the Mariners in the 9th round and finish his rehab with them. And then, at some point, maybe next summer or late spring, he'll be ready to go, start competing for them.
Yeah, and then and the cool part, too, is the Futures game is coming up because this is All-Star Weekend. And we had him on the show, Ike Irish, who could fall out of bed and hit for the Auburn Tigers during his time on the Plains after coming over from the state of Michigan. And Ike is going to be batting 7th in DH, and he's doing a great job going up quickly in the Orioles system.
Yeah, he's on his way, right? Professional hitter from the day he stepped on campus at Auburn. Was it been 4 or 5 years ago as a freshman, and just had a terrific career for the Tigers, and I'm not surprised that he is excelling in the minor leagues and on his way to the majors. He just has a great work ethic, really determined, great attitude. He's gonna be a major leaguer and play for a number of years up there.
Yeah, no
well,
doubt.
Bryan Matthews, kind enough to join us on WZZN TV as well as the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline. And Bryan, 1 week from today, everybody will be convening at Tampa for SEC Football Media Days. Auburn has a little bit of a wait on that schedule. Not too much, though, as they'll be there on the 2nd day. On Tuesday, July 21st, Alex Golish makes his debut for Auburn in SEC Media Days.
Yeah, I mean, here we are. This will be my I don't know, 26th, 27th. It's hard to keep up.
Lord.
But yeah.
And I think this will be about 12 for me.
Yeah.
I'm at 27.
So this is year 26. So my first one, I went for like a half a day in 99, but 2000 was my very first.
Wow. Okay. There you go.
So
Yeah.
This would be 26 years for SEC football media days.
I mean, the thing I remember the most from back in the day is getting all those media guides and putting them in a box and trying to carry them out to my car. And, it weighing like 50, 60 pounds,
Oh, man.
Because they didn't have a restriction on how big they could be back then.
Yeah.
And so schools were making them huge.
And I came along right after they got done with that, and they started because when I first started, trust me, I got stopped every day. Can you get me an Alabama media guy? How many can you get?
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, that's back in the day. Now we just. And then after that, they started giving us a little memory stick with all the
memory stick.
And now we just, hey, here's it's online if you need it, whatever. So
they just give you a little book with a lineup.
Well, it used to be you could go there, and it was only 3 days. And the afternoon on the second day, you'd play golf, and it was very relaxed. If you wanted a head coach, you could just stop him in the hall and talk to him, or you could get players in the hall at any time. I mean, it was. Then the SEC network came along, and
now it's a show.
Now it's a show. Yeah, it is definitely made for TV show and not exactly a journalism mecca here. But I'm looking forward to it. I'll be there again down at Tampa. Looking forward to seeing you guys down there too.
Yeah, absolutely. And then before you go, Brian, another good friend of the show that we had in studio, he's been doing a nice job down in Vegas, but Chaney Johnson making a case to be a bigger part of the Brooklyn Nets.
How about that? Did he go for close to a double-double here recently in the summer game?
20 and 10. He had 20 and 10 the other night.
That's Chaney right there. And what's great about him is if you watch some of those highlights, you can see how aggressive he's playing. And that was always, to me, that was Chaney Johnson. As soon as he started playing that way, he always had the potential to be a terrific player. And you can see it now. And so excited for him, a great young man. Auburn was so fortunate to have him for a couple of years. And, I think everybody's rooting for him. I think everybody who's met him or talked to him or seen interviews with him can see what kind of a genuine young man he is.
Yeah, and then the pipeline to St. Francis Academy in football continues. Auburn gets James Branch as their latest commitment in the last couple of days, football-wise, continuing to build a strong class under Alex Golish.
Yeah, just a really athletic big guy, 6'3", 210, signed as a safety. But at that size, I think we all know that young men can grow into linebackers too, of course. So I think it's going to be is he going to be a big safety? Is he going to be a linebacker? He can really, really run. Got a terrific change of direction. So I think he's going to be a really good player for Auburn, but just a little raw. Probably going to need a couple of years to come along and see where he fits in exactly in Auburn's defense. But I think they're excited about getting him. And I think that's number 27 for Auburn. That's just a lot farther along recruiting-wise than I thought they'd be at this point in time.
Well, great stuff, Brian. We look forward to seeing you next week in Tampa. Safe travels. We always enjoy catching up with you. Let everybody know how to follow you, man. I appreciate you joining us on WZZN TV and the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline.
Always. Thanks for having me. And you can check us out at auburnsports.com. We'll keep rolling out the content as we close in on the football season. Alex Golish's first season. I'll continue to follow baseball really, really closely as they round out the roster with a couple more additions here I'm expecting. All that and more, auburnsports.com. You can follow me on Twitter, /X at BMattAU.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, Brian.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, Bryan Matthews, kind enough to spend some time with us. We'll say goodbye to Hour 1 from the SportsMed Stadium Club. Coming up next.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. You're listening to Talkin' Ball on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
The company is Eagle Masonry and Insulation, but did you know they're also Eagle Landscaping and Dirt Work? Eagle can take care of all your landscaping needs, including irrigation, sod work, and planting, both plants and trees. On the dirt work side, Eagle can grade and build your pads, haul dirt in or out, and even do erosion control. Philip Love and his team can do it all for you. The website is the same, insulatewitheagle.com, as is the phone number, 256-755-1556. Give them a call and see what Eagle can do for you. Eagle saves you time. Eagle saves you money.
Looking for your next great round of golf? Take the short drive from the Tennessee Valley to the Bear Trace at Tim's Ford in Winchester. This spectacular Jack Nicklaus designed 18-hole course sits along scenic Tim's Ford Lake, featuring rolling fairways, challenging greens, and lake views that'll make the trip well worth it. Whether you're planning a weekly foursome, a company outing, or just sneaking in a round, Bear Trace offers one of the best public golf experiences in the region. Book your tee time today at tnstateparks.com and play the Bear Trace at Tim's Ford.
Hi, this is Wes Neighbors. I'm here with Sam Fleming with Fleming Roofing and Restoration. Sam, tell the folks about Fleming Roofing and Restoration.
Hey, Wes. Our company, Fleming Roofing and Restoration, specializes in commercial and residential roofing and repairs. I'm a fifth-generation Huntsvillian, and our family's been doing construction business in Huntsville area since 1965.
Sam, what kind of roofs does Fleming Roofing and Restoration do?
Our guys are skilled enough. We can come out and address any kind of leaks or issues you might have on your commercial, on your metal roofing, on your shingles. We can do anything, and we can offer you a solution to repair it, or we can replace it.
Well, you guys also do insurance restoration.
Our staff has 10-plus years of experience as insurance adjusters, and we really do know the inside and out of the claims process at Fleming Roofing and Restoration.
Check out Fleming Roofing and Restoration online at FlemingHSV.com, or you can call or text them at 256-651-9440.
Hey, Wes, we show up.
There's power in caring when it is put into action. Each year, our bankers serve on nonprofit boards, support our local educators, and volunteer with our hometown food bank. I'm Bobby Humphrey, Vice President of Business Development for Bryan Bank, and community service is just not a line item in our mission statement. It's who we are. Because after all, Alabama is our home too. That kind of commitment to community might not be what you would expect from a bank, but it's exactly what you can expect from us. Give us a call or stop by one of our 2 offices in the Huntsville area and experience unbeatable service and legendary results.
Bryan Bank Equal Housing Lender, NMLS ID 2428943, member FDIC.
This segment of Talkin' Ball is brought to you by University Kia, the #1 volume Kia dealer in the state of Alabama. Located online at universitykia.com.
Hey, 7:53 on a Monday morning. We're live from Toyota Field inside the SportsMed Stadium Club. It's the Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Days. And what a fantastic day it'll be. 17 high schools will make their way through here. Here's how it works. We'll have 2 sessions today, one from 10 to 12. We are going to provide them lunch. Jonathan Gorey and our good friend over at Metro Diner is dropping about, 200 chicken tenders, because each box has like 2 or 3 in there, and we're getting 100 boxes. Yeah. So you would figure they're dropping about 200 or 300 chicken tenders and fries for us. So we're going to feed the gang some chicken tenders and fries, and then from 1 to 3, we have our second session. So we've got 8 schools coming in the morning. We'll have an hour of lunch, and then we have 9 schools coming in the afternoon. So we have 17 schools in all with lunch, and we will have all 17 schools on the airwaves here of 97.7 ESPN The Zone. So if you can't listen in your car or near or far,
I knew that was coming.
Download the 97.7 ESPN The Zone app, because you can listen to it in a bar if you would like.
Yeah.
A sports bar.
Right.
Maybe Champies. Maybe Baumhauer's.
Yeah, they got a lot of TV.
Yes, you can listen. You can even watch it there. Go into Baumhauer's and tell them you want WZZN TV on today, and you can watch the high school football media days live on WZZN TV.
You can see our beautiful logo here. You can see our great faces, and then, of course, we'll have our entire staff here today as the czar, Tom Abraham, will be making an appearance as his show will be on from 10 to noon, and that'll be getting our first session started, Scott, because we got 8 teams that'll be here this morning.
Yes.
And we've already got our room set up because we were here yesterday grinding.
The air is on.
Working hard. We have air conditioning.
Some of us were here yesterday grinding and working hard. Not everybody decided to show up.
Yeah. But we certainly got this ready, and we've done this for several years in a row. The Huntsville Sports Commission is a big part of it. Mark Russell will be here today. And we'll have some local media coverage that we're looking forward to. So, it just gets it kind of this day and then next week kicks off a new year for us in a way, because it just means high school and college football are right around the corner.
Well, the start of the high school football season, we said when we talked about it earlier, start of the high school football season, August 21st. Don't forget, last week when we were in studio, we had Sammy Coates in studio, which, by the way,
back today
was a fantastic conversation with Sammy Coates.
We got a lot of good reaction to that.
We did. And Sammy Coates and company, the Columbia High School Eagles, they will play on Saturday. Remember, they're going to play Greensboro on Saturday at Milton Frank Stadium on the 22nd of August.
On Saturday.
Against
the Greensboro Raiders.
Yes. And so that is a 5A, 2A matchup. Got to get used to that again. I mean, still, it's going to get used because we were so ingrained in Class 7A Region 4 where Bob Jones and James Clemens and Huntsville and Sparkman all lived. Probably. And now it's, you had Austin and Florence. I got to pull
it up every time to remind myself. Thank goodness for Alabama high school football history and those great people.
Yep. Oh, they were fantastic. They are fantastic.
And the state for getting the master schedule up.
The state has it. How about Lindsay Lane Christian Academy and Brindley Mountain kicking off on the 21st? How about that? That is an Independent A Region 4 versus a 2A Region 8. Got to get used to that.
Okay.
All right, we'll get used to hour 2 next.
David Sharp coming up.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Drivers who switch to Progressive have an annual savings of nearly $750. Progressive.com.
Braves return from the All-Star break against the Texas Rangers at Truist Park on Friday. Braves are 55-40, first place in the NL East Division by 2 games over the Phillies. Braves minus 135 to win the division title. Philadelphia plus 130. National League, $1.35 favorite against the American League plus 110, 7.5 over the total at Citizens Bank Park tomorrow. Kyle Schwarber of Philadelphia, the plus 330 favorite to win the Home Run Derby tonight. Scotty Scheffler plus 590 to win the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale. Rory McIlroy plus 760. For more, go to VSIN.com. Mike Sennett, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
A wise man once said, if you take care of old folks and children, everything in the middle will take care of itself.
Hi, I'm Danny Aldridge, lawyer in Alabama and Tennessee. In the next 20 years, the number of those folks over 65 years of age will more than double. In our golden years, the most important goal is to be treated with dignity and have control over doing what makes you grateful with those you love. At the Aldridge Law Firm and the Legal Town Center, we're dedicated to help you with these goals, and we'll be there when life throws you those inevitable curveballs. Let us assist you with your legal needs, whatever they may be or become. You may reach us by phone at 256-534-3188 or online with Dan at danaldridgelaw.com. Just remember, we're here to help. Whether it's personal injury, wrongful death, fraud and cheat, or estate planning made complete, we're here to help.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
SportsMed is the official team physicians of the Rocket City Trash Pandas. And if the pros trust SportsMed, you can too. SportsMed provides every service you might need for complete orthopedic care, specializing in orthopedic surgery, sports medicine, joint replacement, spine surgery, neurosurgery, and podiatry. And they offer their own brace shop, in-house full-body MRI, physical therapy, walk-in clinic, and so much more. 4 locations and on the web at sportsmedalabama.com.
This hour brought to you by SportsMed Orthopedic and Spine Center. Online at sportsmedalabama.com. Welcome to Talkin' Ball with Scott Tyson and Drew DeArmond. Call into the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline now, 256-576-4977. That's 256-576-4977. Now, here's Scott and Drew.
Sportsmed Orthopedic Surgery and Spine Center helping us put the ball in the air for hour number 2. SportsMedAlabama.com is how you can find them. 256-881-5151 is how you can call them. They are North Alabama's leader in sports medicine surgery. They are also, by the way, state-of-the-art orthopedic urgent care and the most comprehensive spine team in North Alabama. They are dedicated to providing care that improves lives. You're going to receive the highest quality of health care. SportsMedAlabama.com, and we are live this morning from the SportsMed Stadium Club here at Toyota Field for the 2026 Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Days. 17 schools will be making their way through the airwaves here of 97.7 ESPN The Zone. A little foggy. If you look outside, it's a little foggy around Toyota Field this morning. But also don't forget, this will be home of the 2027 SEC softball championships coming up here as well. So a lot going on here at Toyota Field. A lot going on yesterday at Busch Stadium. And in hour number 1, you heard the highlights. Brewer Hicklin getting his first major league RBI, his first major league extra base hit. And it was a Braves 4-3 win over the Cardinals. And what a fantastic moment it was for our good friend Brewer Hicklin.
Yeah, it was awesome, man. It was it's kind of continuing his journey, but it was kind of the payoff in a way because he got to start a major league game. He got 2 knocks. They beat a really good ball club in St. Louis 4-3. They take a 2-game lead into the All-Star break. He did a great job out in right field. I mean, the whole deal was just awesome. And it was great to see. And, and I'm blessed. I've grown up here, and, it was an honor to do Brewer Hicklin's high school football games, all 3 of his years on the varsity at Huntsville High, back in the day. And
yeah.
I have a lot of very close relationships. Watched him play high school baseball here, and then of course he went on to UAB and became a really good player for them. And at one time was the highest drafted player in UAB history. And then the next year, his former high school teammate Graham Ashcraft broke that with it being a 6th-round pick. And now they're both in the big leagues. And their high school head coach, I'm very good friends with. We all know he's a huge part of our community. The Sharp family is. And now he does a great job for prep baseball in his second career after retiring as a high school coach in our community. But it's great to welcome David Sharp back on the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline and get a chance to talk about some of these young men he's had a chance to mentor and develop, and especially talk about our good friend Brewer Hicklin and the great night that he had, or day, yesterday. Coach Sharp, you're with Drew and Scott this morning, man. Thank you for the time, and good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing fantastic. It is always an honor and pleasure to be on the show. Listen all the time, and whenever you call to ask me on, I'll accept any time I can. That's even after a late night last night for me, a real late night last night for me.
Yeah, we at the NASCAR race in Atlanta for Coach. Yeah,
we get Brewer Hicklin on before the camp, and we talk about the camp, and you
comes by the studio every year.
You say that when we call, you will answer. Brewer Hicklin says the first phone call that he always makes when he talks about the camp is to you, because he says you are the one that he needs to make sure that camp happens.
Well, he's already called me this year, so we're looking at dates already. So.
It's already on the itinerary for Coach.
That's right. So.
Well, and how awesome was it? I know you went to the race last night, but I know you were keeping up with the game yesterday in St. Louis. We of course were super excited for him because we knew he had been called up. Now I will be the first to admit to you, I knew Yaz got hurt. I didn't expect him to start, and so I'm scrambling around my condo yesterday, getting ready to come over here as we were going to set up. But I'm also frantically trying to follow the game, and of course I'm too cheap to pay for Braves Vision, so I couldn't watch it.
$49, and he won't pay for it.
I'm keeping up with it and listening on the radio. What a thrill for Brewer and he's had some opportunities, but this is the best one he's had so far, and for a good team and a team growing up here in Huntsville, Coach, that he always wanted to play for.
Absolutely. Listen, we could go on and on. Superlatives, Brewer Hicklin, the player, and even more so, Brewer Hicklin, the person. I mean, if you come in contact with him, you know who he is. You know what he stands for. He's not a fake. He's not a fraud. He is who he is. And one of those things that he is he's a very good baseball player. And people do not understand some people do not understand how difficult it is to climb the ladder in professional baseball. I mean, and here Brewer has really stayed the course. And it's been a long career in the minor leagues. And you mentioned coming up and getting a real shot with the Braves. Our hometown team that a lot of people follow here. It's a lot of people's favorite team here simply because of geographically being so close to us. And Brewer hit 300. In Gwinnett with I think 16 bombs, 25 bags. I think drove in 55 runs. So I haven't wanted to say anything, but you checked every day about is he going to get a shot? Is he going to get a shot? Well, it finally came, and his first major league RBI double that scored former Alabama player Jim Jarvis. A 2-hit day, and we use superlatives all the time with people, and when you mention them with Brewer Hicklin, they are 100% the truth. I mean, it couldn't happen to a better person. Brewer he's a better person than he is a baseball player, and I say that to everyone, and I promise you that's the truth.
We talked about how big this was earlier in the show, Coach, and to have him be a part of the 40-man roster was huge. And for those that don't know, and if you can, just kind of explain how big that is just to be a part of a 40-man roster on a major league team.
Yeah, I mean, there are different, there are different things, I guess you can call them, that come with being on the 40-man roster. You're protected a little bit more. That's the big thing for these players is getting, on that 40-man active roster. And knowing that, I think one of the big things being on a 40-man roster is just knowing that maybe the team, the organization sees some value in you, and possibly long-term, you are, a quick call-up, you are a long-term goal for them. But I believe it just gives the player, not I believe, but it does. It gives the players, if you're named to that 40-man, man, it just lets them know that, hey, you're of importance to that organization.
It really does, and we're talking to David Sharp. He's the Southeastern coordinator for Prep Baseball. Does an outstanding job with the high school game, still staying very close to it in our state, and, of course, Coach Brewer Hicklin, and also coached another couple of guys that I know. It was really cool. I saw on social media because he was in town really last week. You got a chance to catch up with Christian McLeod, and it just seems like yesterday I was watching him pitch for you, and he had committed at that time to Oklahoma before flipping to Mississippi State, helping them win a national championship, then being a fifth-round pick of the Twins. Now he's kind of restarting with the Marlins. I saw some local TV coverage of him. He seemed really excited to be back home and be seeing a lot of his old family and friends. But he's another one that's trying to get to the big leagues, and it's so difficult to do. But he's another one that is continuing to grind, Coach.
Yes, he is. And while we were there, hanging out at where y'all are about a week ago, it was funny. We talked about it. You mentioned that he had originally committed to Oklahoma. Well, on his first visit out there, he flew out there, so everything was good. But then he went back out months later, and they drove out there and drove back. And my wife and I had been out of town, and Christian calls me on the phone. He said, "Coach, can we talk?" And I said, "Yes, sir." He says, "Man, I don't know if I can make this drive to Oklahoma." Like I said, the first time they flew out there. So, he decommitted, as you mentioned, Coach Johnson and the Sooners there. And, we got on the phone, and he and I were working the phones, calling all the schools and the SEC schools around here. And I think he probably eventually wanted to end up at Mississippi State. And obviously that's a pretty good landing spot for anybody. But Christian went over there, national champion, had a great run there with Mississippi State, got drafted by the Twins, was with them for a few years. And then, this past year, at the beginning of the year, Christian was in AAA, didn't have a great outing to begin the season. He went in and they were going to send him back down to Double-A, and that goes with some of the, the players have some power. I don't use the word power, but they've got some say-so in what happens with him. And he just asked for his release, and it was about 3 or 4 weeks of some pretty hard talks for him and just people working for him. Not me, but people working for him, trying to find him a deal with someone else. He hooked up with the Marlins, and he loves their pitching, their pitching staff, how they develop their pitchers. I know I saw him on July the 5th. He had just pitched the night before against the Trash Pandas. On his last outing, he went, I think, 2 2/3, gave up 1 hit, and struck out 6 over 2 2/3. So nice. He's made the move to the bullpen.
Yes.
He's always been a starter, even in Starkville. And I spoke with him, and I said, hey, are you comfortable with working out of the bullpen? He said, absolutely. I think it's what I like. So, those starting pitchers, they're the ones that get those mega $1 million contracts. But there's a lot of value in being a long reliever or in being a bridge guy to a closer. So, Christian's got the type of stuff and mentality to really be a good arm out of a bullpen in the minor leagues. And let's hope down the line it's in the big league.
Yes,
sir. And we hope that Brewer is up there with the Braves after the All-Star break this week, because on Saturday, I should say Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it could be a really fun time at Truist Park, because it would be Huntsville versus Grissom, because Justin Foscue from Grissom with the Rangers, you would have Brewer Hicklin with the Braves on there. I mean, it could be a fantastic time for the Huntsville baseball community.
Yes, it's baseball in Huntsville is very important. There have been a lot of really good players come out of all the high schools in this area in North Alabama. I shouldn't just say Huntsville, should use that. North Alabama. There have been a lot of quality baseball players go on to play in the SEC, get drafted, play professionally. And that speaks a lot for Huntsville, Alabama. There's no doubt about it. I selfishly, we all want Brewer to stay up, but selfishly, we, Prep Baseball, we are over at Lake Point, Georgia, next week for our future games. It's a huge uncommitted event for the best high school players that are uncommitted across the country. And the Braves are hosting the Padres next week. So I hope he's there, and I'm going to try to make my way over there while I'm over in Atlanta next week.
Well, and that's great. I'm glad you can pub that event, because again, that's what you do, and what you do, what you and your son Austin are doing with Prep Baseball. Y'all are connecting players and trying to get them noticed, get them seen, and have them move on to either professional baseball, of course, college baseball, and whether that be the junior college or the 4-year level. Certainly, you want them to move on to Division I, and to show that we're from here and that we. That watched him grow up and play. It's all so good. I wanted to mention him because he was nominated for a Rocket City Award this year, Coach, because of last year. But Graham, a.k.a. Doug Ashcraft, with the Cincinnati Reds. I know he's been hurt this year. He got off to a good start. He's another one that's kind of made that transition to the bullpen. I've read that he's about to start his rehab assignment, but he's been able to establish himself with the Cincinnati Reds, and he's off to a nice start in his major league career so far.
Yes, he is, and you are right there. He is. He is on the 60-day IL. He had a UCL sprain, and nobody wants to hear the UCL. That obviously leads to possible Tommy John surgery. But he's had an injection into his into that part of his arm, and he has started to play catch now. I don't think he's thrown any bullpens.
Gotcha.
But he's trying to get back going again. No one wants to hear UCL. That's the dreaded. Yeah. That's the thing people don't want to hear now. But trying to shut him down with rest and rehab. And again, I believe they're hoping that he can get back on the back end of the season. You mentioned it. We went to see him. They were in Atlanta early, like first or second week of the season. My wife and I went over to see Doug. Hung out with his dad a little bit, and talked with Graham before the game. And he's a guy that has accepted his role to the bullpen as well. You know, Graham, I tell people this a lot about Graham, man. He could throw it through a brick wall, and he still can. It's all come together for him, and his stuff is absolutely nasty. You know, you like to see what's happened to him because it's all come together for him. You know, people forget, I think he hit 20 home runs over 2 years in high school.
Yep.
You know, we called him, hit him on Bob Wallace consistently. Batting practice was scary with cars riding behind right field. But he was a two-way guy for us, but obviously we knew that he projected on the mound. There was no doubt about it with that live arm. But yeah, he's gotten off to a great career as well. Let's just hope and pray that everything goes well with his recovery and his rehab.
No doubt. And then I can give, and we can circle back to Brewer Hicklin, but I can just say this because I'm blessed to have known you and your brother Scott Scooby Sharp so long, and I know during Brewer's journey we had your brother on, and he gave Brewer to me the highest compliment you can give a young man when he said on the air that if I would want my daughter to marry Brewer Hicklin.
He's one of a kind. I mean, the best thing you say about Brewer is what you see is what you get.
Yep.
He is who he is. He doesn't put on the front for people. He is who he is. And I know that y'all know this, especially you, Drew, but he was an absolute warrior on the football field as well.
Maybe my all-time favorite.
Played quarterback. I think even in a bind over at Pale City or somewhere, had a running back get hurt. They had to move Brewer to running back one game and just turn and toss him the ball and let him use his athletic ability. You know, I do remember. I think one game, I think it was Gadsden City. I think he threw a touchdown pass. I think he picked one off in the secondary, and I think he faked a punt for a touchdown, and that's how we beat Gadsden City. And then, you know, there was a game up at Hazel Green that he pretty much won. I don't want to use the word single-handedly because it's not a individual game, but he was a big part of us beating Hazel Green in football up there in a must-win situation to get in the area playoffs. So he was just absolutely, I mean, he's a great athlete. You know, we were going to, you know, our plans were to play him in the outfield going into his senior year because we had another catcher that was very, you know, left-handed hitting catcher, really good behind the plate, you know, and we were going to play Brewer in center field. Let his legs work. Let him use his athletic ability. But our catcher got hurt preseason, so we had to move Brewer back behind the plate. And you know, if you told Brewer to play short, he'd be fine. And, you know, football, he plays quarterback, DB, punt returner. He punted, did everything. He's a winner. I mean, that's all you can say. He is a winner. And the city of Huntsville, I think, regardless of what high school you went to. I think everybody in the city of Huntsville is pulling for Brewer Hicklin.
Well, you can't forget. I mean, UAB in a bind for football, needing players. I mean, he's already playing baseball, then decides to be able. Still hasn't played football in a couple years. Ends up putting on a UAB football uniform and plays baseball and football for the Blazers.
I know he had a great spring. He talks about, you know, Coach Bill Clark a lot, and you know how he was going to. He was going to be a big weapon for UAB. But again, the winning, you know, attitude, I guess you can say, just who he is. He's genuine. I'm proud of him because, you know, as you know, I don't think it's a big secret. When you're 30 years old, you're not a youngster in baseball. And Brewer has absolutely stayed the course and kept the faith, and that's who he is. He's a man of faith. And if Brewer Hicklin never gets another hit, he's had a successful career, and he's going to be successful, and he is being successful in life. But there's, you know, I keep looking at him like a kid, like he's 17 years old, but he's not, you know. Yeah. But he's going to be successful, and he is successful because of what he stands for, who he is, great family. Just, you know, I can't say enough great things about him, and just like everybody else, just happy for him. And I think it's good that it happens right before the All-Star break because now he gets a couple days. He gets to enjoy it a little bit before he has to get back at it.
Yeah, we certainly hope to get a chance to talk with him before he goes back at it. But, Coach, we always enjoy catching up with you. I hope that you guys have a great Futures game coming up next week over in Georgia. Just let everybody know about that one more time. And we always appreciate what you do and what you continue to help baseball and develop it throughout our community and state. And we always appreciate the time.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can get information at prepbaseballreport.com/Alabama. Our website will give you everything that we do in relation to, prep baseball across the state, helping players find a home in college. As you mentioned, next week's the Future Games over at Lake Point in Emerson, Georgia. The top uncommitted players from across the country. The last 2 years, there have been over 425 coaches there each year. Wow! And it's everybody. It's the Oregons, it's the UCLAs, it's the Alabamas, the Auburns, it's the Florida States, the Clemsons. It's everybody. So it is a premier stage. Last year on our team was Rocco Maniscalco.
Nice.
Rocco Maniscalco just got drafted 50th overall, as you know, to the St. Louis Cardinals. I know that makes one Tommy Newpert happy.
Yes, sir.
So.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you, Coach. Appreciate you this morning, sir.
Take care. Thanks for having me on.
Let's get a break in, shall we? Talking Ball 97.7 ESPN this one.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. You're listening to Talkin' Ball on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Tom Abraham here for my longtime friend Mike Owen of Owen Home Appliance. You know, Mike has over 25 years experience in the appliance industry, and since 2017, Owen Home Appliance has served customers in the Tennessee Valley with a focus on quality products, affordable prices, and excellent customer service. Owen Home Appliance prides themselves on community involvement as well, sponsoring local teams and events while making sure that you get the right appliance at the right price. Visit their highly interactive showroom in Lacey Springs, just 8 miles south of the river on 231.
Introducing the Golfus, Huntsville's newest, nicest, and only multi-location indoor golf venue. Play over 2,000 courses with state-of-the-art simulator technology, perfect for golfers of all skill levels. For a limited time, grab an unlimited membership for just $99 a month, or book with our grand opening pricing. It's the best value in Huntsville. Check us out at thegolfus.com.
Tom Abraham here from my friend Ross Roberts and his team at Valley Equipment Rental, and they have a brand new product for you. If you happen to be standing on a concrete or tile floor, Valley Equipment has the perfect cleaning solution for you. Whether it's new construction, daily work areas, or an area that's been neglected for too long, the Valley Equipment team of experienced professionals can help you choose the right floor scrubber or sweeper for your needs. Valley even has the right cleaning products for the job. Call Valley Equipment Rental today to learn more. Make a clean sweep with Valley Equipment Rental.
AL cert number 21014.
Welcome into the hottest and coolest game show around called The Freeze. Today's contestant, Bob. Bob, can you tell me the heating and air business that provides free service with repair?
Is it Talent Heating and Air Conditioning?
Can you tell me which heating and air business provides free second opinions?
Talent Heating and Air Conditioning.
You are our grand prize winner. You have won a visit from the #1 heating and air business in the Tennessee Valley.
Talent Heating and Air Conditioning?
That's right. Talent Heating and Air is coming to you.
This is Thomas with Talent Heating and Air Conditioning, and you don't have to win a game show to use us. We have free second opinions year-round, and we're doing free service calls with a repair. So just remember, call Talent Heating and Air Conditioning at 256-503-4490 or visit us on our website at talenthvac.com.
There's power in caring when it is put into action. Each year, our bankers serve on nonprofit boards, support our local educators, and volunteer with our hometown food bank. I'm Bobby Humphrey, Vice President of Business Development for Bryan Bank, and community service is just not a line item in our mission statement. It's who we are. Because after all, Alabama is our home too. That kind of commitment to community might not be what you would expect from a bank, but it's exactly what you can expect from us. Give us a call or stop by one of our 2 offices in the Huntsville area and experience unbeatable service and legendary results.
Bryan Bank Equal Housing Lender, NMLS ID 2428943, member FDIC.
Join us next week for SEC Media Days 4 days, 16 teams. SEC Media Days coverage with Talkin' Ball, Tom Abraham, and The Drive. SEC football lives on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
All right, 8:26 here on a Monday morning. We're holding fort. The Sports Med Stadium Club here inside Toyota
and Sports
Field.
Med, our great
you got
sponsor,
your
gave
water.
us some,
hey, I know where you need.
H2O.
I know where you need to be July 21st.
Tampa, Florida.
No, yeah, we will be in Tampa, Florida for SEC Media Days. But I know where you need to at night, so we can do SEC Media Days during the day.
Right.
Then you need to get on the 97.7 jet, which, by the way, is a fantastic new piece of travel thing that we have, courtesy of, I don't know, it's courtesy of somebody. But you need to be in Atlanta on July 21st for the Braves game.
Why?
Because your favorite player has a bobblehead night.
Who?
Ho-Sung Kim.
No, I'll pass. Unless they let me take a baseball bat to all of them.
He has a bobblehead night on July 21st.
Man, the bobblehead will have a higher batting average than he does. I mean, you want to talk about worthless and worthlesser, Jerickson Profar and Hyung-Sung Kim.
How about that, though? How about that? He has a bobblehead night. He's batting, what, a 0.69?
Less than a buck.
You know what would be great, though, is if he was batting 0.67. That would be awesome. That would be awesome, because then all the kids could go, anyway,
please get a hit.
256-576-4977. I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
Good Lord.
I thought you could get a kick out of that. You could go to SEC Football Media Days, do all the interviews on Tuesday.
Why can't they just give an impromptu Brewer Hickman bobblehead night?
And then it's Jermaine Dupree on the 22nd.
Oh. Back in the day.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. And then on the 30th, though, on the 30th of July is the Andrew Jones National Baseball Hall of Fame bobblehead giveaway.
Nah, I can handle some of that.
Could you?
Because he could actually play.
Ho-Sung Kim bobblehead day on July 21st. Drew is going to take the 97.7 jet from Tampa to Atlanta to get one because he needs one bad.
Well, might just, if Brewer's still called up, I might just tell Brewer to break one in half and then send it to me.
All right, I tell you, by the way, I know you did mention it, but Ronald Acuna Jr. and Ha-Sung Kim, though, they're going to begin their rehab assignment with the FCL, the Florida Coast League Braves, beginning today.
Well,
both of them will begin that rehab assignment today.
Hopefully Acuna can be back quickly, and wish they could just cut Kim.
All right, I tell you what, it's 8:30. I know we just got back, but let's get back on schedule and let's get a break in. When we come back, we do have some college football to talk about, and it deals with the Michigan Wolverines. We'll talk about that and continue to count down towards our Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, which is today live from Sports Med Stadium Club here at Toyota Field.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. You're listening to Talkin' Ball on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. travel accommodations for 97.7 ESPN The Zone, provided by University Kia. Your Fox 54 weather.
I'm Fox 54 Weather Impact meteorologist Emily Owen. A few passing showers could be possible for this Monday night across the Tennessee Valley. Low temperatures will be falling into the low 70s for the overnight. Heading into our Tuesday, another day full of rain and thunderstorms. High temperatures warm into the mid-80s for the afternoon.
Your Fox 54 weather, only on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
These days, saving time is important, and saving money is even more so. That's where Eagle Masonry and Insulation comes in. Over the years, Eagle has expanded their services to meet the needs of folks like you in our area. If you need masonry, brick, stone, or block work, Eagle should be your first call. They can even help if your property needs grading, erosion control, and Eagle can handle dirt haul-off. Call Eagle Masonry and Insulation today at 256-755-1556. Eagle saves you time, and Eagle saves you money. Specializing in simple and affordable rentals, McCurry Van and Car Rental can make sure you have just the right vehicle for your next family vacation, weekend getaway, or if you just need transportation while your vehicle is being repaired. McCurry carries Ford Transit vans and Mercedes Sprinter vans, trucks and work vans, and more. And they offer discounted rental rates for long-term rentals. Now with 4 locations: Athens, Muscle Shoals, Coleman, and Huntsville. Log on McCurryRentals.com to make your reservation now. That's McCurryRentals.com.
Are you tired of chasing a roofing contractor to show up on time, or even show up at all? I'm Sam Fleming with Fleming Roofing and Restoration. Our motto at Fleming Roofing is "We show up." Our goal at Fleming Roofing is to provide the reliable customer service that you deserve, and we have the resources to meet all of your roofing needs: residential, commercial, industrial, replacement, or repairs. We are manufacturer certified for roof coatings, single-ply membranes, and asphalt shingles. Whenever you need a roofing professional you can count on, call Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We are committed to finding the solution that meets your needs. We don't have quotas or heavy-handed sales tactics. Fleming Roofing, we have expert experience. We show up. Free estimates, residential, commercial, industrial, replacement, or repairs. Check us out at FlemingHSV.com. FlemingHSV.com. When you need a quick response, it's Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
Baumhauer's Restaurant, legendary food and legendary fun. Whether you're craving the freshest seafood from Alabama's Gulf Coast, juicy chicken or char-grilled steaks seared to suck into perfection, you're craving Baumhauer's Restaurant. Add to that a sports-themed atmosphere and HD flat screens every place you look. For a sneak peek at the menu, go to Baumhauers.com. Legendary food, legendary fun. Baumhauer's Restaurant.
Forgiveness. Wow, what a word. What a gift. All of us have done things in our lives that we regret. All of us have done things that are disobedient. All of us have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Thank God for his forgiveness. Thank God that he separates our sins as far as the east is from the west and remembers them no more. Hey, I'm John Dees, pastor of Cross Point Church, smack dab across the street from the YMCA in Madison. Check us out at cpcfamily.org.
Join us next week for SEC Media Days, 4 days, 16 teams. SEC Media Days coverage with Talkin' Ball, Tom Abraham, and The Drive. SEC football lives on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
34 here on a Monday morning. It's the Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Days from the Sports Med Stadium Club here at Toyota Field. And our goal today, starting here in a little bit, is to get 17 high schools. We'll have all 17 Madison City, Madison County, private Huntsville City schools coming through us today. 17 schools in all. And could not do this without a lot of people, especially Fleming Roofing and Restoration. But Hayden Henderson from SportsMed Orthopedic Surgery and Spine Center here with us as well.
Sponsor.
Yeah, big part of our show here in the mornings. And Hayden, thank you for sitting with us. And I know we're talking high school football, and we got a lot of high school football to get to, but I got to get your thoughts real fast because I keep seeing it on social media. How cool is it for you? You played football at UNA. To see Bank Independent Stadium about 95% done, the turf is getting ready to be installed. For you, a UNA Lion, how cool is that to see that on-campus stadium finally being built?
Man, it's incredible, right?
Of course, you're going to miss Brawley Stadium. There's so much history in Brawley.
Are you going to – did you miss – I mean, would you miss it?
Yeah, I mean, I think just so much tradition in Brawley Stadium, right? There's been so many ball games won, national championship games being played there. But how cool is it knowing that there's going to be a stadium right in the middle of campus, Bank Independent Stadium, and they're going to be rocking and rolling on Saturdays?
Well, Scott and I went by there last year, and it was crazy because – they were the skeleton was up, and they were doing a lot of work. But it was so cool watching to see, and then talking to their administrators and Coach Dr. Josh Looney, and how they had set it up to the point where it's going to be down in that hole. And then you come out of the tunnel. They were showing us how it would work, how you would walk over to the stadium, and how the players would come through. It was really neat. I mean, they were still a lot of cranes and all the stuff around, but you could see the skeleton of it. Now it's a lot further along than that. This was over a year ago.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the baseball field was done. They've done a lot of stuff to, of course, the former Flowers Hall basketball-wise. But seeing that football stadium take shape was cool as all get out, man. And having it – because, I mean, we were going into Florence, and I was like, Scott, I hadn't seen it. See, we hadn't been there. We'd been there a couple of years before, and I was like, where are they going to put it? Like, I was like, I know they have a place, but where's it going to go? And then to see it and see how that everything was taking shape, man, it's awesome.
Yeah, and I think that's what's going to be so cool about this new stadium. It's going to be new traditions, right, of you talking about how the guys are going to enter the stadium, knowing that's how we used to enter the practice field, right?
Yep.
So really looking forward to what that stadium's going to bring for the community, ex-ball players like myself, and just being able to go back and watch those guys just take full advantage of what that community's done for these guys to make that happen. It's really, really exciting is what it is.
Hard to believe we're here, and hard to believe that when we talk about week 0 of the college football season, I know we're still going to talk high school football, but to have UNA and Samford play at Wicks Family Field on week 0 of the college football season. I mean, we all talk about getting the college football started with Alabama and Auburn, but Samford and UNA will start on week 0 here in Huntsville. We are going to have week 0 college football here.
Can't wait for that, man.
It gives me chills, right? I mean, it truly does. It fires me up because those guys truly don't know how great they have it for those 4 to 5 years that they get to play, get to travel, get to load up, go to play at a different stadium like Wicks Field, which is another beautiful place to play at. So, those guys just got to take full advantage of it and get after it on Saturdays.
You miss playing the game?
Yeah, I miss it every single day. I miss more being around the guys, right? The locker room, the road trips, the ball games that are won. Bobby Wallace did a phenomenal job when he laid a foundation. And it's just cool to see all those guys so successful now, coaching, doing different things out in the world. So, shout out to Coach Wallace and Coach Gross.
Bobby Wallace was great. Coach Cody Gross settling in as a high school coach. But, I mean.
Yeah, we're blessed to have a good relationship with him at Athens, and we reach out to him. He's always been good to us. And then, and I want to see UNA continue to get better. I will say this is not football related, but it's already paying off for the baseball program and Coach Pragniak because they were 1 win away from going to the regionals on the Division I level. Yep. And so that baseball field and that facility that they've built for themselves and the new one is going to continue to pay off for them in the long run. So I think the best days are ahead for UNA baseball on the Division I level. It takes a while to get your feet when you move up, but it took Jack State a while, but UNA is on that cusp, and now they just got to get football, and I think the facility now that will be built is going to help them recruit and going to help them compete, and this game with Samford is going to be on a neutral field, hopefully a great crowd. I love Wicks Field, what they've done to it, and I know I would have loved to have been on that field, and I've been down on it, but I'm just saying I can only imagine how cool it is to play on.
The atmosphere.
I mean, trust me, I went to the old Joe Davis, but there was still a baseball field, and so you're running through infield dirt.
You had pine straw and stuff on the field.
See, I didn't get the Joe Davis. I was running around as a ball kid, when my dad was the head football coach at Sparkman High School, running around on Joe Davis thinking this was the coolest thing ever, right? And then, man, Drew, you getting old on us, aren't you?
Yeah, God almighty.
When I first got here, I mean, they would have it was a wooden, I believe it was wooden goalpost that they would put up there at Milton at Joe Davis.
And trust me, you were running through the infield.
And you were running through the infield, and every now and then they would put straw down or whatever over the dirt just to try to, get some grass going or something there.
I think I heard a couple referees one time say safe, and my dad's sitting there like, we're playing a football game, not a baseball game.
Well,
right?
I mean, your dad's coached long enough. I mean, heck, I'm old enough to have been. And it was actually my favorite place to go watch a game was Goldsmith Schiffman.
Oh, 100%.
It was so small, but it was you were right on top of everything.
You talking about Goldsmith? I remember my senior year playing Hazel Green over there, and you're out there in warm-ups, and it's still got that hump to it in the middle of the field.
In the middle of
and
the
you're
crown.
like, holy cow. If you hit that wrong, that's a torn ACL.
And the locker rooms weren't locker rooms.
No. It was a steam sauna, whatever you want to call it.
It was like a metal building. They put like shipping containers out there.
Yeah.
They put like shipping containers in one of the end zones or whatever and said, here's your locker room.
Good luck. But, you talk about high school football. It's going to be an exciting year for, these private schools and their different schedules as well. Like looking over schedules the past few weeks for our doctors to be covering sideline. There's going to be a lot of different ball games being played.
Yeah.
So it's definitely exciting to see that, and a lot of travel is going to be happening.
It's going to take a lot to get used to. Looking at those schedules and seeing, we were going over it.
Scott and I are already having to remind ourselves.
The state calling it Independent A, double A, and then you got Region A, Class
and now
whatever.
we got only 6A again.
Yeah, it's taken a lot to get used to.
Yeah, but I know your dad is coaching at ARAB. It didn't affect those bigger schools as much as far as scheduling and then it was more an effect of the smaller schools and then of course the private schools and the travel.
Right. Yep. So it's definitely exciting to see. I know our doctors are excited.
Talk about that. Just to get ready for a new football season.
What we do, we provide a doctor on the sideline on Friday nights during football season to provide that medical coverage. Not only do we have those athletic trainers there that we work hand in hand, but it's also good to have an orthopedic surgeon there as well. So we really get those guys out on the sideline, allow them to be able to be seen, be there for the athletes, but also relaying that message that we do have a Saturday clinic if a kid does get hurt on a Friday night, that they're rolling into our clinic from about 8 to 9, 8 to 10 on a Saturday morning. That way we can get them evaluated and go ahead and get ahead of the game so we can get them seen about and get them back out doing what they love to do.
Well, thanks for bringing us the beverage because Drew was parched.
Yeah, I'm saying Drew's already killed about 4 or 5 of them.
he was parched, and we can't have him be parched.
Yes.
We use big words here.
Let me look that up in the dictionary.
Hayden Henderson, kind enough to sit in with us for a few minutes. High school football. This is a fantastic day, and we appreciate you for stopping by.
Well, hey, we appreciate everything that you guys do. We're blessed to be a small part of everything that y'all do in the community, guys. So we really appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you too. I'm glad to see that your dad's still coaching, and I had a really good experience a couple years ago. Steve and I went up there and did an ARAB Madison Academy game, and ARAB took great care of us, and they've got a really nice facility up there now. That City Park is where they play. Turf field. It's a really nice facility, and ARAB got a nice win that night. They've got a good program, and they've got Stafford Willis that's going to Alabama. And I had a chance to see him then. I think he was a sophomore at that point, but his size stood out, and they've got a good program over at ARAB.
They do.
No doubt.
They're doing a great thing, and that new high school is going to be up here in the next year and a half, 2 years at the most. So that's exciting for that community as well.
No doubt.
Let's get a break in. When we come back,
guys.
we'll see if we can grab Mark Russell, the executive director of the Huntsville Sports Commission. We'll talk more high school football coming up next.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. You're listening to Talkin' Ball on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
Great food and the best live entertainment is what it's all about at the Furniture Factory Bar and Grill. Head to downtown Huntsville every Tuesday for karaoke on the only outdoor karaoke stage in North Alabama. Thursday night is the Valley's longest running and biggest bike night. Food and drink specials, giveaways, and live music on the patio. And the Furniture Factory menu is fully loaded with options from steaks to salads, plus a whole lot more. Featuring a weekday happy hour that starts at 3. 619 Meridian Street, downtown Huntsville, and online at FurnitureFactoryBarGrill.com.
You invest in your customers with your heart, soul, and skill. Well, it's time to invest in yourself with the next generation Cat 255 compact track loaders from Thompson Tractor. After all, those who give their best deserve the best. And this machine has it all. With features that include a more powerful engine, tri-axle truck loading capabilities, a spacious cab, and a smooth ride for all-day comfort. Thompson Tractor knows how much value you place on your customers' satisfaction. It's how you build your business. It's also how we build ours. Since 1957, hardworking folks like you have counted on Thompson to provide the absolute best lineup of equipment in the industry, all backed by a customer service and product support team that time and again have proven to be second to none. It's all about maintaining peak performance. Always has been, always will be. Visit ThompsonTractor.com for details. Thompson Tractor, we're here for you.
You've got to experience Toyotathon at Bill Penny Toyota. They've got the selection with over 700 new Toyotas to choose from. And they've got the extras with Bill Penny perks and a 10-year unlimited warranty. So get on over to Bill Penny Toyota today and experience Toyotathon. Bill Penny Toyota in Huntsville and online at BillPennyToyota.com. Bill Penny's Toyota 10-year unlimited warranty is valid through the 10th year of ownership. Valid on new vehicles only. See dealer for details.
Welcome to Kern Electrical, where teamwork powers every project. Our champion sales team takes time to understand your needs, tailoring the perfect Generac generator for your home or business. Our project managers handle all coordination, ensuring a tackle-free installation. Our certified installation crews ensure peace of mind, even in the darkest moments. With our service and maintenance lineups, you can be assured we're with you every step of the way. Experience the home team advantage of Kern Electrical, your Generac superstore.
Most current way to keep your power on. GeneracSuperstore.com.
Your Rocket City Trash Pandas are back home July 21st through the 26th. Promotions include an adult jersey giveaway on the 22nd, a beverage belt giveaway on the 23rd, and Pirate and Princess Night on the 24th. Get your tickets and learn more about our weekly promos by visiting tptix.com. That's tptix.com.
This segment of Talkin' Ball is brought to you by University Kia, the #1 volume Kia dealer in the state of Alabama. Located online at universitykia.com.
Hi, welcome back. Talking Ball, 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Scott Tyson, Judy Arman. It's our Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day live from SportsMed Field here at the SportsMed Stadium Club, Toyota Field SportsMed Stadium Club. And we had Hayden Henderson with SportsMed before. Now coming out of the break, we get the executive director of the Huntsville Sports Commission, our good friend Mark Russell, who sits in with us. And I believe, Mark, you've had a busy day today already. High school football was at the officials.
Yeah, last night was our first referee meeting of the year, so it always starts the season for us. And
yeah,
it starts then. We talk about rules and all, and goes all the way through really to December at the state championship.
Some new are there some new rules for high school football?
Just a few new ones. If you remember correctly, that in high school you couldn't wear your play card on your belt, and it was always crazy that. So every kid would wear it on their belt. We would have to take the time and say, you got to wear it on your wrist. Everybody would fight about it. And it was just because every college player wears it on their belt. And so for I don't know why, but somehow the National Federation has finally decided it's safe to wear it on your belt. Before it was a safety issue.
Okay.
And so that's a good rule. I mean, that's a good changes.
Yeah.
It's a different game than college. It's a different game than NFL, but the more similarities we can have in the rules like that, it really helps us because people yell and scream at us all the time about
really?
Everybody knows the college rules from watching on TV and watching Alabama and every rule being dissected so many different ways. And so it's hard for us when we enforce rules that aren't the same as in college.
And then, again, like you said, it's hard to believe, but another season upon you. I mean, how many years is this for you officiating now?
This is my 30th.
Wow. So this is a
big
milestone.
Yeah.
Yeah. There it is.
Years.
Yeah, that's kind of that's a big milestone for a high school official. That's kind of they give you a special
Yeah.
card that you've made it 30 years. I've still got some more in me, but and I still enjoy really all of it. But I am getting older, and things change, and you get to be that old man where you're like, why are they doing that? And
We were reminiscing a little bit in the last segment, and you've been doing this for 30 years on games being played at the old Joe Davis Stadium.
Yeah. I ref there.
The infield.
Actually, Hayden's dad,
Yeah.
Coach Henderson,
Yeah.
when he was at Sparkman, we disqualified him from a game, and I remember looking in the dugout, and he was in the dugout, and I had to go over and tell him he couldn't be in the dugout, but it was the actual dugout.
Yeah, the dugout.
Yeah, he was like in the tunnel looking at us. I was like, man, you can't be there.
That's awesome.
I told you, straight through the infield, brother.
Yeah, straight through the infield.
Yeah. It was a unusual place to play. It wasn't my favorite place, but
Really?
But the band sounded good in there. There was some cool stuff about it. The press box was in a weird location.
Yeah, it was.
Well, let me ask you: Have you officiated at Wicks yet?
Yeah, I opened it up. I was the first one.
Okay,
in there.
I couldn't remember, but I really like it. I like the way it sets up. I can't wait for UNA Samford, but I really enjoyed. I got to call a few games last year, and I really enjoyed the atmosphere, the way they set the stadium up. It's a little smaller.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a Goldsmith on steroids, except it's modern. And that's what I like.
And that's
about
the way,
it.
I mean, as much as I'd like to say high school football draws 15,000 people, it doesn't much in Alabama. You know? So that stadium is what I consider right size for high school football in today's climate. Hopefully it won't be forever, and it certainly wasn't in the 1960s and all that. But right today, Joe Davis Stadium, Wicks Family Field, is a great place to play football.
We know the start of high school football season is coming. We know the start of the college football season is coming. But with the start of high school football also means the start of cross country, the start of volleyball, and that also kind of is like an unofficial kickoff of a new year for the Huntsville Sports Commission.
Yes, it is, and we're excited about all the things. You've already mentioned UNA Samford. That's the first time we've ever hosted college football. Obviously, I work with Alabama A&M all the time. They're a great football program here, but this will be interesting for us to host UNA at Wicks Family Field. There's a lot that goes into it. We've had a lot of planning meetings, making sure that we have the field ready for NCAA. An event, we obviously know how to do it for high school, but there are different field requirements.
What do they? I mean, what do you guys have to do?
The posts are different. Goalposts are narrow. Hash marks are in different places. You got to have different room on the sideline, things like that. And we're just going through and making sure we got all that done.
Yeah.
And then we want to provide a great experience for the teams, and how can we do that? What can we add? And we work with how to work with college officials. What do they need? Replay equipment. We've got to get all that in and ready that we normally don't have to do. And so it's going to be exciting. We think UNA and Samford will be good for our community. We have a lot of alumni base in there, and hopefully we will sell it out, and they will have a great game, and it'll be a lot of fun for our citizens.
Well, and we had UNA up here for our Rocket City Awards, and I just love Dr. Josh Looney and what he's accomplished already in his few short years there. He has such a vision for UNA athletics. The football field's nearly done, and now to be willing to travel up here to play a game, I mean, it's just huge. And I think it's going to be big for the community. And I know you guys are going to do a great job, and if it goes off without a hitch, hopefully it'll become an annual thing where we can have maybe a 1AA kind of matchup every year that I think would be exciting.
Yeah, it'd be great, but I don't want to sell Alabama A&M football short. It's a fabulous event. I go to a lot of the games, home games, and they are what I would say events. There's a lot going on. The bands are just fantastic, and we've got a lot to sell up there in North Huntsville. We need to get
Sam Shea doing a fantastic
job. He joined us every week last year. We really enjoyed that, and we hope to do that again.
Yeah, so I'm hoping they get some wins and have a great season.
Well, I know you're getting ready for that football game, but there's going to be plenty of cross-country meets coming along. I know you guys are working hard to get some of those back, and you've got Gulf South Conference soccer. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the months of October, November, and December that if people are around the area, there's no shortage of events to go and see along with high school football.
Yes, and definitely we're a great host for cross country. We have a wonderful cross country course. We bring in some of the best runners in the United States, and Alabama has a very strong program. They've had incredible runners the last couple of years. As you all know, we run a lot of events because you usually announce them for us. So for the Sports Commission, that means a lot of 5 a.m. wake-up calls, really 4 a.m. wake-up calls on Saturday morning. And the staff likes to get out to watch football, so they have a lot of pressure on themselves as soon as that race is over
to be done and get ready to watch some college football.
But we've hosted NCAA Division I regionals. We're hosting the Division II championship. We're hosting junior college national championships. We're hosting some high-level meets. And, again, we have Huntsville High has a great running program.
Yeah.
They have a great meet.
The Southern
Showcase. And Jacksonville State has the college part of it. We're going to do a nighttime race again. So
That was fantastic this past year. I mean, a nighttime cross-country race, and it was like, 9 o'clock or 8:45 at night it started. And, I mean, it was so cool to see them running John Hunt Park there at night.
Yeah, and the team that won was from Texas, and they normally don't come here, but they came just for the nighttime event, so that was really cool, and that's what we want to have happen.
Yeah.
We want teams from that normally don't race to come here for that.
Yep. Well, Mark, we appreciate the sponsorship, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Mark. Mark Russell, Executive Director of the Huntsville Sports Commission, sitting in with us. We're going to say goodbye to Hour 2 and kick off Hour number 3 of Talking Ball, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
The LG software team brings you Bamboo HR. Bamboo streamlines everything from hiring to offboarding and eliminating manual HR tasks.
With Bamboo, our customers have saved time, stay organized, and keep employees happier with a seamless HR experience.
This is unique to Huntsville and Birmingham, and I urge you to ask about it.
Just ask anyone.
Tom Abraham here for my friends at All About Water. Crazy name, huh? Well, let me introduce you to them. All About Water is the top pond builder anywhere in the Tennessee Valley, and that includes remodeling or cleaning out existing ponds as well. They also have monthly maintenance plans for your pond. Don't have a pond? Well, how about a fountain or water feature for your property to bring that soothing sound of running water to your happy place? On the other hand, maybe you have water on your property that you don't want. Well, Ryan at All About Water is all about water, so he could take care of that as well. He has a background in fluid dynamics, and what that means is that he could take care of any water issue that you have. Finally, how about that irrigation system that you have or that you want? Well, they do installs and maintenance and repairs on those as well because they are all about water. Learn more at allaboutwaterllc.com. That's allaboutwaterllc.com.
Have you tried indoor golf yet? You need to check out The Golfus. The Golfus is Huntsville's newest, nicest, and only multi-location indoor golf venue. Spend an hour on the virtual range working on your game or play more than 2,000 golf courses. Our grand opening pricing makes us the best value in town. And if you really love it, grab a limited time, unlimited golf membership for only $99 a month. Get all of the details at thegolfus.com.
This hour of Talkin' Ball is brought to you by Hyundai Decatur, located on the Beltline.
In the market for a new or used car? Look no further than Hyundai of Decatur. With a large inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned Hyundai models, Greenway Hyundai of Decatur is here to service all of your Hyundai needs. Come visit our exceptional service department as well. With state-of-the-art facilities and a caring team of automotive professionals waiting to service your vehicle, make Hyundai of Decatur your #1 choice for all your automotive needs. Give them a call today at 256-274-0279 or visit them online at greenwayhyundaiofdecatur.com.
Welcome to Talkin' Ball with Scott Tyson and Drew DeArmond. Call into the Neighbors Wealth Management Hotline now, 256-576-4977. That's 256-576-4977. Now, here's Scott and Drew.
Back. It's hour number 3 of Talking Ball, the third and final hour. This has been fun, has it not? I mean, we've had Hayden Henderson on from SportsMed. We've had Mark Russell, the executive director of the Huntsville Sports Commission, and they are here. The Huntsville Sports Commission is here. They're going to do some photography for us for the day. So I mean, this is fantastic. A big thank you again to Jonathan Gorey from Metro Diner giving us our chicken finger lunches. We tried to come up with a number of how many chicken fingers he's going to cook for us today, and we've estimated between 200 to 250 chicken fingers is what Jonathan Gorey and his staff from Metro Diner are cooking for us today as they're providing us the lunch. Why? Well, it's because it's the 2026 Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Days coming to you live from Toyota Field inside the SportsMed Stadium Club. So we are less than an hour away from this whole thing getting underway, and we've got 8 schools coming to you in our morning session, and then in our afternoon session we got 9 schools, 17 schools in all today.
Yeah, it's always we cover all 17, both public and private, in Madison County, and we're looking forward to them. We believe they're going to begin arriving in this hour around 9:30, and between 9:30 and 9:45, and Tech was texting with all the coaches last night to make sure everybody knew, the itinerary and what was going on in the location where we were, and we've made this kind of our home for.
Well, it's got a lot
high
of
school
space.
Football Media Day, and it's a ton of space up here. Toyota Field's a beautiful place, and the one good thing, some of the kids haven't been here a lot, if at all, and a lot of times they like to get a chance to get a look at the stadium, and it's a really nice experience. And sometimes you can see us on the Parkway because that we'll have our WZZN TV.
It's supposed to be on the Jumbotron. We should be on the Jumbotron right now.
Yeah, we may end up on the Jumbotron later. So try to be Natalie clad today and looking sharp. And certainly we appreciate Hayden Henderson and SportsMed for their sponsorship. We appreciate the Huntsville Sports Commission and Mark Russell. He's, as he just told everybody, he's a 30-year official in high school football. He was also a really good player at Huntsville High and grew up here. And the Huntsville Sports Commission is so big in promoting high school athletics and competition here, and we love them being a part of this. And it's always great to kick off our high school football coverage with this event each year, and it's continuing to grow. And we appreciate everybody coming out. And we're going to have local media coverage here today, including especially us. We're going to put all 17 of these teams on our airwaves, and we look forward to starting that this hour.
And I'm trying to think. Let's see here. So Seth Parker will be making his debut. This is the first time that this is making that move from Priceville.
Yeah, he's back home now. He's been an assistant coach and a player at Bob Jones, but he will be a first-year head coach. And so
look at this. They're getting ready to fire us up.
Wow.
But this is the first time that he will be making
the worm.
I'm trying to think of and David O'Connor will be making his debut. So we'll have David O'Connor from Hazel Green. He'll be making his first media day debut. What other coaches do we have that's new?
Yeah, we're gonna have new coaches at New Hope. Scott Peavy will be coming. He of course formerly was at Etowah, but before that he had some really good years at Madison County. But Scott Peavy is taking over for Michael Harper at New Hope. Michael Harper now an OC over in the Sunshine State in Florida. But Scott Peavy is bringing his team here. Lee High School is coming with Navindra Woods.
Yes.
Navindra, of course, the last few years has been a DC at Huntsville High School. Did a great job last year, I thought, for Jimmy Gay. And so Navindra Woods will be coming with Lee.
Made his debut.
You mentioned David O'Connor. He's already been at Lee High School and at the Buckhorn in our community. Will be at Hazel Green after.
We did not have the media days when he was there. He's coming from Giles, back from Giles County.
He's had two very successful stints at Giles County.
Yes.
He did win a state championship there, so we're very excited for that opportunity. And those will be the new coaches. Everybody else will be, at least in their second season. But the new ones will definitely be at New Hope, certainly Hazel Green and Lee. So we look forward to those being here. And all of those new coaches will be in our morning session.
Yes.
So we will be hearing from all of them and looking forward to that.
All right, that's coming up here in a little bit. 256-576-4977. There's still time. If you would like to, feel free to join us here on the phone lines this morning as we are here at Toyota Field. And I want to get this out of the way because it is something to talk about. The University of Michigan, they spent $11 million with a law firm to investigate everything that happened with the Sharon Moore situation there at Michigan. They spent $11 million to do this. Well, now it is coming out, and I would probably, you might expect this within the week, I would say, that somebody's going to have to take the fall for everything that happened there at the University of Michigan. And it does appear that Ward Manuel is one that is probably
the lead crookerine
is going to have to take a lot of blame for everything that happened, because there are reports within the last 24 hours. The reports coming out of Ann Arbor is that Ward Manuel, his future with the school will be on the agenda when the Michigan Regents meet this week. So his future at Michigan is in jeopardy, and a lot of that is because of the investigation that happened after and how everything that went on with the Sharon Moore situation there in Ann Arbor.
Notice how they didn't mention what happened the last 2 or 3 years under Jim Harbaugh. There was a lot going on. Certainly Sharon Moore had his own TMZ situation, but
yes, he did
with Wild Stallions over there, Connor Wild Stallions. We don't call them the Crookerines for nothing. So there's been a lot going on and not good for Michigan football.
Right, and
certainly basketball, defending national champs. Rough that they lost Dusty May to the NBA to the Dallas Mavericks, but they've also given Michael Boynton now a 2-year contract.
Yeah, the interim tag is gone.
Yeah, he's not interim. He'll be there at least a couple years, and so we'll see if he can keep it going with Michigan. Tough shoes to fill, because Dusty May did an amazing job in 2 years and won a national championship. He's been able to retain the roster so far,
right?
So we'll see if there's any drop off with Michigan.
You say tough shoes to fill.
Yeah.
Should we use that when it comes to replacing coaches in today's world? Because you got the transfer portal, it's back. I can see it. When you were solely, especially on the football side, when you were solely surviving on recruiting, you were solely surviving on building your program through recruiting. You needed to get the 4 stars, you needed to get the 5 stars, especially in basketball. You needed to get the 4s, you needed to get the 5s. You need to build a program, and there would be tough shoes to fill. Do we look at that in today's world and say, okay, look, because you can go out in the portal and you can do a Lane Kiffin and spend $50 million and bring a whole new team in, you can do X, Y, and Z now. Are there tough shoes to fill when it comes to replacing coaches?
Yes, it's still a coach's game. It's still, I know money, you think you can go out there and buy a roster, but if they don't trust the coach, then you're not going to get the type of player you need. So the coach matters still. It's still 110% a coach's game. Because, you know, if you hire the wrong coach, like last night, I was having trouble sleeping. So what did I do? I got a chance to.
Did you watch some horse racing?
No, hell no. I watched the fourth quarter, the entire fourth quarter of Alabama LSU in 1998, and it just brought back so many memories of how bad a football coach Mike DeBose was. Alabama won the game, but it was like watching Mutt and Jeff coach. Because Jerry DiNardo was in his last days at LSU,
right?
And he was coaching against Mike DeBose, and it was like watching Dumb and Dumber go against each other.
Hey, now Mike DeBose won an SEC championship
the next year and beat Steve Spurrier twice.
Yes, he did. I was at that one in '99. He won.
I mean, it's like, you know, if we could start it would be like Gene Chizik, Mike DeBose, and Ed Ogeron. They all
Which
won
one of those
championships.
three would you take to lead your program? You had to pick one. Which one of those three? I know we talked about Ogeron and Chizik.
I'd just drop it.
Look, all of them have won an SEC championship.
If you made me,
all of them have won a national.
I would pick the Hummer.
Two of the three have won a national championship.
I would pick the Hummer if I had to pick one, but I'd rather just abstain. You know.
Well, look, you can make a point that Ed Orgeron, of those three, Ed Orgeron really
had the best
has
team.
had the most. But you go back to USC. Ed Orgeron really wanted that USC job.
He did a good job.
And he did a good job as an interim head coach there, and probably should have been given a chance.
He's the best recruiter.
He's the best recruiter,
Yeah.
and I mean, look, he did assemble. I mean, he walked into it, but he did assemble a great coaching staff at LSU and had success.
Yeah.
I mean, and Ole Miss is a hard place to win at. Back, you know, when pre-NIL. I mean, Ole Miss is a hard place to win at.
He still had a lot of really good players at Ole Miss,
I can see why
though.
you would take, of those three, I could see why you would take Ed Orgeron over Gene Chizik and Mike DuBose.
Yeah, because Ed had a lot of really good players at Ole Miss. So if I had to pick one of those three, I'd grit my teeth and I'd take the Hummer. But, I mean, you know, I'd take Ed Orgeron, Coach O. But it would be tough, though, because, like I said, it's he was definitely had some rough edges as a head coach, but he did win a national championship and an SEC title, like you said. So and did do a pretty good job as an interim, taking over for the disaster known as Lane Kiffin. And now they're working together at LSU, reunited after they worked together for a year at Tennessee. It's going to be really fascinating to see, what they do this year at LSU. And it says a lot for Coach O. He loves the Tigers, and he's coming back.
Chief.
Oh, Lord. If Brandon's listening, we're gonna make him almost jump off the ship.
Some real relief.
Well, if you're gonna bring him up,
yeah.
If you're gonna bring him up,
Yes, Coach Orgeron.
It's still one of the greatest songs ever written.
From this dread.
Wow.
Coach O rips his shirt off, and this is what he says.
Oh, boy.
Football.
how many times we've listened to this? It's still
never.
Yes,
It's over 20
never
years
get
old.
old. It can never get old.
Yeah, never.
I mean,
Coach O rips his shirt off again, and then says something strange.
this is. It's almost 20 years old.
It's over 20 years old. That's what he said, Ole Miss Wild Boys.
Colonel Rabbit.
Oh my goodness. Anyway,
great stuff.
I mean, if you're gonna mention him in conversation,
Kojo rips his shirt off, and this is what he says.
if you're gonna keep mentioning him, I mean, you have to go with that. You have to. You have to dig it out of the archives.
Well,
and go
I remembered
with
it from back in the day, and I remember bringing the. You had not heard it, neither had Brandon, and Brandon told me he nearly ran off the road the first time that we put it on the air. I mean, it's just something you'll never forget. I mean, that was during his time at Ole Miss, and again, he had a little bit of success there, but it was his first time ever being a head coach, and he, ironically, it was his first. He got hired and he was the recruiting coordinator and defensive line coach, co-DC at USC. He was with Pete Carroll, and I didn't know a whole lot about Ed Orgeron. I'd heard his name, but he had already made a big-time impact as a recruiter.
Right.
And, he was from South Louisiana, but he was recruiting lights out on the West Coast. Ed Orgeron can recruit anywhere. And, of course, and that led to him getting that opportunity as LSU head coach because he actually, as you mentioned, when he went back to USC to be with Lane Kiffin and then took over the program, he led them to an 8-3 record. And don't forget, he was on the staff at LSU with Les Miles and then was named interim coach. And then they gave him the job because he did, once again, he took an opportunity and for a few years there, he had him, running, at the top of college football. He couldn't sustain it. But again, Orgeron is just, he is an interesting character in the game. At one time I thought Coach Saban was going to hire him as defensive line coach, and I was 110% in favor of that because he's one of the best defensive line coaches and recruiters in the country.
All right, we're going to get a break in. When we come back, we're going to get the New Hope Indians, our first team here on our Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day. They're going to sit down with us next. It's Talking Ball, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. You're listening to Talkin' Ball on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Now, Jimmy, you better not be eating that baseball again.
But Dad, I yearn for the sweet taste of the sport. This is the best that I got.
Well, then, put down that ball and let's head over to the yard for something a little less rubber-y.
Don't eat your glove this season. Take advantage of our Big Zone deals and head on over to the Yard Milkshake Barn right outside of Toyota Field, where you'll find sweet treats like the Biscoff Cheesecake, Sweet Heat Mango, Shirley Temple Floats, and so many more. It's the Yard Milkshake Barn. Make this summer a home run hit.
AL cert number 21014.
Welcome into the hottest and coolest game show around called The Freeze. Today's contestant, Bob. Bob, can you tell me the heating and air business that provides free service with repair?
Is it Talent Heating and Air Conditioning?
Can you tell me which heating and air business provides free second opinions?
Talent Heating and Air Conditioning.
You are our grand prize winner. You have won a visit from the #1 heating and air business in the Tennessee Valley.
Talent Heating and Air Conditioning?
That's right. Talent Heating and Air is coming to you.
This is Thomas with Talent Heating and Air Conditioning, and you don't have to win a game show to use us. We have free second opinions year-round, and we're doing free service calls with a repair. So just remember, call Talent Heating and Air Conditioning at 256-503-4490 or visit us on our website at talenthvac.com.
Normally, when you call a roofing company, all you hear is, you need a new roof. Not when you call Fleming Roofing and Restoration. Since 1965, the folks at Fleming have been and focused on what you need, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement, commercial or residential. And when it comes to storm damage, you want Fleming on your side. They know all the ins and outs of insurance claims and will guide you through the entire process. Log on FlemingHSV.com and book your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
These days, saving time is important, and saving money is even more so. That's where Eagle Masonry and Insulation comes in. Over the years, Eagle has expanded their services to meet the needs of folks like you in our area. Taking care of your property yourself can be a real headache. Eagle can handle it for you. They offer full landscaping services, irrigation, mowing, bush hog, and can install plants and trees, sod, and even landscape borders. Call Eagle Masonry and Insulation today at 256-755-1556. Eagle saves you time, and Eagle saves you money. The End Zone Sports Bar has done it again. This time, they're bringing their jumbo wings, handcrafted burgers, Tex-Mex, and New York-style pizza to the Midtown District with their new location on McMurtry Drive Northwest opposite the Target Plaza. Tuesdays at the End Zone means half-price burgers, and Wednesday is $1 jumbo wings all day long. The End Zone also features Sunday ticket for all your NFL viewing. The newest End Zone Sports Bar in the Midtown District on McMurtry near the Target Plaza. Get in the End Zone. Ready to go all the way? Cheeseburger Bobby's Grand Slam will get you to home plate with money left in your pocket. Stop by Cheeseburger Bobby's now and get 2 tenders, 2 mozzarella sticks, a cheeseburger slider, fries, and drink for just $13. And if you really want to round the bases and save, get the Cheeseburger Bobby's Zone Deal. $50 worth for just $25. That's better than stealing home. The Cheeseburger Bobby's Zone Deal. On sale Friday at 977ESPN.com.
Want to save some money?
I can take money and I can make it into more money.
Just check out our zone deals online at 977ESPN.com. We are 977 ESPN The Zone.
Back in Talking Ball, 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Scott Tyson, Drudy Armand, welcome in. It is our 2027 Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Days, coming to you live from Toyota Field inside SportsMed Stadium Club here, right along 565. And this is, we said from the beginning, that this is the day where we bring in 17 high schools. We're going to be on the air until 3 o'clock. We're going to get all 17 high schools in. We have every school in Madison County here. We have all the Huntsville City schools, all the Madison City schools, Madison County schools, and all the private schools. Everybody is here today. We'll have all 17 schools, and we said we'd had all of them over the airwaves, and we kick it off. Our first school of the day, the New Hope Indians.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about the 3 new head coaches we're going to have a chance to speak with today, and we're going to have our first here, and that's going to be Scott Peavy. And he did a really nice job for 7 years at Madison County, and then I believe he was at Etowah last year, but he's come back to Madison County to take over the New Hope program, and for our good friend Michael Harper. And it's going to be a new era here of New Hope football. We're looking forward to that, and we've got Coach Peavy and his 2 young men that he's brought with him that we're going to be introduced to. But first, we're going to bring Coach into the show. Coach, welcome back to Madison County and your first high school media day with us. But we look forward to covering you, and welcome, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having us. We appreciate you all having us on the show.
Yeah.
No let's talk about it. Getting settled there at New Hope. How has the transition been? How's the summer been for you?
It's been great. You know, we have a really good, solid group of kids that have worked really, really hard all off season long. And, you know, we've had a little mixture. So, you know, a lot of our kids play a lot of different sports. So,
always.
So it took us a while to see all of them once they all finished their winter and their spring sports. And but our kids have worked really hard this summer. And, you know, we've been to some competitions and done really well. So been really excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we introduce the 2 young men here, talk about the staff. I mean, obviously, when you take over a program, a lot of times the first year is drinking out of a fire hose. You're trying to get familiar with the community, your kids, and your staff, but kind of talk about what you've been able to put together so far.
Yeah, I've been really excited about that. It took a while to get everybody going, but we've got a really good group of guys. My son, I got to hire him.
Nice.
He's been working with me for the last 5 years, and so he'll be our offensive coordinator. That's Jack Peavy, and you know, he played at Madison County with us here as well. And then I hired another guy from Madison County that played for me named Brock Mitchell. He's coming from Buckhorn, And then we got Matt Houston, who's been in this area, just came from Bob Jones, and is a local guy that's been on staff. Dusty Yarbrough, that's fantastic. He coached all these guys when they were youth. And when you go into somewhere, you got to try to keep some hometown guys, and then there's been some other guys on staff, and we hired a guy, Coach Palmer from DAR, whose wife actually works at the school system as well. So we were glad to get him as well. And who else am I forget? Coach Maples has been on staff. He's a New Hope guy. Went to New Hope, and so we're lucky to keep him on board too.
Well, the part of the thrill of coming to the media days is to get to do everything, but it's kind of an honor thing too as well. And just talk about the two individuals that you were selected to bring here today.
Well, it's really hard, is to just pick a couple guys. And we have some guys that have done a fantastic job, but, we have a couple guys that are 3-year starters in the program, and one of them has spoken here before, and Harrison's actually changing positions, but he's, done a fantastic job in everything we've asked him to do as far as his leadership role, his, just the work that he's put into the program. So we're very fortunate. And like I said, Lucas he's been here before, so he's been the leader of the program before I got here. So he's continuing to do that as well. So they've represented the school really well. And again, it's hard to pick just a couple because we have some other guys, and we have a running back that's a special kid, and Gavin Runlett too. That, like I said, when it's just picking a few that, they're doing a great job leading our program.
Yeah, they are, and they're both here, and then we'll have them introduce themselves. Both of these guys, 3-year starters, as Coach Peavy said, and rising seniors. And first of all, I believe this is Harrison McGowan here. How are you doing, man? And how does it feel to represent your school here at Media Day today?
I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's a great honor. I'm glad that our coach is able to pick me. I'm just glad to be here. I'm glad to get to represent New Hope in the community and everything like that.
And he mentioned something key. Now, talk about the position change you're going through.
Gotcha. So last year, I've ever since rec league, I played center, and this year I got moved to fullback, and I'm also playing middle linebacker this year as well.
Talk about taking the bull by the horn, so to speak. Senior year, new coach, getting everybody in. I mean, because there's a new way of doing things. I mean, not that the old way was not right, but there's just a different way of doing things as far as coaching go. But talk about getting everyone on the same page.
I mean, everyone's meshed really well with Coach Peavy. Everyone came in. Us seniors got together before we came in, and we talked. We need to get everybody on the same page as soon as possible. Want to make it as easy for him and easier it is for him, easier it is for us to work together, get on the same page. So we've just we've sat down, we've talked, and between coach, between players, and it's just we've all meshed really well together since Coach Peavy came in.
And then Lucas, and we're going to hear from you, Lucas Terry. Second year for you to represent the New Hope Indians. Talk about that and talk about your role going into this senior season for yourself.
Yeah, it means a lot being able to represent 2 years in a row. And the role, a little different role this year, but it's whatever's best for the team.
Yeah, so you guys talked during, and when the coaches aren't around, and you guys talked about everything, getting used to coach and getting used to the new system and everything. What were some of the things that you guys mentioned as a team? Not that the coaches mentioned to you guys, but you guys as a team that you wanted to check off this year as far as the New Hope program?
Yeah, us seniors, we've been together for a while, and we haven't really had a lot of success, and we've really been doing stuff our own way in the past, and it hasn't been working for us. So we're all trying to buy in and listen to what Coach Peavy's saying. If we buy in, they'll take us there.
Yeah. Well, and obviously, Lucas, Harrison's going to play both ways. Talk about the positions you're going to play. Are you going to be a two-way guy for New Hope, and just kind of let the listeners know what your role is going to be?
Not really sure about a two-way. It's a possibility, but not really sure about that yet.
We'd like him to be for sure. He's super athletic, and I saw that one of the first days I was there. We had a student-faculty basketball game, and really early in the game, he jumps up and two-hand dunks, and I'm like, oh, that kid can go. So he's doing some things that are kind of out of his comfort zone, and he's showing that what he just said he's living by it too, because he's been a throw-in quarterback, and we've installed a lot of running stuff this summer, and he's run the ball a lot. And and he has to be a team guy to do that, because he could easily throw a temper tantrum and say, I'm a thrower, and he's bought into everything. And of course, we know he can throw, and so we're going to use his arm too. But he had to buy into some of this running game philosophy stuff, and we played in some games the other day at Woodlawn, and he was lead blocking a few times. It was awesome. So I was like, if you can't buy into that, that as a teammate, I don't know what we can do to help you. So but both guys, some different roles, some different responsibilities, and neither one of them ever made a peep. They just put their head down and work, and it's easy to follow guys like that.
Well, one of the biggest changes this offseason, and even for New Hope, I'm sure you guys have looked at that schedule a million times and have been like, wow, this is different because of everything that happened with, now no 7A, and now we're down to 6A is the biggest one, public-private split. You look at this schedule, and it's Plainview, Asbury, DAR, North Jackson, Madison County, Sylvania, and Geraldine, all region games, completely different from what you guys have been used to.
It is. It's difficult. That's a tough schedule, and Plainview's in there, and they're loaded, and North Jackson's traditionally a really, really strong program, and Geraldine the guy's done a great job there too. So there's some teams at the top, and Madison County is our rival, and Sylvania's been really good, and so it's just all of them. It's going to be a difficult schedule for us, and I hope that we're the team that everybody looks at and goes, man, I hate playing those guys, because I'm hoping we're going to be tough and physical and gritty and all those things that nobody looks at it and says that's an easy win, because we're going to do our part to make sure it's not.
And then an interesting opener too at Ohatchee. I was just in that area the other day, and went by actually with Huntsville High basketball. I guess we were over there in the Jack State area, and we went by Ohatchee, and I'd never really been there before, but I know they love football over there too. And you'll kind of get your oil checked early.
They do. They have they have a group of fans that. Fence runner fans that it's a big tradition there that they follow the ball up and down, and they're loud, and they like football. The good thing is these guys have played Ohatchee the last 2 years, and
had some success.
One thing about Calhoun County football is it's really physical. That area is really, really physical. When I was at Madison County, we usually matched up in the first round with that area. And I used to tell those kids, like, it's going to be tough. Now it's going to be physical. It's a different brand of physical football, and it always lived up to that. So these guys at least have seen that, so it's not going to be that big of a shock.
What's it mean to you to be back in the area coaching the football?
It's great. I had a lot of good friends here when I was here at Madison County, and we had a lot of success in the things that we did, and all our programs did. And I'm fortunate in the fact that the success that we had, my offensive coordinator was Brian Gustafson, and he's now the principal at New Hope. And his son's in the program, and New Hope really, really likes football. So it's gonna be a good challenge. But we got some people in our corner that are going to do all they can to make it as good as it can be.
Well, now, Harrison, I was going to speak with you again. And how many seniors do you guys have? As far as I know, you guys said you got together, but how many are in the group?
We have about 9 seniors this year, and we try to get with all of them, and it's have everybody on the same page again. Like have all of our seniors sit together, because ultimately your seniors or the leaders of your team, you all on the same page.
Mm-hmm. Greatest, and this is for both of you, greatest feel for a Friday night. When it comes Friday, the greatest thing you like about playing on a Friday night, what's that one thing?
Definitely like walking out, getting on the field, like you just came out of the locker room. We had a tunnel for our seasons last year, so walking out of that tunnel, running on the field, that's definitely my favorite part.
Your favorite part?
Definitely running out while the band's going.
Okay.
I
thought for sure a pregame meal would be in there at some point. I thought the pregame meal at least would be good, Coach. I mean, come on. Your favorite part.
For an old coach like me, that's a great
you're wanting to say we're going to Dodge for a cheeseburger.
They might be a little nervous and not eat, so that may not be great for them.
Yeah, that's what you're wanting to say, because every time we go over there, they give us free food.
Yeah, Dot's Dairy Den. I mean, we go to New Hope. I mean, that's why we got to get some Dots in us when we go to New Hope.
Yeah, a cheeseburger and a chili dog.
Yeah. Yep. That's famous right there for sure.
All right, Coach. Well, we thank you guys for stopping by this morning. Good luck Good luck this season to the New Hope Indians. And, hard to believe it all begins on the 21st of August, right?
It's awesome. It's a good time of year, and we're excited. And again, thank you guys for having us. It's awesome to get to represent our community for sure.
Yeah, Harrison, Lucas, we appreciate it. And my final question for you guys before you go, you're still learning your players, but what's going to be the big key for you think to have the kind of year they need?
I think it's the buy-in. I think it's, and I tell these kids all the time, every program lifts, every program does 7-on-7, every program does those things. It's more of how you do it and the effort you put into it and the passion you have for it. So if you're not really bought in, then we're not going to change anything. So, and our kids they've done a great job, and these are two great examples right here. So we just hope we can continue to build on it. And we're going to go through some ups and downs, and whether or not we can withstand the down times, and not let that dictate the next week.
Yeah.
So we'll have to figure that out as we go. But these guys are going to do a good job making sure we do it.
All right,
thank you for being here.
Yep, let's get that break in. When we come back, the High School Football Media Days rolls on next.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. You're listening to Talkin' Ball on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Your Fox 54 weather.
I'm Fox 54 Weather Impact meteorologist Emily Owen. Numerous showers and thunderstorms are to be expected heading into this Monday across the Tennessee Valley. Otherwise, we'll see a cloudy sky. High temperatures only warming into the low 80s for the afternoon. Heading into Monday night, low temperatures fall into the low 70s, and it looks like we'll sit under a mostly cloudy sky.
Your Fox 54 weather, only on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
The Orthopedic Center. It's in the name. TOC, the premier choice for all your orthopedic needs. With over 40 physicians and 20 centers of excellence, TOC is the name to trust for complete, expert orthopedic care. And that word center, we mean it. With more than a dozen locations across North Alabama and the Tennessee Valley, TOC is in your community whenever you need us. As the state's largest orthopedic practice, TOC is built on trust. Trust we've earned with every patient we serve. You can see that trust on the field, too. As the official sports medicine provider for the Huntsville Havoc, Huntsville City Football Club, Oakwood and Alabama A&M universities, thousands of athletes and coaches count on TOC to keep them in the game. From student athletes to unexpected injuries, our urgent ortho clinics offer prompt, expert care. No appointment necessary. So remember, when it comes to your health and mobility, trust the name that says it all. TOC, helping you live a better life.
In the market for a new or used car? Look no further than Hyundai of Decatur. With a large inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned Hyundai models, Greenway Hyundai of Decatur is here to service all of your Hyundai needs. Come visit our exceptional service department as well. With state-of-the-art facilities and a caring team of automotive professionals waiting to service your vehicle, make Hyundai of Decatur your #1 choice for all your automotive needs. Give them a call today at 256-274-0279 or visit them online at greenwayhyundaiofdecatur.com.
Hey, I'm Bobby White, and we've got the hottest deals on the coolest rides in North Alabama during our summer sales event at Lynn Layton Ford in Decatur. With your good credit, get 0% financing, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 cost of maintenance for 2 years, and $1,000 down payment assistance on a huge selection of new Fords. Get up to $10,000 off MSRP on remaining 25 Broncos. $10,000 off. While they last, get up to $7,000 off MSRP on 25 Bronco Sports. $7,000 off. Factory fresh new 26 F-150 STX crew cabs started under $41,000, and Lynn Layton Ford will never add any dealer dock fee or ridiculous upcharge. Don't miss out on 0%, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 cost for maintenance for 2 years, and $1,000 down payment assistance on a huge selection of new Fords. Hurry to Lynn Layton Ford in the heart of Ford Country, just a mile south of the Beltline in Decatur, or LynnLaytonFord.com.
At the Huntsville Sports Commission, we do sports. The Rocket City is your destination for world-class sports in North Alabama. The Huntsville Sports Commission brings elite tournaments, championships, and other exciting athletic events to our city. From youth leagues to national championships, we're driving tourism, boosting local business, and building a stronger, more active community. When you team up with us, we'll worry about the details so you don't have to. We do sports.
All right, welcome back in. Talking Ball on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Scott Tyson, Drew DeArmond. It's our 2026 Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, and our coverage continues on. Last week we had the fortune, and it was a fantastic conversation. We had him for an hour in studio, and that is Columbia head coach Sammy Coates, and we talked all kinds of things. We talked college football. We talked high school football. We talked the Columbia Eagles, but we're going to delve a little bit more into Columbia now with head coach Sammy Coates because he brought a couple of his players with him today. Good morning, Coach.
So how you doing?
Good, Coach. It's great to have you back, and now it's great to have a couple of your student athletes. Of course, you're going into your second year. We had a great conversation with you last week in studio and talking Columbia Eagles football, but introduce these couple of young men that you've got coming with you today.
Yeah, these two guys that I got, man, they two guys that have been working their tail off since I've been there. They are leaders. They are guys that, I saw a lot of growth from year one to year two. Got one of my star defensive players, Kamarion Horton, and we got our starting center, Ethan, which both of them are really, really good players. And we won't be where we going, the places we going without those guys.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And both, I want to talk to the young men. And of course, Ethan, he just said you were the starting center, which means you got to be one of the smartest guys on the team because our owner and patriarch, Wes Neighbors, was a center, and he always tells us they're the smartest guys on the team. So, yeah, he obviously, Coach is counting on you big this year, man.
Yes, sir.
Talk about the offseason. And Coach said you guys have really gotten into it this year. You've picked things up in the weight room. The intensity's picked up. Describe the difference from last year to this year in the offseason for us.
This year in the offseason compared to last year, more work, a lot more people showing up too. I say people are getting better.
Yeah.
Last year people don't show up, can't get the work in, can't get better, and with this season, getting more people there, you can get more people to improve themselves, which means you have more players, more people to use.
Absolutely. And Coach kind of told us that. I mean, and Kamarion, you can talk about it too. He told us last year at times y'all would have, around 10, 12 guys for, trying to practice, and that's tough. But he said you guys have had about 40 guys showing up during the summer, lifting, getting ready. That's huge to get better and have a full practice. And when you guys are starting up, and in just a few days to start preparing for Greensboro, that's tremendous to have that kind of numbers now in the program.
Yes, sir, it really is. I'm glad that we're getting the consistency that we need for the program to get better. And I'm seeing a lot of improvement from my guys on the field as well.
And what is Coach? I mean, we talked to him last week, and every time he talks, you're just kind of like, oh, my gosh, he has this vision for you guys. And he has a vision, not just short term, but it seems like it's long term, and it's in the classroom, it's on the football field. What has been the message that you guys take away from what Coach Coates is trying to tell you guys?
Well, my opinion, Coach is not only trying to make us better players, but also better men in life.
Yes.
So every lesson he gives on the field, we try to bring it into our everyday lives,
What has been that best message for you?
Being consistent with everything that you do and do everything with a purpose to get better.
Yeah.
Because there's always a way to better yourself than there is now.
Well, and Ethan's going to be a center, so he's going to play an integral role offensively. What is your role going to be on the team this year?
I'm mainly a defensive player. I play star.
Okay.
You're talking about neck like a nickel.
Yeah.
Yes,
How
sir.
much have you had to learn that position?
It's been a lot. I've enjoyed it, though, a lot.
Yeah. So you said, and I'm kind of learning that maybe you were on the offensive side of the ball. Now you're on the defensive side of the ball.
I played a little bit of both at first.
Yeah.
But at first I played corner. So
Okay.
making that switch to nickel it's been
okay. Right. Coach, has he been doing good?
Yeah, he's a really good player. He's very humble. But both of these kids right here, man, they studs on the field, but in the classroom, I think both of them got over a 4.0. So
awesome.
I think both of y'all gonna graduate with a college degree. That's the things I care more about, man. The football side gonna come once they learn how to do the little things right. But what they doing off the field is my biggest concern because that's gonna carry over to the field. So you get them to fix the things in the classroom and do the right things like that. They're better to do the detailed things in football to win football games. So I'm proud of both of those guys. They're showing the other guys how to do it.
And for Ethan and Kamar, and both of you guys, this is a question for both of you. What have you learned most about the football from Coach Coates, since he's, of course, this will be his second year. Year one, I thought there was a lot of improvement. You guys were in a ton of games, had a chance. I mean, I did the Hazel Green game. You guys were leading at halftime. What have you learned most, and how have you gotten better, or playing for Coach Coates?
What I've learned most from Coach Coates, of course, like general football knowledge, but I think life lessons, like don't give up. I think last year that was also a problem too, like people giving up on games. But throughout the year, and what that season taught me is to not give up on games and to keep going through all the way. And also normal life lessons, like Kamarian had said, like be consistent and put in effort, and nothing comes free, and things along that line.
We've talked to Coach about this, and I want to get your guys' thoughts. How is it, and how does it feel this year when you look at the schedule and you see teams like May Jemison on the schedule? You see teams that guys that
neighborhood rivalries.
You see Lee on there. You see the May Jemisons. Does that get you any more excited to play now to football, knowing that you have rivalries on the schedule?
Yes, sir, it does. But at the same time, I just feel like they're just any other team on the schedule, for real.
Yeah. Wow, Coach, you've coached them up well.
They're just good kids, man. They listen, they do what they ask to do, and that's where our team's going now. You got a lot of guys that's buying into what our vision is, and they living it every day now. That's huge for me. But the biggest thing I'm proud of them is when you ask them a question, they give you their honest opinion. This ain't nothing we practiced or rehearsed before we got here. That's how they truly feel, and that's a good thing. That's why we're going in the right direction now.
Yeah. And we talked to Coach about this last week, but how excited are you guys, Kamarion and Ethan? Open season on Saturday against the Greensboro Raiders on August 22nd. We thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I'm beyond excited. It'll be the first game back in pads again.
Yep.
I think I can say the same for Ethan as well.
And go ahead, Ethan. What's your thoughts on it?
I'm super excited. Can't wait. It's right around the corner. A month and a bit more away, but can't wait, and hope it's a good game.
Absolutely. And for you guys, what are in first, Kamarion, what's your individual goals for the year to try to get better for yourself, and then also for this team to continue to improve and take the next step?
Well, my individual goals for this season for myself is to improve as a player and as a person.
Yeah.
To try to get better at my craft. For the team is to lead them and hopefully, get that dub and continue getting more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
My individual goals, I would say, of course, improve myself as a leader. And like I said, improve my leadership. I feel like that's possibly like one of my biggest faults. Even though Coach said I am a leader, but I feel like I could always do better as a leader, especially leading the offensive line and linemen in general.
I want to ask, and this is for all three, come Friday night, you're underneath the lights. What do you enjoy about Friday night football the most?
Oh, man, the smell of hot dogs and hamburgers, it's nothing like when the grill's going, you smell that, and you see the smoke in the air when you're pulling up, the band, hearing the band, seeing the cheerleaders. All those things that make a football game, it's special, especially it ain't nothing in the world. I played in college, I played in the league. Friday Night Lights is probably one of the special things that I tell these kids all the time, enjoy this moment because it won't be another moment like this in your life. Friday Night Lights is special. The lights cut on. It's always going to be at 7 p.m. It ain't going to change. You already know how to prepare yourself. Yep. You get used to your routine. I think that's the one thing I love about it, just that moment of smelling them hamburgers and, seeing the band and the cheerleaders. It's an awesome time.
You guys, what's the best thing for you on Friday nights?
I say for me, it's the atmosphere, that feeling you get right before kickoff, the nervousness, but then it all just comes together when you're in the game.
For me, I would say just the competition, the game itself, I love the atmosphere. I love, fans, the cheerleaders, all that. But my main focus is just in general on the game itself.
Awesome. All right, gentlemen. Well, thank you. Thank you. Coach, thank you for sitting in with us.
Sir, thank y'all for having us. We enjoyed it.
All right, guys. You guys
enjoy
aced
the rest of the day, man.
You
guys
aced
did a
this.
great job, man.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to bring in another school. We got one more school before we wrap it up coming up next.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. You're listening to Talkin' Ball on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
You invest in your customers with your heart, soul, and skill. Well, it's time to invest in yourself with the next generation Cat 255 compact track loaders from Thompson Tractor. After all, those who give their best deserve the best. And this machine has it all. With features that include a more powerful engine, tri-axle truck loading capabilities, a spacious cab, and a smooth ride for all-day comfort. Thompson Tractor knows how much value you place on your customer satisfaction. It's how you build your business. It's also how we build ours. Since 1957, hardworking folks like you have counted on Thompson to provide the absolute best lineup of equipment in the industry, all backed by a customer service and product support team that time and again have proven to be second to none. It's all about maintaining peak performance. Always has been, always will be. Visit ThompsonTractor.com for details. Thompson Tractor, we're here for you.
Have you tried indoor golf yet? You need to check out The Golfus. The Golfus is Huntsville's newest, nicest, and only multi-location indoor golf venue. Spend an hour on the virtual range working on your game or play more than 2,000 golf courses. Our grand opening pricing makes us the best value in town. And if you really love it, grab a limited time, unlimited golf membership for only $99 a month. Get all of the details at thegolfus.com.
You've been paying on that life insurance policy for years, but maybe you don't really need it anymore, or it's gotten a bit too expensive. Well, before you just let it expire, let Neighbors Insurance Solutions share with you some alternatives that you haven't considered. Don't throw away something that still may have great value for you. If you want to learn more about what Neighbors Insurance Solutions can do for you, call 256-763-7693. A death benefit could be a life benefit. Learn more at 256-763-7693.
Tom Abraham here for my friends at All About Water. Crazy name, huh? Well, let me introduce you to them. All About Water is the top pond builder anywhere in the Tennessee Valley, and that includes remodeling or cleaning out existing ponds as well. They also have monthly maintenance plans for your pond. Don't have a pond? Well, how about a fountain or water feature for your property to bring that soothing sound of running water to your happy place? On the other hand, maybe you have water on your property that you don't want. Well, Ryan at All About Water is all about water, so he could take care of that as well. He has a background in fluid dynamics, and what that means is that he could take care of any water issue that you have. Finally, how about that irrigation system that you have or that you want? Well, they do installs and maintenance and repairs on those as well, because they are all about water. Learn more at allaboutwaterllc.com. That's allaboutwaterllc.com.
This segment of Talkin' Ball is brought to you by University Kia, the #1 volume Kia dealer in the state of Alabama. Located online at universitykia.com.
All right, let's get straight back to it. Whitesburg Christian Academy now sitting with us, head coach Jerry Adcock. He's been doing this a time or two. He's been through this a time or two.
And I'm having to reprogram myself for private school Class A.
Double A.
Region 4.
Yeah.
I think it's how you do it. Or
yeah. Is that what you're in now?
I think. Hey, I just know who we're playing. I don't know who give me.
The schedule didn't get any easier with any of it, did it?
No, it didn't. Everybody said, well, how do you feel about that? I said, well, we swapped Geraldine, Sylvania, 5, Collinsville 4. Last year's 3A state champion. Last year's 2A state champion. Westbrook Christians may be better than anybody right now.
Yeah, that's tough.
Didn't do you any favors.
No, well, how were you prepared for that? Because we've talked to some coaches about it. I know this will be year 3 for you building this program. And to me, for some of the private schools, it was a dramatic change. How did it affect your program, Coach?
Of course, I think it helps being new, with us. Just like football's new at our place. This is our 7th year of it, and third year I've been there. So I'm constantly trying to get used to what we're doing and changes and who we're dealing with, who we're coaching against. And And so it was just another challenge, just something different. From a plus side, we're going to open the season with two teams right here in town.
Yeah.
With both John Paul and then Randolph.
Yeah.
And so, that was a plus. Then trying to find we got a couple of public schools in there on the schedule. That was a little bit hard trying to find that deal.
Yeah.
But, it's just another challenge.
Talk about the two gentlemen that you brought here today.
Okay, brought Greer Level. He's our quarterback, and he played quarterback free safety last year, was all-state athlete as a freshman. And then Jackson Gibson. Jackson played linebacker and offensive tackle. He's a 2-year starter. He'll be a 3-year starter. Greer will be a 2-year starter. And these guys, Jackson last year got hurt in college game, tore an ACL, played 3/4 of the game with a torn ACL. And I kept saying, "You all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine. And limping around out there. And it didn't slow him down, but he had a little hitch in his giddy-up. But he's overcoming that. And, they're just two. We got a sophomore and a junior, two of the leaders that we got on this team. We've last year we brought a couple other guys, and we're trying to, spread it around a little bit. So these guys are kind of two of the core leaders that we got on our football team.
And I want to talk about Greer. Welcome to the media day. But like Coach said, you're a 2-year starter. Even though you're a sophomore, you're still considered a kind of an underclassman. Do you think you're a leader on this team?
Absolutely. I think people on the team look to me for example and to just do the right thing. And
yeah. And then, of course, Jackson, you're coming off the injury. How are you feeling physically? And obviously, talk about what you think your role is coming into this year to help this team continue to grow in year 8.
Yes, sir. I feel like I've got a lot better. The sports med or whatever, they helped me. They got me a good surgery. I'm getting a lot better. And then, yes, sir. I feel like it's gonna be a good year this year.
Yeah.
I feel like as linebacker, Coach always says that we're like the quarterback of the defense. So I'm gonna try to lead the team better and help push everybody to continue to play strong on defense.
Coach, we were here last year, and you said 3/4 of the team couldn't drive.
Right.
They were young. Obviously, if they stay with the program now, it's just a year older now.
Right.
Have you seen a difference in that from last year to this year?
It's funny you say that because Coach Lovell reminds me of that all the time. Hey, last year we only had about 6 on the whole team that could drive. Now we got 12. But I am kidding about that. The parking lot's a little fuller now. But, just from a standpoint of experience, growth, these guys, we had a little team competition. Part of it was they picked their teams, and one of the categories was total weight gain in the group.
Wow.
And we've gotten bigger. We're stronger. When I first got there, I told the story. Came home one night, and my wife, right after I got there, and I had a Mac sheet in my hand. She said, "What is it?" I said, "Honey, I'm 68 and I got bench press everybody we got." "That's not good. I don't get to play." And I said, "It's not saying I'm a bench press a whole lot, but anyhow, it's not the case anymore. We got some guys that are really pushing the weight, and they've gained some weight. And they look a little bit more like football players now instead of distance runners."
There we go.
Yeah. And then how big of it was it to make the playoffs last year? That was a huge step.
It was, and I think for these guys, it was a big deal getting there because we had to, we had to overcome some things right there at the end of the year. We were 3-5 and had to win the last 2 ball games. So that's something I think we overlooked sometime, but it was a huge accomplishment getting there. The outcome wasn't very good, but
you got there.
We got there.
That's right.
And getting there was a first step for us.
All right. Well, that's going to do it for us.
Thank y'all.
Thanks
Appreciate
all.
it. Appreciate it, fellas. Thank y'all.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Drivers who switch to Progressive have an annual savings of nearly $750. Progressive.com.
Braves return from the All-Star break against the Texas Rangers at Truist Park on Friday. Braves are 55-40, first place in the NL East Division by 2 games over the Phillies. Braves minus 135 to win the division title. Philadelphia plus 130. National League, $1.35 favorite against the American League plus 110, 7.5 over the total at Citizens Bank Park tomorrow. Kyle Schwarber of Philadelphia, the plus 330 favorite to win the Home Run Derby tonight. Scotty Scheffler plus 590 to win the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale. Rory McIlroy plus 760. For more, go to VSIN.com. Mike Sennett, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Eagle Masonry and Insulation. It's right there in the name. Eagle is your one-stop shop for block, stone, or brickwork, monument signs, and outdoor kitchens and fireplaces. Eagle also offers the finest craftsmanship and insulation, including fiberglass or spray foam insulation, and of course, insulation removal. Philip Love and his team have years of experience, bringing the region the best in masonry and insulation services. For more information and a quote, visit insulatewitheagle.com or call 256-755-1556. Eagle saves you time. Eagle saves you money. At Bad Daddy's Burger Bar, we love baseball almost as much as we love serving up the best and baddest burgers around. People have called our burgers totally insane. And at Bad Daddy's, we take that as a compliment. But it's not just burgers. Up first, starters like our fried pickles, wings, or poblano frites. Second, try one of Bad Daddy's giant chopped salads. Third, our famous chef-inspired burgers with lots of different taste options. And before you head home, finish up with one of our shakes or delicious banana pudding.
WCZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This is SportsCenter. Marty Hausberger, World Cup quarterfinal. England's Jude Bellingham in first half extra time answers Andreas Schjelderup's goal from the 36th minute. England and Norway are tied 1-1 at half. Breaking NBA news from ESPN Shams Charania. Gary Trent Jr. staying in Milwaukee. His agent says Trent's getting a 4-year, $64 million deal. Not a lot of offense in Chicago today between the White Sox and A's.
The 2-1. A swing and a line drive. Base hit, left field corner. Here comes Colson toward third. He's going to be sent by Jersley. And he's going to score without a relay throw. Chase Meindroth with an RBI double, and the Sox lead 1-0.
That was the lone run on ESPN 1000. Sox win. Game 2 of their doubleheader, Pirates and Brewers on ESPN Radio. It's 2-2 in the 6th.
You need to be more like a dog.
Like what you guys are doing. You've got your fingertip on the pulse of your listeners. You guys know what they're talking about.
Be a dog.
God bless the show. You are the Messiah.
We need more dogs.
This is the best show on radio.
The big dog, Tom Abraham, is here with you.
Hey, I see you. I see you, dog.
So settle in and get your bark on.
That's my dog.
Now live. Here he is, the big dog.
Let's go, baby!
Tom Abraham.
How you doing? 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 How you doing?
Look, I don't speak Spanish.
I don't know how to say this, so I'm going to choose my words very carefully. I think you're a psycho.
Do you know who I am?
I mean, that guy sounds like El McPherson farting into Miles Davis' trumpet.
I guess I'm on here. Am I on? Can somebody respond? Get off my lawn.
I have to drag my Yankee ass out of here. And good morning, everyone, and welcome to a special edition of Overreaction Monday in the Doghouse. Today, the overreactions center around the expectations of North Alabama area football programs as hope springs eternal this time of year. We are on location at the SportsMed Stadium Club high above Toyota Field in Madison for high school media day coverage here. We will have a parade of coaches and players coming through our set today, and we'll talk some ball with them for the next couple of hours. If we have any dead time in between interviews, we'll weigh in on a number of other things that are going on in the sports world. If we get to it, take a look at where we are at the MLB season here at the All-Star break, And I'm just going to be honest with you. Calls will likely be limited today with the players and coaches here, but we'll do the best that we can. Of course, your phone number is 256-576-4977. If you want to get into rotation and hang out there, you can do that. That's good wherever and however you consume the show. Text window, you can use that, 732-9TA-SHOW. If you have a question that you want me to ask a high school football coach in general, go ahead and hit it there at 732-982-7469. Finally, you can watch the show as well, WZZN TV, on the YouTube, on the Facebook, on the X. You can find it at my X feed, which is at Tom Abraham Show. We're going to kick things off here with the Lee Generals, and Lee now being taken over by Navendra Woods. I hope I'm saying that right, Coach. Did I get that right?
Yes.
All right. Navendra Woods taking over the Lee Generals and trying to get things going over there, and he's got a couple of men here with him as well, and we'll get into that here in just a couple of moments. But, Coach, talk about the transition coming over. Tell us a little bit about you and your background.
So I'm originally from Gadsden, Alabama. I played football at Litchfield High School, which is one of the high schools that they combined to get Gadsden City High School. I actually came up to this area in 2004. Played football at Alabama A&M for Coach Anthony Jones. And, soon got into coaching. A little after that, after playing a little, semi-pro football, I started at the middle school level. And then I kind of ventured off in some of the other high schools. I got my first head coaching job at Coosa Christian High School. And, I did a stint at Gadsden City High School, then transitioning up here to Huntsville, Alabama, where I was a linebackers coach originally, and then I took over as defensive coordinator last 2 years, which landed me here at Lee this past January.
How often do you get to talk to Coach Jones? I'm a big fan of his. He used to come out all the time back in the day when he was your coach and when he was here, and a bunch of those guys, Andy Fuller and, all of those dudes that were called Coach Woods, coaching that defense and all that stuff. But how often do you get to talk to Coach Jones? You ever get to talk to him?
So I hadn't got to talk to him, but I have, seen some of the other guys that, that was on that coaching staff. My linebackers coach, Coach Martin, Coach Townsend, who was the defensive coordinator, and Coach Harris, known by Hank. He's still there now. So, some of those guys, I kind of interact with sometimes when I go back or visit, watch a practice or spring or anything like that. So,
who are the big influences on you as a coach? If you're looking at somebody that you kind of lean into from either your playing days or your coaching days, that influence you in the way you like to coach.
So I tell you, it goes back to my Pop Warner football coach. He passed away, some years back. Coach Jackson, just his. Like how he was genuine with us, even at that age, as a youth, I kind of model after that. He would give us rides, he would feed us, he would make sure we had what we needed. Just that side of coaching, because I feel like, X's and O's is one thing, but, when you show them how much you care and you care for their well-being and have their best interests at heart, I think that's where you get the most out of your athletes, and, you kind of get to see them, excel from that standpoint instead of just, hey, it's all about what you can do for me. It's not about how I can help you to be successful. So, that's something that stuck with me throughout the years, from that perspective. So
you get, so you believe it's not the X's and the O's, it's the Jimmys and the Joes, right? I mean,
yeah, you gotta have a little.
I don't know how many Jimmys and Joes you got over there, but it's about those guys.
But once you have a system and everybody buys in and everybody believe, I think you can get it done. I don't care how big your playbook is or how slim it is. I think when everybody has a sense of urgency and, everybody is, trying to shoot for the same common goal, I think you'll get the result that you want.
So you played linebacker. My guess is that you come from a defensive mindset, which now I coached for 11 years, college football, and I was always a defensive guy, special teams guy. So I believe in special teams and defense, still winning football games. I know everybody wants to spread the field and do all that fancy stuff, throw for 300 yards, but at the end of the day, defense is still going to win. So is that your bent, and will you focus, more? Will you call your own defense and that type of stuff?
Yes, and I have Coach Mario Duster, who's my defensive coordinator. Him and I, we've worked together, but, I'm going to let him, kind of do his thing, but I will be there to kind of, help assist because we're going to implement, things that, I've done, previously in the past, defensively. So, and just to kind of go back to what you asked me about being a defensive guy, majority of my life, I was an offensive guy. And
really?
Yeah, so, growing up, Pee Wee, middle school, like I was a running back. So, I was able to understand, offenses a little better, with being, and it kind of helped me with my transition to the defensive side of the ball because I really didn't get into depth defensively until Alabama A&M. So,
yeah, all right. Well, that's cool stuff. Tell me a little bit about these young men you brought here today.
Great young men. We got Kavion Marsh, who's going to be a returning senior for us. He's been working hard. Awesome young man. I think, sky's the limit for him. He's going to have, a lot of opportunities. And, he's bought in. He's believing in the system, that we're doing. So he's one of our leaders that we have up front. Then we have John Jordan. John Jordan is our returning senior as running back, hard runner, coachable. Both of these young men are coachable. John has a worksman, attitude and mentality. So, both of these young men have an opportunity to do something great, even beyond this point. So, I'm excited to see, what the future holds for these young guys.
So you guys, obviously you're doing all your off-season stuff. You do your off-season training. Just talk a little bit about what it's like coming off of a season, obviously, of disappointment last year, but now you've got a new coach in there, new excitement. Is it something that's kind of going through the team and getting the guys excited, getting them in the weight room?
As far as getting us excited goes, we don't even think about it. We're as far as that goes, we're a whole new team all around. We're not focused on from last year. We're building on from this new program. We're just stacking days, and we're just focused on the next day, the next game, whenever we can get our shot.
Yeah, we put last year behind us, like trying to focus on building something new for this culture. Yes.
Talk about leading, especially you with an offensive line. Offensive linemen aren't typically the most vocal guys, out there. But, when you've got a group of guys that you're trying to meld together, working together, just talk a little bit about that and how you lead.
I feel like we all lead together as a team. That's what it takes to, come together and win games.
By the way, you guys have the coolest drum line over there. I don't know how much you heard of your band.
Oh, yeah, shout out to our band.
Oh, shout out to the band. Well,
big shout out to the band.
So 2 weeks ago, we had the Rocket City Awards. We had the big Rocket City Awards deal that's the fourth annual one. And we had your drum line do a little ditty during the reception, and then at kind of halftime between the college section and the high school section of the awards. That'd be nice to have you there next year. I mean, let's have some Coach of the Year candidates and some players, Player of the Year type candidates. But man, that band's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Do you guys get into that at all over there?
Yeah, we love the band over at school. They really take pride in just performing for us, and this year we gonna get them playing,
Yeah. For you guys, what are your thoughts about as you're going through? I would imagine installation now, and you're kind of learning some things about the new scheme and things like that. What are your thoughts about that?
Like Coach said, like I said, we're just stacking days, just learning. Each day as it goes, we're just building on top of whatever we got, just taking it one day at a time, learning.
Now, you're the running back, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, and I remember you last year. I did the game against Buckhorn that you played in last year, and you're a nice running back. If you had the choice, and I told you can carry the ball 20 times a game, or you're going to carry the ball 12 times a game, and you're going to catch 5 or 6 balls out of the backfield, which would you rather do? Do you want to carry the ball all the time, or do you want to come out of the backfield and catch them a little bit?
I want to do both. I would rather do both just to be more versatile. But if it comes down to it, you can hand me the ball 20 times. I'll get you what you need.
Hear that, Coach? He should fire that gun, right? Getting the ball 20 times. Now, from an offensive line standpoint, are you a tackle, a left tackle? Left tackle. Okay. So from an offensive line standpoint, and again, because I come from a defensive background, I put the hand in the ground and let's go, roll off the ball. Yeah. But what about you? I mean, from a this is kind of a pass-happy era that we're in. Everybody's in shotgun all the time and everything else. But do you prefer, putting your hand in the dirt and knocking somebody off the ball, or do you like to go into pass pro?
I like putting my hand in the dirt. Like, I came from defense too.
Yeah.
I switched to offense last year. So I like coming off hitting people.
Would you, if the opportunity presented itself to you, get some defensive snaps, would you still like to go over there and do that a little bit?
Yes, definitely.
Coach, when you're taking a program like that, that's obviously had struggles, but you've got talent in the building. Mm-hmm. How much is there? We often talk about this with other programs, and we're also aligned in Winchester, Tennessee, where they're building a new football program there with Franklin County. And one of the things they always talk about is you got to recruit the hallway, man. There's some dudes that are walking around in the school that can help you,
Absolutely.
So talk about that a little bit and getting, trying to get, all the athletes in the building excited about coming and playing for you.
Right. So coming in, my thing was, of course, to, recruit out of the hallways, but also change your mindset. Mm-hmm. We have a slogan that, we talk about all the time, and that's tear it down. And tear it down is, we tearing down all old minds, the way we think, the strongholds, the naysayers, all of it, like tearing it down and rebuilding it in our unique way and brand. So, that's the biggest thing for us. And, just to see the excitement, because it's one thing, and let's just be honest, going in the hall, asking students, hey, do you want to play football? That's one thing. But, when you've seen the result, for 2 years, it's like you got to have a sale pitch. So the best thing for us is just to create that excitement within our infrastructure. And then, when people see it on the outside, it's like, hey, I like what's going on. I want to be a part of that. So, that was the biggest thing for us, kind of, getting, things and building camaraderie within our own infrastructure and, and our kids getting excited about it. Because at the end of the day, the students in the hallways, they're going to listen to them more than they'll listen to us as coaches saying, hey, do you want to join the football team? But if they see the excitement in these young men and they can tell them the difference and, what it's looking like, I think, those guys are more, influential to those in the school, as far as coming out. And I will say, since my staff and I have been here, we only had one student. I think he was transferring on the way out as we were coming in, but we've, gotten people out of the hallways and, we have increased our numbers. So, that's huge for us.
That's true. Your locker room is going to be the best recruiters for you, and getting a couple of wins. That'll get folks fired up,
absolutely,
in a heartbeat. And you get things started with McAdory. You got McAdory to get things started, and it's a little bit different schedule now with the reclassification. But none of that means anything to you. For you, I imagine it's 0-0 with 1 to go. Right? That's it. Just
one at a time. That's right.
Just one at a time.
Yes,
go
sir.
Get that win.
Yes, sir.
Well, I appreciate you guys being here today. Hang out here for the next hour or so, and then we're going to have lunch for you as well. So make sure you get a little bit of chow before you get out of here. But we wish you the best of luck. Hopefully I'll get to see you when I'm doing some games this year.
Yes, sir.
And you guys go out and get it, man.
All right, man.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it. Good-looking young men there, good-looking athletes that are getting ready to take over for the Lee Generals. And there just is so much talent around there, man. There's just no reason that they can't win. Coach, we love you, winter tie, right? that's how we love you, winter tie. But, that's just the way it goes. So it's off and running, all right? So it's off and running. And those of you that are listening in Winchester, you're going to enjoy the football talk. It's just football talk. This is what we're doing. We're talking ball here, and we're going to continue to do that throughout the show. Now, this show here, for those of you that are listening in the Huntsville area, this show will go for all the way till 3 o'clock. All right, to be live on the air until 3 o'clock. With this deal, and let me mention as well, for those of you listening in North Alabama, the high school sports streaming network in North Alabama is back again this year. We will feature the Bob Jones Patriots on 97.7 over the air with me and Tyler Johnson on the call for those games.
Plus, we're going to have dedicated streaming channels for Madison Academy and Randolph and Westminster Christian and Sparkman High School as well. Plus, we'll have select games of the week as well as a sixth game. And wrapping up the Friday nights, once again, will be the North Alabama Football High School Scoreboard Show with Scott Tyson and a cast of many. So we'll have that as well. All right, we're going to get our first break in here. And when we come back, we're going to take a look and see who's coming up next. We'll do that right after this on the Tom Abraham Show.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
What does it mean to be a part of the Southeastern Conference? That you paint your body, your car, and your dog your school colors? Maybe. But it means more than that. It means your alumni network includes the state, the country, and beyond. It means your school ring doubles as your resume. And yeah, you better believe it means more titles, like doctor, CEO, and your honor. Because this is the SEC. And here, it just means more. What does it mean?
Hey, I'm Bobby White, and we've got the hottest deals on the coolest rides in North Alabama during our summer sales event at Lynn Layton Ford in Decatur. With your good credit, get 0% financing, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 cost of maintenance for 2 years, and $1,000 down payment assistance on a huge selection of new Fords. Get up to $10,000 off MSRP on remaining 25 Broncos. $10,000 off. While they last, get up to $7,000 off MSRP on 25 Bronco Sports. $7,000 off. Factory fresh new 26 F-150 STX crew cabs started under $41,000, and Lynn Layton Ford will never add any dealer dock fee or ridiculous upcharge. Don't miss out on 0%, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 cost for maintenance for 2 years, and $1,000 down payment assistance on a huge selection of new Fords. Hurry to Lynn Layton Ford in the heart of Ford country, just a mile south of the Beltline in Decatur, or LynnLaytonFord.com.
Hey golfers, Huntsville has a new place to play golf. The newest, nicest, and only multi-location indoor golf venue in Huntsville is The Golfus. For a limited time, you can grab an unlimited membership for just $99 a month. That's right, play every day for just $99 a month. Check it out. All the details are on thegolfus.com. That's The Golfus. 2 locations in Huntsville and coming soon to Madison.
Your Rocket City Trash Pandas are back home July 21st through the 26th. Promotions include an adult jersey giveaway on the 22nd, a beverage belt giveaway on the 23rd, and Pirate and Princess Night on the 24th. Get your tickets and learn more about our weekly promos by visiting tptix.com. That's tptix.com.
Hi, this is Wes Neighbors. I'm here with Sam Fleming with Fleming Roofing and Restoration. Sam, tell the folks about Fleming Roofing and Restoration.
Hey, Wes. Our company, Fleming Roofing and Restoration, specializes in commercial and residential roofing and repairs. I'm a 5th-generation Huntsvillian, and our family's been doing construction business in Huntsville area since 1965.
Sam, what kind of roofs does Fleming Roofing and Restoration do?
Our guys are skilled enough. We can come out and address any kind of leaks or issues you might have on your commercial, on your metal roofing, on your shingles. We can do anything, and we can offer you a solution to repair it, or we can replace it.
Well, you guys also do insurance restoration.
Our staff has 10-plus years of experience as insurance adjusters, and we really do know the inside and out of the claims process at Fleming Roofing and Restoration.
Check out Fleming Roofing and Restoration online at FlemingHSV.com, or you can call or text them at 256-651-9440.
Hey, Wes, we show up.
97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This segment of the show is brought to you by my good friend Mike Owen at Owen Home Appliance. You know, I've known Mike for over 20 years, and no one knows the appliance business better than Mike. And he's always there to help support whatever we are doing on the show. And they've got all the major brands like Maytag, GE, Whirlpool, Electrolux, Speed Queen, and more. Visit the interactive location in Lacey Springs, where you can try the washers and dryers before you buy them. Owen Home Appliance Center. Quality products, quality prices, quality service. Owen Home Appliance.
Yeah, welcome back, Tom Abraham Show. Sportsbet Stadium Club is where we are at today at Toyota Field for High School Media Day. Most of the teams of the morning session are here now. And we want to thank Metro Diner, who will be feeding us at the break. And we'll make sure that these guys all get fed at between noon and 1 o'clock. There'll be an afternoon session for those of you listening in the Huntsville area. It'll be on all day, all the way till 3 o'clock. So you'll hear all of the teams, including the afternoon teams here as well. But a great group of guys here. And next up, one of the teams that is on the high school sports streaming network is the Randolph Raiders. And David Lloyd brings with him a couple of linemen today. And, Coach, how are you doing?
Doing great, man.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get you turned on here. That's my bad. I'm sorry. How are you over there?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
We're fantastic. I mean, it's like, all right, this soccer thing, it ended, right? Isn't that the soccer tournament's over, I think.
The fake football?
Yeah, the fake football. I think that ended back when the U.S. went out on that Monday night.
I think that's when it officially shut it down.
I think that President Trump should have told them to just take the rest of it back to England and just go over to Europe and be done with it. So we're all like chopping at the bit now for high school football. I know you guys have been doing some work, but I got to say, I'm impressed. You brought yourself a couple of offensive linemen here.
Well, we heard there was free lunch, so we're all linemen. So
me and them never miss that. The four of us are putting these couches on a workout. That's for sure.
Yeah, we got to show the linemen some love, man. They're the reasons we're going to be successful on a Friday night. So make sure we can get them in the spotlight when we can, because there's not a lot of that for linemen. So we want to make sure we can get them front and center when we get a chance.
Let's talk about, first of all, coming off of last season. I mean, you guys have set a pretty high standard over there. Won a lot of football games over there in the last few years. Now, last year, a playoff team, but a 5-5 playoff team. So a little bit of a different animal for you. Talk about, what you thought went right, what you thought went wrong, and what you think is going to be better now.
Well, I think we had a lot of youth on the field last year that had to grow up really fast. We had a lot of first-year starters in positions that have gotten tremendously better from last season to where we are right now in this summer. And I think we're farther ahead right now than where we were when we started with this group. So they've really got a chance to grow and develop, really started reaching their potential of where we are. And the reason we bring two linemen is because we feel like that's where the strength of our football team will be. We bring back 4 starting offensive linemen from last year's program. Several of our starting skill guys. So we return a lot of core players that played a lot of snaps for us over the last couple of years. So we're excited about seeing the continued growth and development of those guys and how it translates to victories on Friday night.
It feels like everybody pretty much is running a similar offense these days. And I know there's a lot of things you can do out of the spread. A lot of teams, they line up in the spread, but you think they're going to be chucking it all over, but they'll run the ball a lot out of it. But what are the variations that you find that you can do? And do you ever think about doing something a little bit different and, just to make other teams have to prepare for something different?
Well, I think you always try to have wrinkles and different things you try to do. Last year we called it tank. We got into this big heavy package, which was kind of a direct snap, and put a lot of it on our linemen to move the ball. And there were games we came out in that and would run it the whole first drive, and we'd get into it in short yardage. So I think you're always trying to do something a little different that the other team hasn't seen. But you're right, man. There's 1,000 different variations of the spread, and people look at the shotgun and they do think you're going to throw it 35 times, and we were in the gun to run the football last year. And we ran it a pretty good bit. Jonathan Billions for us had a great year, ran for about 1,200 yards for us as our starting running back. We get LaFev Watson back this year, who was out last year due to injury, so we're excited about getting him back behind the group of veteran offensive linemen we have. So, you always want to do something different, but you don't want to get too far outside the box where you're taking away from what your players do well.
My personal bugaboo has always been seeing guys go into the gun on the half-yard line, the 1 yard line, and you're starting with a running back 8 yards deep and so on, and a quarterback 5 or 6 yards deep. Do you guys even put the quarterback under center at all during practice? Does he take 15 snaps before he leaves the field, or do you don't even bother with it anymore?
No, we don't take any snaps under center.
You don't even know how to put his hands underneath the center.
If we did that, something's wrong. I need some help. If we've done that, we just don't do that. And I don't disagree. There's a lot of teams that when they get down in the short yardage, that it's almost like they become a different offense. They go under center. They do some different stuff.
Right.
We talk to our guys about, regardless of weather or field position, like we are who we are, we got to be good at those those things. And the way we look at that is, even if I put that guy under center, he's still going to take a 2 or 3 step drop to hand the football off to the running back. So in my mind, we end up almost at the same landmark in the shotgun. And for my quarterback, if he's any kind of athlete, he gets a little better picture of what's happening, so he has the ability to kind of make a play. And that's how we justify it. But, we believe in what we do, and our guys are fully bought into what we do, and we have a lot of faith in those guys. So we are who we are, man.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about Marshall Streeter and Mihai Stroh, who are here today.
Who are those guys again?
I don't know. A couple offensive linemen.
A couple offensive linemen. So Mihai's our starting center, starting nose guard. He's had that job for a couple of years for us. Does a really, really good job.
I don't know if he agrees with that, by the way. He's giving a stink eye when you said starting center.
That's because Marshall thinks he's going to be the starting nose guard. So I'd like to throw in some competition for those guys to see where they are, because not a lot of guys want to be the starting nose guard. So if these two are getting in an argument over who's going to be that guy, then I feel like we're in a good place, because I got 2 guys that are willing to do it. And it's hard nowadays to find guys that are willing and know I want to be an offensive lineman, because all these guys want to be tight ends, or that dirty word we use, fullback.
Yeah.
They all want to do that so they can get in the end zone. Few and far between are guys legitimately linemen, and that's what they want to be. And, dude, I think you should, man. That's where the fun happens on Friday nights, is down there.
I was a nose, and we played a shade technique, so I was a shade nose, not a zero nose, but it's like a car accident every play.
Oh, yeah.
I talked to Bob Baumhauer, a good friend, all the time about him having switched to nose when they went to a 3-4 halfway through his career. And that's what he said. He's like, this is like a car accident every play. They're coming at me. I don't know which way they're coming at me.
Every Saturday, you're not recovering from collisions. You're recovering from trauma. That's all it is for 4 quarters. But Mihai's done a great job for us. He kind of sets the tone for us up there on the offensive line. Does a really good job in our run game, moving guys out of the way. Marshall will be a 2-year starter for us at guard. He could really play either guard if he needed to. He's athletic for an offensive lineman, which is good, because we pull a lot of guys out of there a lot of times. So having the ability to have both of those guys anchor our offensive line and then be able to rotate on the defensive line to kind of provide us depth really sets the stage for us up front in the trenches. And I mean, like I said, if you want to be successful on Friday night, you better have some guys there that can go, and both of these kids can play for us.
So, Marshall, let's start with you then. Given your druthers, if you were on a 1 platoon type of scenario, do you rather play defense, or do you like playing the offensive line?
I think I'd definitely rather play O-line. I mean, defense is fun, but like you said, as the nose, it's just, constant, just hitting, headbutting,
What about now? Coach says that you play both guard positions, or you can play both guard positions. I assume you go with a different stance. Is there one or the other side that you prefer?
I definitely prefer left guard.
Mm-hmm.
I just get out better, in my opinion, when I'm pulling.
When you're in this, this is kind of a theme for us today for my show, is with offensive linemen, a lot of pass pro now, obviously, a lot of that kind of stuff goes on. But, would you prefer, or especially early on in the game, do you like putting your hand in the dirt and coming off the ball and let's pound it a little bit?
Yes, I think that we try to set the tone with running all the time. I mean, if you can run through the other team, why not? No point in risking an interception.
Yeah. Mihai, first of all, let's talk about the name. It's got to be a family name or something, right? I mean, it's just like your parents in the hospital and just say, "Hey, let's go with Mihai." I mean, that's just not the thing. Where does the name come from?
So it was my grandpa's name. His mom. It was my grandpa's on my dad's side. His mom was a Polish Jew that was in a concentration camp in World War II, and his dad was a Romanian resistance fighter. They met at a relocation camp, named him Mihai. He moved here when he was 5, and I'm named after him.
See, now, Coach, you want a guy that has resistance fighter in the family line, in the bloodline, you know what I mean? Playing on the D-line.
Can never be a bad thing.
Have a resistance fighter. I mean, that's a dude right there that could do that. So you're playing center this year? Is that the deal?
Yes, sir. I've been playing center since I was in 7th grade.
Have you told the other guys that the center is the smartest guy on the team? Because you got to make all the calls. He doesn't. Marshall. Wait a minute. Is Marshall making the calls on the line?
I mean,
or no?
It's kind of, if you see it, call it. But reading the entire defense, he's probably the best.
But aren't you the first one out of the huddle? Oh, yeah, that's right. You don't huddle anymore. You just stand at the line of scrimmage all the time. So Marshall, you got to tell him what the calls are a little bit sometimes of the defense?
Sometimes. I mean, it really depends.
All of our calls are basically if you see it, call it, and it gets communicated down the line. So, like, if our tackle makes an out call, it gets straight down the line. Usually I'm the one who makes it for anyone on the right side if it's getting called on the left. But, yeah.
You guys are lucky because Randolph kids are pretty bright. You know what I mean? I mean, you have smart kids, so smart kids. Offensive linemen are the smartest guys. Center, I always say the center is the smartest guy. But have you ever snapped the ball to a center under your butt? Have you done that in the past? You have done it at some particular point in time?
That was all we did through middle school.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if a quarterback came up behind you and all of a sudden, stuck his hands under there, you're not like going to jump or anything like that. You're not going to, think about that. Talk about the defensive side of the ball. As I said, nose is like a car wreck. But how do you enjoy rotating in over there, or do you find it to be like community service?
I mean, I really enjoy it because it's kind of just it's easier for me to read an offense than read a defense.
Right.
And so reading the gaps and reading what guards are doing is actually a lot of fun for me. And so I really like going in there and doing that. But it's definitely the more exhausting side of the ball. Is constantly getting battered right in the A gap, all of that.
Yeah. Both you guys seniors? Is that right?
Sir.
Okay, so 2 seniors. Talk about the sense of urgency because, likely, and I'm not taking anything away from you guys, but this could be it for you guys for playing organized football. I mean, a very small fraction go on to play in college. But when you're going through this and you're thinking, this is the last July, this is the last high school media day I'm going to go to, this is the last July workouts and so on and so forth. And then once the season starts, it goes so fast because it turns, 10 weeks. It's like, it goes by really fast. Is there a certain sense of urgency for you guys as seniors to say we want to go out on a big year?
Yeah, I definitely I think all the linemen, especially he's not here, but Garrison Ward, he has a mentality he's going to come out and punch you in the mouth every single play. Mm-hmm. And so all 3 of us right in the center, guard to guard, I think all of us are ready for a very physical season.
How do you get that impressed on the younger guys? That, look, don't screw up my senior year.
I would probably say that just making sure they're always showing up to workouts, practice, and giving 100% effort. I mean, I know I get on to a lot of people at practice for not giving enough effort, and because, if someone goes down, we're going to need those subs to make a good football team.
Yeah. What are your numbers like, Coach? Coach David Lloyd here with us. What because it's a little bit of a challenge when you're at a smaller school. It's a challenge to practice sometimes because you don't want to beat your own people up. But what kind of numbers do you have over there now?
We're at 40, and that's usually about, give or take, where we are. I think the biggest roster we've ever had was a few years ago. We had 51. Mm-hmm. So we're in that 40 to 45 range is about average for us. And what hurts us a little bit is when you start fluctuating those numbers is like this year, we're heavier in the skill positions, and we don't have a lot of what we call big skill over there with our linemen. Mm-hmm. So we're thin there when you start going past those starting 5 on the offensive line. And then you're looking at younger guys like, David Baldo has to step up, and he's going to have to be a 6 guy for us somewhere.
Yeah.
You have a couple of sophomores right there that, one guy's going to start. You have another guy that has the ability to start somewhere. So you're looking at how many quality reps those guys can give you, and that's where these guys come in. That number 6, number 7 offensive lineman doesn't get the luxury of slacking off ever in lineman because they got to either make us better or they're going to have to go in and start a game because of an injury or because of this or something else. So they don't have the luxury of relaxing any because they got to treat it like they are going to be a starter because we just don't have a lot of depth there. So that, to me, that's what the summer is for, is building that depth. And these guys do a great job of kind of instilling that mindset in our younger guys and holding them accountable. And that's not an easy thing to do, to hold your teammate accountable. And I think these guys do a really good job of it for us. And we're fortunate that they're leaders on our offensive line.
Yeah, that skill position thing makes me bristle too, because it's the road grader is a skill. You know what I mean?
Bunch of pretty boys over there with back plates.
Just because their skill is with their hands. These guys, their skill is with their feet. You know what I mean?
Big skills over here.
So that's important as well. All right, before I let you go, there's rumblings. There's going to be a meeting. There's some talk in Alabama about the private schools maybe forming their own private school league. What's your take on all of that?
Man, we're always trying to meet and do this kind of stuff, and I mean, I'm just looking forward to getting to the season so we can actually play some football and quit talking about where we are, where we're going, or what we're going to do. At the end of the day, we still got to line up and be prepared for Friday night. And whoever it is on the different sideline, a different color jersey, we got to have an opportunity for those guys. But I like that we're together as public and private schools. I think the competition's better. I don't think it waters it down as much. I think when you start splitting it, you lose some of those rivalry games, some of those bigger games. You take us, for example, like the last 2 years we played North Jackson. We've played a last possession football game with them. One game was for the region championship, and the next game was for seeding in the playoffs. So that's been a big, meaningful game for us, and we respect those guys. Coach Hollis does a great job at North Jackson, and we know it's going to be a physical fight for 4 quarters when we play those guys. And now we're forced to lose that game. It's not something we want to lose. I think it's a great game for us, and I think our kids enjoy it. I know our coaches enjoy it, and now we respect each other. But there's teams all across the state that are going to lose big games like that, meaningful games. There's something's always on the line. So I liked it better when we were together. I don't know what a split, if you're looking at starting your own association, really how that benefits the majority of private schools, in my opinion. You still have to factor in the NFHS and who's a legitimate association and who recognizes you as that. So there's a lot of red tape that you still have to jump through and figure out about scheduling games and who you can and can't play.
Right.
So I think that's going to limit you if you do something like that. And, I don't think anybody wanted the split, at least not for me anyway. And I know recruiting is going to be a big, dirty word that everybody talks about, but it's widespread across our state. I don't think you could say here's a handful of schools that are doing it, public or private. You've got several schools on both sides of that fence that are doing it. So I really don't know what the split fully accomplishes right now, and I'm hoping in 2 years we're going back to being together, or at least some sort of hybrid model where maybe we have the choice of staying in public schools or staying with the private schools. I just think it's a better product that we get to put on the field for our kids. I think it's a better product that we get to put on the field for our state association. And to me, that's what's great, is working together, both sides of the fence, doing the things we need to do. And then on Friday night, none of that stuff matters, man. When you kick off, like it's my 11 against your 11, and I could really care less if you're public school, private school, home school, a group of friends you got from the playground. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, we still got to kick it off and go play for 48 minutes, and that's what we're excited about doing.
That's David Lloyd, head football coach at Randolph. You'll hear them all year long on the high school sports streaming network, the Randolph channel. They got their own channel on the network as well, and it's good stuff. Guys, we wish you the best of luck this year. Go get them.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There you go. A couple of offensive linemen and David Lloyd here talking about the upcoming season for Randolph, coming off a 5-5 year last year. All right, we will get a break in here. When we'll come back, I think that it's going to be Madison County who is. Are they on the schedule for Randolph? No, they are on the schedule for Randolph. Last game of the season. Maybe they're giving a stink eye to each other when the guys walk by each other. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll got more right after this. It's the Tom Abraham Show.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. You're listening to the Tom Abraham Show on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Drivers who switch to Progressive have an annual savings of nearly $750. Progressive.com.
Braves return from the All-Star break against the Texas Rangers at Truist Park on Friday. Braves are 55-40, first place in the NL East Division by 2 games over the Phillies. Braves minus 135 to win the division title. Philadelphia plus 130. National League, $1.35 favorite against the American League plus 110, 7.5 over the total at Citizens Bank Park tomorrow. Kyle Schwarber of Philadelphia, the plus 330 favorite to win the Home Run Derby tonight. Scotty Scheffler plus 590 to win the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale. Rory McIlroy plus 760. For more, go to VSIN.com. Mike Sennett, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
The Orthopedic Center. It's in name. TOC, the premier choice for all your orthopedic needs. With over 40 physicians and 20 centers of excellence, TOC is the name to trust for complete, expert orthopedic care. And that word center, we mean it. With more than a dozen locations across North Alabama and the Tennessee Valley, TOC is in your community whenever you need us. As the state's largest orthopedic practice, TOC is built on trust. Trust we've earned with every patient we serve. You can see that trust on the field, too. As the official sports medicine provider for the Huntsville Havoc, Huntsville City Football Club, Oakwood and Alabama A&M universities, thousands of athletes and coaches count on TOC to keep them in the game. From student athletes to unexpected injuries, our urgent ortho clinics offer prompt, expert care. No appointment necessary. So remember, when it comes to your health and mobility, trust the name that says it all. TOC, helping you live a better life.
Since 1983, Berkshire Hathaway Rise Real Estate's Ann Adams has been your local go-to real estate expert in the area. As a buyer, you can trust Ann's in-depth knowledge of the local housing market to narrow available properties down to those you'll be interested in, saving you time when shopping for a new home. When you're ready to sell, Ann's expert negotiation skills will ensure you get a fair price and hassle-free experience. Call Ann Adams today at 256-337-2625 or email annadamsrise@gmail.com.
The ultimate golf experience is waiting for you at the Golfus. For a limited time, you can get an unlimited membership for only $99 a month. Hit balls on the range, play any of our 2,000 golf courses, have a graduation party, or host a corporate event. For all the details, go to thegolfus.com. We have 2 locations in Huntsville and a location soon coming to Hughes Road in Madison. That's thegolfus.com.
Your Fox 54 weather.
I'm Fox 54 Weather Impact meteorologist Emily Owen. A few passing showers could be possible for this Monday night across the Tennessee Valley. Low temperatures will be falling into the low 70s for the overnight. Heading into our Tuesday, another day full of rain and thunderstorms. High temperatures warm into the mid-80s for the afternoon.
Your Fox 54 weather, only on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This segment of the show is brought to you by the Docs at TOC. You know, I'm always talking about these people that I've known and trusted in the Tennessee Valley for over 20 years. Well, my buddy Tom Perkins and the Docs at TOC certainly fit that description. And when my own family has needed an orthopedic specialist, TOC was the only call to make. There is a reason why almost all the schools in the region use TOC, because they are trusted and they provide the kind of care people need. TOC is the orthopedic center. It's right there in the name, and they're right there when you need them. And welcome back, Tom Abraham Show. Not rambling too far today. We are at the SportsMed Stadium Club at Toyota Field High School Media Day. 17 schools in all will go through the car wash here today. We'll have, 5, 6, 7 of those during my show, and it'll be extended probably into the 12 o'clock hour. We'll see. Those of you listening in North Alabama on 97.7 ESPN The Zone, their coverage will go all the way till 3 o'clock. So I'll be, working my way in and out of that segment as well. But other guys will be here to anchor some of that as well. But right now, a chance to talk with Madison County. The Tigers coming off a 4-6 season last year. Chris Hancock goes into his third year as the head football coach there. He brought a couple of guys with him as well, and we'll get to them in a moment. But, Coach, welcome in. And year 3, man, this is it. This is that year when everybody says, all right, you've kind of got your system going a little bit there. You got a small senior class, but you're kind of building your own culture over there. And I'll talk a little bit about going into year 3.
Well, it's been an exciting year 3. Of course, this year I took on a different role as the head coach. I was given an opportunity to coach girls softball, and I had some coaches that my assistant coaches have done a fantastic job this year in our off season. So you use the off season to build relationships and see what these guys getting stronger and faster, and I see them in the hallways and so forth, and I could tell that the work that they've put in this year has been incredible. We didn't do spring training this year, and so we're going to get to start here in a couple weeks. But I tell you, this summer we have really utilized the time that we've had to put in the work for these guys to get ready for this preseason camp coming up soon. But I'm excited for this small senior class. They're guys that bought in. I've been around them now. Got some youth behind them that's really stepping up to be big role players on this team. And but I'm excited to see what this year's going to bring. With the split and us moving down to 3A and new region and the excitement around that. We're putting in a new turf field this year.
Oh, nice.
And that's going to be exciting for the community. And but the biggest thing is that I'm excited to see the hard work that these gentlemen have put in.
Yeah, you talk about the fact that you were coaching softball this year. We only had 4 playoff teams out of North Alabama last year, across the board. Out of these 17 teams that are here today, 4 playoff teams. And it seems like such a different world, what we see going on downstate, where coaches are being hired to coach football, and that's it. And they're not teaching, they're not doing anything else. They're coaching football, and it's different up here. You're asked to wear multiple hats. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts about that in terms of being able to compete eventually when you get to the playoffs, being able to compete with the teams downstate that have different budgets and different type of coaching staffs, if you will?
Well, this is year 25 for me, and I've seen this for a long time. My whole career has been here in North Alabama, and through the years of coaching at different schools up here and the competitive level that you see from 7A down to 4A, they've had competitive schools here that have competed and went on to different rounds. I mean, 2005, I was on Buckhorn's state runner-up team, and then, of course, coming to Madison County in the tradition here, and I look around, I see Coach Peavy here over at New Hope. He brought Madison County to the semifinals one year, and so you get these teams up here when they get into the opportunity to coach and coach football, they just take the full advantage of it, and it is tough. It is tough doing, multiple hats, but when you put together a great staff like I have, and the things that they've done and worked hard to make this a competitive group that we have, you do with it. You go with it. There's no, it is what it is. You're put in front of these gentlemen to coach and what they do for you and how it goes about the next day, next game. You get to the playoffs and it becomes a battle.
Yeah.
We know that. But I think competitiveness up here in North Alabama is getting better. You're starting to see some teams start to really put in the work. Coaches are staying around. They're putting together great staffs and things. So I think eventually it's going to start, balancing the equation a little bit.
Got Braden Cross and Hardin Husband here with you. We'll start with you, Braden, because you're offensive lineman, and it all starts up front. Oh, wait a minute. So you're Hardin. Yep. Now we start with Hardin then, because he's an offensive lineman, and it all starts up front with the offensive lineman.
Exactly right.
So let's talk a little bit about that and talk about this. It is a small senior class, but this is an opportunity for you guys. Got some new opponents on the schedule and so on this year. Just talk about the work that's been put in and going into this season.
Yes, sir. Day after day, we've been coming in working. We've been coming in the mornings, and we've been putting in that work, getting better every single day. I can see the improvement just in the O-line. We've been getting better with our blocks, lifts, all that kind of stuff. I'm really excited to see how the new area plays out, get to play some new opponents this year.
Yeah, there are some new people on it. And then there's always new people on the team, the young guys. Talk about your influence as a leader, a natural leader that you have to be with the young guys, and how they're responding to getting this thing going in a direction that you guys want it to be in.
Yeah, with the new guys, you always want to meet them at their level, but you want to raise it up. You want to challenge them to get better every single day, and I feel like we've done a good job of doing that. We'll get them into plays, and we'll really challenge them to do their best.
Yeah. So Braden, you go both ways, is that right? So you're one of 6 or 7 guys on this team that are going both ways. If I told you can only go one side of the ball or the other, you want to catch that ball or do you want to defend that ball?
I'm going to say I have to defend it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's good
to hear.
That's good to hear. You got a kid that's a wide receiver in a corner. Most of them will say they want to catch that ball. But so just talk about the development that you're able to do different things, than offensive linemen I get to do, because you get the 7-on-7s and so on. So talk about that work in the quote unquote, I hate this term, but the skill athletes that you guys have this year.
We got a really good group. The receivers and running backs. We kind of we started to really put in a different culture. We come in the mornings, we'll get on the jug machine before film. Mm-hmm. After practice, we'll get on the jug machines, and we're just trying to be better than last year. So we can be the guys you can go to.
Are you excited about the new schedule too, and about the new classifications, and see what you guys can do there? That'd be good stuff. In your offense, Coach, and I don't know what your situation is at quarterback, but I mean, would you try to? Is there a sweet spot for you? Do you want to throw the ball 15, 20 times a game, or are you looking to run it more and then go play action?
Well, everybody wants to try to balance stuff out, but the biggest thing for us, we're gonna try to run the ball a little bit more and then pass. We've got a good battle going on right now. We've got two returning quarterbacks right now, and they're getting the battle out this summer. So, we got the Woodall kid came back, big lefty, and then our guy who got hurt last year against JP2. I mean, he's kind of come back grown a little bit. He's come back about 6'5", about 215. And,
wow.
Yeah, he's and when you get a big tall guy like that, and you can see the middle of the field, then you got the lefty who's pocket guy who can move a little bit too. Both of them are athletic kids, so it's been fun watching them. But they also, here's a big thing about this offense, and both these two guys with us, we've got some guys they're not selfish. Everybody has been very, very team oriented. No selfishness about them. Both quarterbacks, both of them are playing safety a little bit here and there, but offensively, we're going to try to balance it out a little bit. I know my OC wants to, he likes to throw the ball a lot too, but, at the end of the day, run's going to help us out to set up that pass.
Yeah. Have you noticed, Braden, any difference catching the ball from a lefty than from the righty? Yeah. You can tell the difference in the rotation?
Yeah, the first time that Micah, the left-handed one, starting, it was really different, catching the left-hand pass. But I've kind of adjusted to it. It's kind of like there's really no difference between the balls now anymore for real.
Yeah. And how do you guys stay neutral? I mean, because you don't want, the worst thing in a locker room would be splitting the locker room with some guys are saying, I want this kid to be quarterback, I want this kid to be quarterback. How do you guys stay neutral in terms of supporting both guys?
I mean, I feel like it's kind of easy to because they're both really good players. They kind of barely make mistakes for real. So, I mean, nobody really picks sides.
Yeah. What about the guys up front, Harden? You care who's back there behind you? You're just going to block for them no matter what?
No, I don't think it really matters who's behind us. I think we're just gonna focus on getting the blocks down and then let the running backs and quarterbacks worry about what goes on back there.
Will you play both of them early on? Do you think, or do you want to have a winner?
Well, here's the thing. We've got a guy who played safety last year and he recorded nearly 55, 59 tackles and. So he's got a really good idea. He's like our quarterback on defense now too. So, I think at the end of the day, there's going to be times where we have opportunities for both, to have some snaps at, some series here and there to kind of get it started at the beginning. You never know. We will have a little something special every time.
The one that wins the quarterback gig, though, you're not going to put him on the field on defense, or will you?
Yeah.
Will you still put him out there?
We'll put him out there. Yeah, we want to put the best 11 on the football field as we can.
All right. Well, that's good stuff. Well, Coach, we wish you the best of luck this year, boys. You go out and get them this year, and it'll be very interesting to see how you do at 3A and do with this new schedule. And we appreciate you being here for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We appreciate everything.
All right. There you go. That is the Madison County Tigers, and they're looking for a big year this upcoming season. All right, we're going to I believe we have our final break coming up here in just a few moments, and then we'll let you know who is coming up in the second hour of the show. We will add the Nashville audience to the show. There are a few other teams that we have not had opportunity to talk to yet that we will have the opportunity to get with. And, it's very, very interesting talking to these guys, and this is that time of year where everybody has a really good feel for what they're doing, and some teams are looking to maintain what they've been doing. Other teams are looking to improve. All right, we'll come back. Hour number 2 is next right here on the Tom Abraham Show, live from the SportsMed Stadium Club at Toyota Field.
Check out our latest zone deal.
Full Moon Barbecue, located right off of the Parkway. And don't forget that Full Moon can also cater your events as well. From burgers to hot dogs to ribs to barbecue, it's all at Full Moon Barbecue. And don't forget the desserts as well.
Just head over to our website, 977ESPN.com. Zone deals on 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
If you're ready to lower your utility bills, it's time to call Eagle Insulation. Eagle can handle it all. Attic re-insulation, insulation removal, wall insulation, and new construction insulation, commercial and residential. Our primary goal is to save you money, and lots of it. Typical clients realize their return on investment within 3 to 6 months. That means the re-insulation actually pays for itself and then some. See if we can help you. Contact Eagle Insulation today, 256-755-1556, or log on insulatewitheagle.com. When you call most roofing companies, all you'll hear is, you need a new roof. Not when you call Fleming. At Fleming Roofing and Restoration, we're focused on your needs, whether it's an easy repair or a full roof replacement. Folks around here have trusted Fleming since 1965 for all their residential and commercial roofing needs. And as the area's storm damage experts, Fleming knows all the ins and outs of the insurance claims process. Log on FlemingHSV.com to schedule your free estimate today. Fleming Roofing and Restoration. We show up.
Hey folks, Arthur Seed, managing partner at University Kia, letting you know we are proud supporters of Alabama and Auburn football. Swing by University Kia today and check out our huge selections of brand new Kias, including the spacious Telluride 8-passenger SUV, the slick new K5, the sporty Kia Seltos. We've got perfect cars for every lifestyle and budget. Visit universitykia.com to view all our amazing offers and get pre-approved amenities, because we want to see you in a Kia. Roll Tide, War Eagle.
You invest in your customers with your heart, soul, and skill. Well, it's time to invest in yourself with the next generation Cat 255 compact track loaders from Thompson Tractor. After all, those who give their best deserve the best. And this machine has it all, with features that include a more powerful engine, tri-axle truck loading capabilities, a spacious cab, and a smooth ride for all-day comfort. Thompson Tractor knows how much value you place on your customer satisfaction. It's how you build your business. It's also how we build ours. Since 1957, hardworking folks like you have counted on Thompson to provide the absolute best lineup of equipment in the industry, all backed by a customer service and product support team that time and again have proven to be second to none. It's all about maintaining peak performance. Always has been, always will be. Visit ThompsonTractor.com for details. Thompson Tractor, we're here for you.
WZZN, Union Grove, Huntsville, Alabama. 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This is SportsCenter. Marty Hausberger, World Cup quarterfinal. England's Jude Bellingham in first half extra time answers Andreas Schjelderup's goal from the 36th minute. England and Norway are tied 1-1 at half. Breaking NBA news from ESPN Shams Charania. Gary Trent Jr. staying in Milwaukee. His agent says Trent's getting a 4-year, $64 million deal. Not a lot of offense in Chicago today between the White Sox and A's.
The 2-1. A swing and a line drive. Base hit, left field corner. Here comes Colson toward third. He's going to be sent by Jersley. And he's going to score without a relay throw. Chase Mindroth with an RBI double, and the Sox lead 1-0.
That was the lone run on ESPN 1000 Sox win. Game 2 of their doubleheader, Pirates and Brewers on ESPN Radio. It's 2-2 in the 6th. Pittsburgh.
This segment of the Tom Abraham Show is brought to you by Ross Roberts and his team at Valley Equipment Rental. And they have a brand new product for you. If you happen to be standing on a concrete or tile floor, Valley Equipment has the exact machine for you. Now, whether it's new construction or daily work environments or an area that's been neglected for far too long, the Valley Equipment team of experienced professionals can help you get the right floor scrubber or sweeper for your needs. Call Valley Equipment and ask them for more details on how they can help you out today.
You need to be more like a dog.
Like what you guys are doing. You've got your fingertip on the pulse of your listeners. You guys know what they're talking about.
Be a dog.
God bless the show. You are the Messiah.
We need more dogs.
This is the best show on radio.
The big dog, Tom Abraham, is here with you.
Hey, I see you, dog.
So settle in
and get your bark on. Now live, here he is, the big dog, Tom Abraham.
How you doing? 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 How you doing?
Look, I don't speak Spanish.
I don't know how to say this, so I'm going to choose my words very carefully. I think you're a psycho.
Do you know who I am?
I mean, that guy sounds like El McPherson farting into Miles Davis' trumpet.
I guess I'm on here. Am I on? If somebody responds, get off my lawn.
I have to drag my Yankee ass out of here.
And welcome back, Tom Abraham Show. A very special overreaction Monday here in the doghouse. Today, the overreactions are around the expectations of North Alabama area football programs. Hope springing eternal here as the season gets ready to get started. And we are on location today at the SportsMed Stadium Club high above Toyota Field in Madison, Alabama, for our high school media day coverage here in North Alabama. So we're going to have a parade of players coming through. We've got some big names coming up as well, some guys that are getting recruited at a high level coming up, and they'll be joining us here for a few minutes each. We'll see if we get any opportunity to get some calls in maybe later on in the show. Possibly we will get that in for you as well. We've got plenty of coverage, though, here. For those of you that are listening in Huntsville area on 97.7 ESPN The Zone, coverage will continue all the way to 3 o'clock. There's an afternoon session with more schools that will be here as well. But we are joined right now for a couple of minutes by a couple of kids from Whitesburg Christian, Greer Lavelle and Jackson Gibson, if I'm saying those names right. I believe I am. Boys, welcome in. How are you?
I'm good. Good. Thank you for having us.
I'm going to guess you look like a Greer to me.
Sir,
I missed it.
Yes, sir.
I missed it. You're Greer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Greer and Jackson. So, Jackson, let's start with you a little bit first. Offensive lineman, defensive lineman? Both.
Left tackle and linebacker.
Left tackle and linebacker.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, how many guys you got over there that have to go both ways? You got quite a few guys that go both ways?
Yes, sir. I would say probably, I don't even know what, probably 6 of our guys. Most of our guys go both ways.
Yeah.
I would say, yes, sir.
Any special team play, too, or no? Or do you get to come out for that?
Punt. Yes, sir. I'm on punt.
You're on the punt team?
Yes, sir.
So what do you prefer, offense or defense?
Defense.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
So you just kind of do the offense because they asked me to do it, but I want to play defense.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Talk a little bit about the preparation of the team going into this season and how guys are responding to what is this now, year 3 under Coach Adcock.
Sir, we're just preparing real hard, working hard in the weight room, better than ever, just pushing more weight on, and just getting bigger, stronger, and faster.
Bigger, stronger, and faster is a good thing. There's no doubt about it. Now, Jackson, what position do you play?
Greer.
Or Greer. Which position? I'm telling you, I really want to call you. I want you to be Jackson, but yeah, Greer, what do you play?
I play quarterback and free safety.
Oh, okay. Now, were you the quarterback last year?
Yes, sir.
So this dude over here, your big left tackle, you don't want to hear about him wanting to play defense, right? You need him. You need him playing as much left tackle as possible. You take care of your linemen, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Do you guys you like to chuck it around a lot, or is it an offense that's set up in the spread more to run the ball?
It's 50-50 mostly. I mean, I like to throw the ball.
They run much option with you? Are you a running quarterback at all, or are you just strictly a pocket kind of guy?
I would definitely say I'm a dual threat. I can run and throw.
Yeah, it's good stuff. What do you want him to stay in the pocket back there, or do you don't care what he does?
I trust him. I feel like whatever he feels. He's back there. He can see the whole field. So wherever he goes, we just try to block for him, keep him safe wherever he wants to go.
Yeah, I hear you. What do you guys do schematically on defense? Are you kind of a 4-4 stack type of look, or?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we change it up, but it's mostly 4-4 stack type of look.
I'll let you drop into the flat. Outside linebacker or inside linebacker?
Inside.
Inside linebacker?
Yes,
okay, so you drop into the curl, pick a ball off and house it, okay? Yes, or a strip sack on the quarterback, you get the blitz. Which one do you want?
I don't know. I think I'm going quarterback. I like hitting the quarterback. Yes, sir.
Take the quarterback. Especially if we get the strip sack, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then offensively, put your hand in the dirt, knock somebody off the ball, and run the ball, or drop into pass pro and protect your quarterback?
I feel like I like running the ball. I like going and hitting them, but then also
I feel like we got some good receivers this year that we can throw it hard too. So that'll be fun too.
Yeah, that'll be good stuff. What do you guys feel about this upcoming season? Are you both seniors?
I'm a sophomore.
Oh, you're a sophomore?
Yes, sir.
You got to come to media day as a sophomore?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm a junior.
You're a junior?
Yes, sir.
So a junior and a sophomore. You guys got any seniors over there or no? You're just
4.
Small. That's it.
Yes, sir.
4 seniors over there. So it's a young football team.
Yes,
it's a
sir.
young, growing football team. So you guys have had Coach Adcock pretty much the whole time since you've been there.
Yes, sir.
Since 8th grade, yep.
Yeah, that's been good stuff. Talk about, he's a legend, man. I mean, he's not the most athletic-looking dude, you know what I mean, when you see him out there. I'd imagine he's not running with you or he's not doing gassers or anything like that with you. He more resembles me. But but you know that you're around great coaching when you're with him.
Oh, yes, sir, for sure.
Yeah. Is he hard?
Is he
tough? I mean,
Yeah.
is he a tough guy?
Yeah.
Is he a player's coach or is he the hard butt?
Yes, sir. I mean, I feel like to me he's good. He's tough, but at the same time he loves on you, and he's good. Yes, sir.
That's good stuff. All right, boys. Well, I appreciate you coming over for a couple of minutes. I know you were on earlier today as well, but wish you the best of luck this season.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, so there you go. A couple of dudes, one Jackson that looks like Greer, and one Greer that looks like Jackson to me. But that's just me. All right. As I said, we're going to talk to some coaches coming up. I will say this: I did stay up late last night and watch the end of the race from Atlanta. We're going to have some race coverage later on in the week with the IRL or IndyCar racing, I should say, coming to Nashville. So we'll have some of that later on in the week. But man, what a race it was last night! I think Atlanta's the best track in the country. I really do at this point in time. I think every intermediate track in the country should go to that drafting package. They just try and replicate that as much as possible everywhere. And of course, we got Home Run Derby coming up tonight on Netflix, and Netflix only. It'll be a little bit different. It's the All-Star break, which is weird because usually the All-Star break is during SEC Media Days, and SEC Media Days will have full coverage of that next week. But the All-Star break happens to be this week, and SEC Media Days is a little bit later than it normally is. It'll be in Tampa for some unforeseen reason. I don't know why it's down there, but that's where it'll be. But in any event, there is a Home Run Derby tonight, and of course the All-Star game coming up tomorrow. All right, we're going to take a break here. When we come back, the dudes from Jemison will join us, and they have got one guy. I'll tell you what, Samuel Bailey, we're going to talk to him. Everybody and anybody is on this kid. We'll talk to him as well. It's all coming up after the break. I'm Tom Abraham, back with more from the SportsMed Stadium Club next.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. You're listening to the Tom Abraham Show on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
This is Brent Musburger's VSiN Action Update on 97.7 ESPN The Zone. Drivers who switch to Progressive have an annual savings of nearly $750. Progressive.com.
Braves return from the All-Star break against the Texas Rangers at Truist Park on Friday. Braves are 55-40, first place in the NL East Division by 2 games over the Phillies. Braves minus 135 to win the division title. Philadelphia plus 130. National League, $1.35 favorite against the American League plus 110, 7.5 over the total at Citizens Bank Park tomorrow. Kyle Schwarber of Philadelphia, the plus 330 favorite to win the Home Run Derby tonight. Scotty Scheffler plus 590 to win the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale. Rory McIlroy plus 760. For more, go to VSIN.com. Mike Sennett, 97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Hey, I'm Bobby White, and we've got the hottest deals on the coolest rides in North Alabama during our summer sales event at Lynn Layton Ford in Decatur. With your good credit, get 0% financing, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 cost of maintenance for 2 years, and $1,000 down payment assistance on a huge selection of new Fords. Get up to $10,000 off MSRP on remaining 25 Broncos. $10,000 off. While they last, get up to $7,000 off MSRP on 25 Bronco Sports. $7,000 off. Factory fresh new 26 F-150 STX crew cabs started under $41,000, and Lynn Layton Ford will never add any dealer dock fee or ridiculous upcharge. Don't miss out on 0%, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 cost for maintenance for 2 years, and a $1,000 down payment assistant on a huge selection of new Fords. Hurry to Lynn Layton Ford in the heart of Ford country, just a mile south of the Beltline indicator, or lynnlaytonford.com.
Specializing in simple and affordable rentals, McCurry Van and Car Rental can make sure you have just the right vehicle for your next family vacation, weekend getaway, or if you just need transportation while your vehicle is being repaired. McCurry carries Ford Transit vans and Mercedes Sprinter vans, trucks and work vans, and more. And they offer discounted rental rates for long-term rentals. Now with 4 locations: Athens, Muscle Shoals, Coleman, and Huntsville. Log on McCurryRentals.com to make your reservation now. That's McCurryRentals.com.
Hey golfers, Huntsville has a new place to play golf. The newest, nicest, and only multi-location indoor golf venue in Huntsville is The Golfus. For a limited time, you can grab an unlimited membership for just $99 a month. That's right, play every day for just $99 a month. Check it out. All the details are on thegolfus.com. That's The Golfus. 2 locations in Huntsville and coming soon to Madison.
You invest in your customers with your heart, soul, and skill. Well, it's time to invest in yourself with the next generation Cat 255 compact track loaders from Thompson Tractor. After all, those who give their best deserve the best. And this machine has it all. With features that include a more powerful engine, tri-axle truck loading capabilities, a spacious cab, and a smooth ride for all-day comfort. Thompson Tractor knows how much value you place on your customer satisfaction. It's how you build your business. It's also how we build ours. Since 1957, hardworking folks like you have counted on Thompson to provide the absolute best lineup of equipment in the industry, all backed by a customer service and product support team that time and again have proven to be second to none. It's all about maintaining peak performance. Always has been, always will be. Visit ThompsonTractor.com for details. Thompson Tractor, we're here for you.
97.7 ESPN The Zone.
This segment of the Tom Abraham Show is brought to you by the Golfus, Huntsville's newest, coolest, and only multi-location indoor golf venue where you bring your own gear. Use the Golfus to play over 2,000 courses from around the world, including that one in Georgia that kicks off the majors. Plus, the Golfus is a great place to dial in your game or have an office event or private party. Their 3rd location in the Valley is coming to Hughes Road in Madison soon. Visit thegolfus.com for more info. That's GOLFFICE, thegolfus.com.
And welcome back, Tom Abraham Show. On location, SportsMed Stadium Club is where we are at in Madison, Alabama. Of course, it is high school media day here, and we're talking to a number of players and coaches as well. And we are now joined by Mae Jemison's Rico White, along with Tyson Capers and Samuel Bailey. And Coach, this is year 4 now, I think, going in for you here. So this is just about as long as we've been doing the high school media day thing here. You've been doing it, and just talk about, you know, the growth of the program. You're a playoff team last year, you know, which is a big move, and just talk about, you know, what it's like going into year 4, and now pretty much everybody you got that you're coaching are kids that you've had, you know, since they come out of the middle school.
Well, the biggest thing is year 4, you freshmen now, they have grew up to be they grown now. I mean, good kids. They know the expectations. We're not a surprise to anyone. We're going to play tough. We're going to play hard football. And we got some good players and just looking to turn the program around, steady.
Well, speaking of grown, I mean, you're coaching a kid by the name of Samuel Bailey that is here. We're going to talk to him in a moment. He's a full-grown man. There's no doubt as a junior. Getting a lot of attention from programs all around the country. Just talk about managing that when you're, you know, it's a blessing on one hand, but on the other hand, it could be a curse because you're dealing with the constant, you know, coaches that want to talk to your guy and everything else. And so how do you assist Samuel Bailey in that whole process?
To me, it's fun. It's fun because it's good for the program. It's good for other kids that may not get all the looks they deserve. And when all these scouts come in, they get the opportunity to see a guy that may have been overlooked. So it's a blessing for us. Yeah, you know, when you're trying to practice and get things going, you may be interrupted for a second and have to deal with a coach, but that's part of it. I love the process. It's a good problem to have. And like I said, I just love the whole process of it.
You know, that exact same thing happened to me 100 years ago. A kid that we had on the team, a running back, was being looked at by some big-time schools, in the Big Ten area. And one of the guys noticed me a little bit, and he told another buddy of his that was coaching at a D2 school in Ohio, he said that 53 kid, he can't play for us, but, he might be able to play for you. And they would have never, ever talked to me if they hadn't come there to see the other kid.
Absolutely.
So that's the kind of thing that can happen, with your program. Define this team a little bit now, going into this season here now. Young, older, ready to take a step, ready to win a playoff game. What are you looking at right now with this football team?
This team is a unified team. They're one unit and one heartbeat. They work together. They fight together. Unlike last year, I'll say we had some good individuals, but this year we have a good team. And it ain't about I'm getting the fame or you getting the fame. It's about let's do it together. So we have a great team and great leadership, and it's going to be a fun year.
Tyson Capers here along with Samuel Bailey. Tell me about these young men in terms of their role, with your team.
Well, Tyson is a guy that played with wide receivers for us last year, and this year he's going to help in the secondary some and wide receiver. He's just a utility guy. He's an athlete, and he's one of those guys where like the scouts may overlook, but if they come see him play and his work ethic and what he stand for, they will love him. So he's a great leader on and off the field.
So Tyson, Swiss Army knife. I don't know if you've ever heard that term before, but that's what we talk about, right? Swiss Army knife. That's that's the thing. You can do anything, whatever you need to do. Drive the bus home after the game if that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. Which side of the ball do you prefer?
I prefer receiver, but it's like whatever the team needs me to do, that's what I want to do.
Yeah. Talk a little bit about that, the passing game that you guys got over there and the opportunities that you have with your quarterback.
Yeah, I feel like the passing game is going to be a lot better than last year. Like, we have Xavier Teague in the backfield now. I feel like he can really spread the ball out and just put up a good competition against other teams.
Right. Now, you a senior now?
Yes, sir. I'll be a senior.
So you're a senior now. So you've had Coach White the whole time.
Yes, sir.
So do you feel like that's important? It's kind of continuity now in the program with the other kids as well, with the younger guys?
Yeah, it's like we already know what he expects. And then it's like we build off that each year. So it's like this year, everything is just elevating. We're just taking a step further each year.
Usually, or a lot of times, it's a big lineman or somebody like that that's going to take a leadership role with a kid. So, you don't see it sometimes as much from some of the skill kids. But talk about your role as a leader and being somebody in the locker room saying, this is it for me, so don't be screwing up my senior year.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like I'm a very vocal guy. And, like, me and the rest of our senior class, we really try to hold everybody accountable. Like, we really feel like it's our team now. And, like, that being said, like, we can't go out losing. Honestly, like, me being there for all these years, we tired of losing. So, like, we're really ready to just take the next step and go win big in the playoffs.
Yeah. Coach, how big was it to be a playoff team last year? Just to have that experience at that 11th game and the guys going through that.
Well, that's very important because that's one of the steps to our main goal. Every year, everybody said we want to win the championship, but you got to get in the playoffs to make that happen. So At least we're heading in the right direction, and that's making the playoffs. But we want to make a bigger step this year. And it's one game at a time. I don't even want to talk about championship. If you win that game that's in front of you, you'll get there. So we just look forward to each game.
And it'll start with Benjamin Russell on August 21st this year. And look, man, I don't know. If I had Samuel Bailey on my team, I'd make sure he was the first guy coming off the bus. Yes. You know what I mean? Lead him off the bus. Big Samuel Bailey here with us as well. And just a junior. Is that right, Samuel?
Yes, sir.
So talk about the distraction, if it is a distraction at all, of getting the attention that you are getting from programs not only all over the SEC, but really all over the country.
I don't really say it's a distraction, but I keep it 100% real with the coaches. My team come first. Like, what I got going in high school come first at the end of the day. Because if I don't do what I need to do in high school, how can I be trusted to do what I need to do in college?
Right.
So at the end of the day, I got to handle my high school stuff, like going to practice, doing what I need to do at practice, then talking to the coach. or something like that.
Yeah. What's your height and weight right now?
I'm 6'6", 300.
6'6", 300. He's got the lower body of a 330 guy, right? You know, I mean, you feel like, I mean, he might end up being 315, 320.
Oh, yeah.
You know, by the time he gets to college. For you, how are you dealing with the attention that you're getting? I mean, do you have somebody that's kind of fielding those calls for you, or those inquiries, or is it something that you kind of handle all yourself? And how much is coach playing that role?
Like, it's just me and my coaches for they help me big, like any questions or something. I just tell them to talk to my coaches, like, and just them being able to like talk to me and my coaches.
Yeah. So there's the school aspect of it.
Yes, sir.
There's the place where you want to go aspect of it, you know, which was your own, and then there's the NIL aspect of it now. When you're looking at places and places are talking to you, how much do guys in your position, you think about the money part of it, or you think about the education part of it, or you think about the fit as to where you want to, you know, where you think you would fit in best?
The money don't matter. If you're good, the money gonna come.
That's a great attitude. Yeah.
So that's a part about it. So you just got to do what you need to do to be able to get the money. So you don't even got to worry. You can't put the money first because, like I said, do what you need to do, the money going to come.
Yeah, that's a great attitude, Coach. And, you know, it's something that you're dealing with, too, nationally right now, because in different states you got high school kids that are able to get NIL and, you know, different kind of deals like that. So that puts a whole new perspective you know, on this thing. I know you're a faithful guy, and you talk about faith often with the guys, but you know, that has to kind of come into play to keep the main thing, and keep focused on what it is, you know, that's right in front of them.
Absolutely. You know, the biggest thing is you want to deliver a good message to them that we put the good Lord first, and He gonna lead us and guide us. You know, we play together and all that stuff, but we also pray together. We pray big time, and we put Him first, and I want them to have a great relationship with Him, and on making those decisions, pray about it. We pray about everything. And like I said, Sam and all these different schools, Tyson, all these schools got a million things to offer, but at the end of the day, you put God first, and you'll make the right decision.
Tyson, is that your goal to play college football too? I mean, if the opportunity presents itself?
Yes, sir, it is my goal. I'm talking to a couple of schools right now, but I really just got to produce big early in the season, and hopefully those offers will start coming in.
Right. And it's a little bit different for you because you're reliant on a quarterback that can get you the ball and some different things that you know that happen. And like you say, you'd rather play offense, you know, given that opportunity. But I think that coaches probably that are recruiting you would be really happy to know that you're willing to do whatever you got to do for the team, right? I mean, if you get a guy that's willing to play DB, even though he doesn't really want to play DB, but that's where he's needed, or return punts, or go down as a on kickoffs or whatever, that's going to mean a lot, I think, to these college coaches.
Absolutely, and what you're getting is a team player, and you get someone that's about team more so than himself. But at the same time, I think Tyson work ethic and the leadership it's gonna pan out for him.
Yeah. Samuel Bailey here as well. He's a junior, 6'6", 300 pounds is what he says. Plays left tackle. And now do you jump on the defensive side of the ball at all? I mean, if they run you out there and you say, "Hey, I want to play a little defensive tackle," you know what I mean?
Yeah. What's it called? I got a couple reps during spring practice and stuff, and that was fun doing that. But I'm mainly an offensive guy right now.
Yeah.
Whatever they want me to play in college. But
I ask all the offensive line guys, if it came down to it, do you prefer to put your hand in the dirt and knock somebody off the ball, or do you like to do the pass pro and kick slide? You always want to run the ball. Offensive line guys always want to run the ball, which is a great thing. All right, so now I'm gonna be real with me now. All right, I know you're visiting a lot of places, you're talking to a lot of people and whatnot. But you're a football player growing up in the state of Alabama. You got to have a team that you pull for, right? I mean, you Roll Tide or you War Eagle. I mean, you are a fan of somebody, regardless of who's recruiting you.
I didn't really care about football until my freshman year. And
how could you not care about football till your freshman year? When you were in the 8th grade, you had to be 6'2" and 230 pounds.
I was
basketball.
I was like 6'3".
basketball, dude.
I was like 6'3", 6'4", 8th grade.
6'3", 6'4", and you didn't care about football.
I didn't care about sports, period. I didn't start hooping until that summer going into freshman year. My brother convinced me, and then I fell in love with that. And then that like spring of freshman year, that's when I started playing. They convinced me and got my dad and all that on board. And I'm going
to recruit the hallway. He's walking down the hallway. There's like a shadow going down the hallway.
Get on the bus.
You can say, come out with me. I got a little something for you.
Yeah, and then so this first season was my the sophomore year was my first season, and then being able to do that, and then having to learn all this new stuff, and I feel like this year I've learned our whole playbook. So now it's like I really know what I'm doing now. So. I'm coming.
I think he's lying a little bit. I mean, you gotta have a team. You gotta wake up in this state at some point in time. Say Roll Tide or War Eagle. What's
it called? I'm gonna just say Alabama because I used to grow up watching Alabama with my grandpa. When I used to go over there. My grandpa was a big Alabama fan.
Yeah,
Roll Tide.
Have you? I know you visited Auburn, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a beautiful place.
Yeah,
it's nice.
smooth,
school.
Yeah.
A lot of these schools are nice. I mean, it's really tough. And Coach, I'll say this: I raised 4 sons, and when they're 18 years old, they couldn't decide what they wanted for lunch. And, these kids got to decide, where they're going to start their college football career. And I don't like the free transfer deal in college. I don't like that you're constantly having to recruit your own roster. But on the other hand, I think one time a kid should have the opportunity to say, you know what, I think I went to the wrong place.
Yeah.
This ain't right for me. I got to go someplace else. I wouldn't have a problem with that. One free transfer.
Well, I think the biggest thing is they make it tough for those kids. If you go visit Ohio State, they got everything laid out. The Florida got everything laid out. Alabama got it laid out. So they paint you a perfect picture. So it's a tough decision, but you got to go where your heart lies and what you think best fits you overall as a person.
Academically?
I got like a 3.8 right now. So doing
you got
good.
something that you want to study in college?
Oh, yeah, mechanical engineering or architecture, and then hopefully get.
Hey, Drew, does Alabama have a good engineering school? He wants to study engineering. Oh, Auburn just got the lead, I think, in engineering school.
Okay. I feel like everybody got good academics. So I'm not really worried about that.
Yeah.
And what's it called? Especially the big schools like the Florida, the Alabama, the Georgias and all that. They all got great academics. So I don't think that's going to be nothing to worry about. At the end of the day, like you said, anything could happen and I could get hurt. So it's just like having that to fall back on and then making sure I keep my own part of the deal. I made a deal with my mom basically saying that if I handle my business off the field, I can be on the field. So that's helping me keep myself accountable and not losing focus on the main goal.
Yeah, that's a great attitude. Tyson, what about you academically? What do you want to do?
Right now I have a 4.3 GPA.
A 4 point what?
4.3.
Yeah.
It's
4.3. I see. I thought the glasses were just styling.
No,
that's legit.
He really amazing.
4.3. That's my youngest son over there. He's got a 4.3. I'd have had to go 8 years to get 4.3. They had to put together.
Yeah, like right now I take all college classes. So, but after that, once I get to like actual college, I probably going to do kinesiology. But like my main goal is to coach in college. But I know that money wise, that might not be the best financially. But if not, probably engineering or kinesiology.
Yeah, well, you're on a good path for it. Get the opportunity to play a little bit, and that'll help you with the coaching career. And I'll tell you, the coaching career isn't a bad way to go these days. I mean, those guys are doing
absolutely
well. All right, you got a couple of really impressive young men here. I mean, you brought a couple of really impressive guys. Guys, we wish you the best of luck. Yes, you get out there this year and get after them a little bit and see if we can't take it to the next level.
Absolutely.
Yes, all right, thank you.
That is Jags.
Mae Jemison Jags, and what a good-looking couple of athletes that he brought in here too. A 4.3 and a 3.8. Bailey, you're a slacker, man. I mean, you gotta get like Tyson. I know. Are you kidding me, Bailey? No, you're the other Bailey. I was talking to Samuel Bailey, but yeah. Bailey, my producer's name is Bailey too. Back in the station, he's like, I don't think I could have a 3.8 or a 4.3. So, all right, brother, appreciate you. Man, it was a couple of very, very impressive young men. Samuel Bailey is 6'6", 300-pound, 16-year-old. 16-year-old. And I'm telling you right now, this dude is not developed in the upper body. I mean, he does not have big, broad shoulders. He's not like, heavy-armed guy. His coach is yoked. He's not like that. He is got the lower body of a guy that's 330. When he puts the weight on in his upper body and fills out, goodness gracious almighty. We're going to get a break in here. When we come back, I believe Hazel Green is up next, so we'll hit those guys here in just a little bit as well. It's the Tom Abraham Show live from SportsMed Stadium Club.
It's Fleming Roofing and Restoration High School Football Media Day, presented by the Huntsville Sports Commission on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone. You're listening to the Tom Abraham Show on 97.7 ESPN, The Zone.
By now, you know about Eagle Masonry and Insulation, and maybe you know that Eagle also does landscaping and dirt work. But how about after paint work? Shower doors, shelving, and mirrors, all taken care of by Eagle, the same Eagle that takes care of all your masonry, insulation, and landscaping needs. Eagle brings the same level of expertise to all these disciplines, and they're ready to provide you with a free quote. The website is the same, insulatewitheagle.com, as is the phone number, 256-755-1556. Give them a call and see what Eagle can do for you. Eagle saves you time. Eagle saves you money.
You invest in your customers with your heart, soul, and skill. Well, it's time to invest in yourself with the next generation Cat 255 compact track loaders from Thompson Tractor. After all, those who give their best deserve the best. And this machine has it all. With features that include a more powerful engine, tri-axle truck loading capabilities, a spacious cab, and a smooth ride for all-day comfort. Thompson Tractor knows how much value you place on your customer satisfaction. It's how you build your business. It's also how we build ours. Since 1957, hardworking folks like you have counted on Thompson to provide the absolute best lineup of equipment in the industry, all backed by a customer service and product support team that time and again have proven to be second to none. It's all about maintaining peak performance. Always has been, always will be. Visit ThompsonTractor.com for details. Thompson Tractor, we're here for you.
Baumhauer's Restaurant, legendary food and legendary fun. Whether you're craving the freshest seafood from Alabama's Gulf Coast, juicy chicken or char-grilled steaks seared to succulent perfection, you're craving Baumhauer's Restaurant. Add to that a sports-themed atmosphere and HD flat screens every place you look. For a sneak peek at the menu, go to baumhauers.com. Legendary food, legendary fun. Baumhauer's Restaurant.
If you've ever been in a car wreck, it almost feels like being in a movie. I'm attorney Gary Lackey. I know your accident is the real thing, and they happen to real people every day.
The Lackey Law Firm.
I'm attorney Justin Lackey. There's a lot of talk right now about bigger, but when you've had a wreck and need a lawyer, is bigger better?
The Lackey Law Firm. The Lackey Law Family.
I'm attorney Jennifer Lackey. Having thousands of cases is impressive, but do you want to be just a case number, one with lots of digits?
Or do you need a lawyer who gets to know you? With offices in Huntsville and Scottsboro, when you've been injured, we take the time to help.
Even in your hospital room.
Because at the Lackey Law Firm, you're not a number. We treat you like family, because that's what we are.
The Lackey Law Firm. The Lackey Law Family. 1-800-4-RIGHTS.
And if you can't come to us, we'll come to you.
No representation is made that the quality of the legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
You invest in your customers with your heart, soul, and skill. Well, it's time to invest in yourself with the next generation Cat 255 compact track loaders from Thompson Tractor. After all, those who give their best deserve the best. And this machine has it all. With features that include a more powerful engine, tri-axle truck loading capabilities, a spacious cab, and a smooth ride for all-day comfort. Thompson Tractor knows how much value you place on your customer satisfaction. It's how you build your business. It's also how we build ours. Since 1957, hardworking folks like you have counted on Thompson to provide the absolute best lineup of equipment in the industry, all backed by a customer service and product support team that time and again have proven to be second to none. It's all about maintaining peak performance. Always has been, always will be. Visit ThompsonTractor.com for details. Thompson Tractor, we're here for you.
Welcome to Kern Electrical, where teamwork powers every project. Our champion sales team takes time to understand your needs, tailoring the perfect Generac generator for your home or business. Our project managers handle all coordination, ensuring a tackle-free installation. Our certified installation crews ensure peace of mind, even in the darkest moments. With our service and maintenance lineups, you can be assured we're with you every step of the way. Experience the home team advantage of Kern Electrical, your Generac superstore.
Most current way to keep your power on. GeneracSuperstore.com.
97.7 ESPN The Zone.
Tom Abraham here from my friends at All About Water, LLC. Look, those spring and summer rains are going to hit at some point, and when they do, you need Ryan at All About Water to help you deal with keeping it away from your foundation or doing damage on your property. Now, his background is in fluid dynamics, and that assures you that they can handle any job, including building and maintaining a pond or any other sort of water feature. Learn more at allaboutwaterllc.com. That's allaboutwaterllc.com. Welcome back to Tom Abraham Show. Sportsman Stadium Club, high above Toyota Field is where we are at. It is High School Media Day. We are awaiting Hazel Green in just a few moments. They'll be joining us. David O'Connor is their head football coach, their new head football coach. He takes over a program there at Hazel Green. And for those of you that are listening in Tennessee, you might be thinking, Coach O'Connor, where do I know him from? He was many years at Giles County. He was at Giles County from 2006 to 2012. He was at Giles County. And then he went back there, and he went to Buckhorn for 3 years. Then he went back to Giles County for 2016 to 2025. And all he did in the state of Tennessee was accumulate an unbelievable record, winning record that he had there. 81% winning record is what he had there. So he's coming over to join us here now. He's brought a couple of players with him. Jacqueline Brooks and Cameron Moore are the two that have come over with him as well. But, it's very, very interesting. For those of you that are listening to the show in Nashville and in Winchester, Coach O'Connor. You might know this guy from back in the day at Tennessee, and he joins us now, his first go-around with us here at High School Media Day. Coach, welcome in, man. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get you opened up here. There you go. That's better.
Yeah, good to be here. I'm really excited about it. I mean, this is a really nice thing here for high school football and to promote our sport.
Well, I got to start with this because we're on in Winchester, Tennessee as well. My show is, and we're on in Nashville as well. So people might know that name, Coach O'Connor, from your time at Giles County. You won some ridiculous amount of games up there. I mean, you won like 80%, 81% of your games, 75-17, I think is your record at Giles. And kind of a weird deal. You were there from 2006 to 2012, went to Buckhorn for 3 years, and then went back to Giles County. Am I reading that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, what I did was I came back to Alabama long enough to get Alabama retirement. So then I moved back to Tennessee where I could double dip, make a little extra money. That's the only way you get ahead in the education game. But I had a really good program up there, had really good kids. The great thing is the makeup of the kids at Giles County is really similar to what we have here at Hazel Green. And, and I think our kids are really eager to become winners and want to be winners. And it's just a matter of us getting some stability back in the program. I mean, it's a bad situation for these two guys here you're about to talk to because here in the last 8 months, they've had 3 head football coaches. So they've had to learn different terminology, different schemes, different everything 3 different times. And so, I really hate it for them for this is going to be their senior year. But I promise you, these two guys right here put in as much work and are as determined for us to develop a program, not just to win good football team, but a good program at Hazel Green. And I'm really excited about that.
And it feels like, and I've been able to
watched their games for a few years now because I was doing Buckhorn games, and so I did a bunch of the Cotton Classics, back in the day, and it feels like there is talent there and there is opportunity there. The facility is there. It seems like you got an opportunity to get it going like you have had it going in the past. In other places, you won at Lee, which is tough to do,
Yeah,
as well.
Here's the one thing you got to have in all good programs to win is you got to have good players. And I think we've got that talent at Hazel Green. It's a matter of us developing that talent, bringing it along, and getting those right pieces in the right places on the field, and giving those guys a chance to win. Because at the end of the day, every game is going to come down to how you execute a game plan. Because there's going to be a game plan out there, and whoever does it the best, that's who's going to end up winning. And you got to do that, take care of the football, and get after somebody. And I think these guys are going to do that because. And I always like to go in. If you notice the programs that I've gone into, they have not been winning when I got there, and So I really like to get to programs like that because those guys are wanting to win. They still got that little bit of hunger in themselves, and they're going to put that extra effort in it to win.
Well, one of the things that is positive though is that. They did finish out with 3 wins in their last 4 games, including a game, a win over Southside Gaston, and which is a pretty stout win right there. So it's like they could just feel a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. For the first time, it wasn't a train, and so for you to be able to build on the way the season ended, that's got to help a little bit.
It does. I guess the unfortunate thing is we're only returning 4 starters from those teams, but. These guys do. They have the energy. They bring it fairly well in practice every day. I know, just like any group of young men or young team, you got to develop that. But I think we are building that process, and a lot of it's these 2 guys here.
Jacqueline Brooks and Cameron Moore. Tell me a little bit about them before we talk to them.
Well, they are 2 of the 4 guys coming back that started. Jacqueline there is a defensive end. That's kind of his trademark. We're working him a little bit at inside linebacker, and so we're going to work him some at tight end. But he is a big physical. He is an athlete that is definitely going to play somewhere at the next level. I'm not sure where, but before we get to that point, we want to be really good at a really good Hazel Green Trojan. Then we got Cameron Moore there, who is going to be he's an electric guy offensively. We've got to figure out ways to get him the ball in different spots. He's going to play. Right now, we've got him playing receiver. He'll probably play some running back. You may even look out there and find him out on defense sometime. But we've got to figure out ways to get him the ball and make sure that stuff runs through him. So how that's going to happen, we're not sure yet. We're 16 days into. I've worked with these guys 16 days now, so we've got a long way to go. We're in a bad situation because I didn't get to come in until the 2nd week of June. So, but these guys are picking it up, and we'll build off of it.
Yeah, and with Jacqueline, you're talking about playing some linebacker, playing some defensive end. How much of that has to do with scheme? You have. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Are you defensive guy, offensive guy, and schematically, 3-4, 4-3 type of guy?
Well, first of all, we base out of a 40-0 defense. I'm an offensive guy, but we're going to run my defense all the time. All right, we base out of a 40 defense. Now we will move into other things, game plan wise, week to week, of what we think might give us a better advantage to win.
Right.
So
that makes him more of a defensive end, probably in your system.
He would be a defensive end early in our system.
Yeah.
Now it's according to we will go to a 3-man front at times, and when we go to a 3-man front, we're going to probably move him around a little bit.
Yeah. So we'll start with Jacqueline a little bit. All right, so I'm going to give you an option, young man. Okay, you're going to get to drop into the flat, pick one off, and house it. Okay, or you're going to get after the quarterback and you're going to get a strip sack. Which of those 2 options would you rather do? Want to get after the quarterback, or do you want to drop in the flat and pick one off?
I'll go with a strip sack. I feel like that's more electric right there. I think that really set the tone of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And, talk a little bit about, for both of you, talk about the fact that you do get a coach that comes in a couple of weeks ago, basically, just a few weeks in the system, yet he has an incredible record. Just talk about the excitement of the guys in the locker room there.
Everybody was real happy about it. When we learned he's coming over there, we was like real happy because the coach we had before, he had yeah, I don't think he really coached high school before, but him, we're going to have a good coach that's going to get out there. So we was really excited about it.
Yeah, Cameron, what about you? You know, was it something where you guys go through a little feeling out process with the new guy? It's like, man, here we go again with another new guy. We got to learn his name. But you know, I don't know how much you guys know about what this guy has done in the past in terms of his coaching record. So, you know, how'd that work out for you?
Yeah, I was really excited. I heard he had a great pass, and it just made me happy.
Yeah.
We got a good coach coming in.
Now, you guys both seniors?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're both seniors, and only 4 starters back from last year. But you guys, you had that little run at the end of the season, right? I mean, so that's something that had to give you a good feeling going into the offseason that, you know what, I don't know who's going to coach us, but we did win 3 out of 4 at the end of the year.
Yes, sir.
Talk about it a little bit.
It felt good. Like we didn't have that many wins that season, but going that little run, that's like for the future. It's like we could do a little something. As long as we get a coach that can stay with us, we can do a lot more.
Do you feel like you have to kind of recruit the hallway a little bit too once in a while? I mean, you know, because a lot of times there'll be really good athletes. We just talked to one in Samuel Bailey. He's 6'6", 300 pounds. Didn't know if the ball was blown up or stuffed, and never played football till last year. You know, Rico White's talking about. He saw that kid walking down the hall. He said, "We got to get you out on the football field." But do you guys, do you talk to other guys around the school and say, "Hey, why don't you come out and join us?"
Yes, sir. We try to bring out as many people as we can.
How do you create excitement like that, Coach? As far as a program when you only been there, you ain't even been there for a school day yet.
Yeah, it's really tough. I tell you what, in the past, nothing brings people out or kids out like wanting to be a part of somebody that's doing good things and I guess developing value for themselves. And that's our goal for these guys, to increase their value so they have an opportunity to play at the next level, go do other things. More importantly than just playing at the next level is allowing using football to help them improve their lives, whether it be with a college degree or whatever.
Well, and that's still a thing, right? I mean, because the kids, everybody's been swept up in the NIL world, and what do I need to go to college and get a degree for when I can get paid, as a freshman or sophomore in college and yada, yada. But, at the end of the day, getting that education still means something, regardless of what happens to those kids when they get to college, regardless of whether the money will follow them. They still got to get some sort of education.
Well, I mean, there's way too many guys that go on to that next level and become professionals that 5 or 6 years after their professional career ends, they're on the streets.
Right.
They have nothing left because they do not have that fallback plan of that education. You've got to go to get that education, and that's the most important part, because that's the education they can never take that away from you.
Talk about the differences and the contrast, since you've spent so much of your career coaching first in Alabama, then in Tennessee, now back in Alabama as well. The differences in how high school football is run in the two states.
Well, like I was talking to somebody earlier, just like preseason games. In Tennessee, up until a couple of years ago, you got 2 spring scrimmages. And in the fall, you get 4 scrimmages as well as a jamboree before you play in that first game. So by the time you get to the first game, you are really game ready.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in Alabama, you either get a spring game or a fall jamboree, right? Or a spring jamboree or fall jamboree, and then you're right into the season. So, I mean, these guys last year, there's no telling how good a football team they'd have had if they could have had 4 scrimmages early, right? Because by the midpoint of the season, these dudes were playing good football. And hopefully we can get our way to that point, ourselves to that point this year. But if we could have thrown some scrimmages on them last year, they would have had a good football team. They just progressed a little slower last year.
And there's always a lot of talk about talent, the talent in Tennessee versus the talent in Alabama. Alabama is obviously a very talent-rich state. There's no doubt about it. We've always heard from the coaches at the University of Tennessee and Vanderbilt and so on about how you got to go outside the state, recruit nationally and so on to get them, whereas maybe in the state of Alabama, you got the athletes right there. What has been your experience in it? There's got to be great athletes in both.
There is. There's great athletes. I mean, my teams have played against guys that went on to the NFL in both states and some really good players in both states. I think as my high school coach, John Meadows, he's an old guy that was an old Hall of Fame high school coach in Alabama and then moved into Tennessee and won a couple state championship or so up there. He told me, because when I first started coaching, he came out and helped me at 85 years old, and he says, God just don't create little boys and girls over here better than He does right over there.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not what you get; it's what you do with them when you get them. So, I mean, my experience is that there's just not a lot of difference between either state. So,
yeah, that is great. What about you guys in terms of your ambitions? Obviously, the goal is to go out there and win some games this year and get some things going here. But what about you, Kylan, as far as playing at the next level? You know, is that your goal?
It's definitely a big goal of mine. I always dreamed of doing it. So, yeah.
Have you talked to many people yet, or how's that working out for you?
It's going pretty good. I have an offer right now from Missouri State, and I've been talking to South Alabama a little bit, and Troy and Chattanooga.
How do you handle that, Coach? I know that you over your career you've had some really great players. How do you mix keeping a guy focused on what's at hand in high school and then also fielding calls and so on and so forth from these colleges?
Well, you know, the good thing is it kind of takes care of itself because, I mean, early summer guys are in camps, they're moving around, they're trying to get exposure, and you got to love that because you want to have guys that want to be football players. But usually by the middle of July, all that works out because college coaches are now trying to coach their guys. And so you don't have to worry about that much for the next 3 or 4 months, and then after that it picks right back up. But because of the way the season flows and colleges, you don't really have to worry about that in the season as much.
I would imagine, too, for you, you know, there's just a responsibility to guide these guys beyond because you've been through it all. For them, this is the first time they're going through it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you will always give them suggestions, not where to go, but how to handle it when you go. And make sure that at the end of the day, you come out with what's going to be the best situation for you.
Cameron, how do you feel about the new classification? A little bit of different schedule. Still got that Cotton Classic, coming. That's always a big one. Is that over at your place this year?
No, it's at Buckhorn.
Oh, is it going to be at Buckhorn this year?
Yes, sir.
You guys bringing all that baby powder and all that stuff over there, man? I'll tell you what, that is. When I was broadcasting that game a few times, I couldn't even breathe. When I was over at Hazel Green, there was so much baby powder in the air. But just talk about this upcoming season and what you're looking forward to.
I feel great and confident because first you got 6 teams that from your region that get in the playoffs. All we got to do is beat 2 teams.
Yeah.
We're going to come out and play with a chip on our shoulder. We ain't going to beat
them all.
We ain't going to be no cupcake team this year.
Yeah.
We're going to come out with a chip on our shoulder.
Coach, I don't know how many guys have coached on both sidelines of that deal, that Cotton Classic, which really now is the Rooftop Classic. Ain't no cotton left anymore between Hazel Green and Buckhorn.
You're exactly right. Holy smokes, it's pretty much houses all the way across there now, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't.
You cross Oscar Patterson, it's houses all the way through.
I can't think, though, of too many guys that have done both sides of that deal.
Let me think. There was I guess Kenny McKinney may have.
He may have,
back in the day. I know at one point he was at Hazel Green, and at one point I know he was at Buckhorn.
What was your record in that?
2-1 maybe.
2-1. Yeah.
I blew one game.
Yeah,
well, here's what happened. We ended up getting beat by 3 or 4, and we had a situation on a punt, and our guy panicked and threw the ball downfield and got picked off and returned for a touchdown, and we had checked out of the fake into a punt, and he missed it.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So that was pretty bad coaching right there.
I was a special teams coordinator. I know that feeling. That is not good back in the day. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you guys. And, Coach, I'm really excited to see what you can do, up here. Obviously, you don't have anything to prove to anybody, but it'd be really cool to see you get it going over there with the Trojans. So I appreciate you, and good luck.
All right. We appreciate it. We appreciate you guys having us out.
All right. Appreciate it. Make sure you guys eat now.
Heck yeah.
Get yourself some chow over there from Metro Diner. You want to do that. That's for sure. All right. This is an impressive deal. I mean, that's a get for Hazel Green. Get David O'Connor to take over that program, and that's a good thing for them. That's for sure. All right, we're going to grab a break here. This is the end of it for those of you listening in Winchester and in Nashville. We appreciate you bearing with us today. For those of you listening in Huntsville, I may or may not be back in the next segment. We'll see. Or it may be one of the other guys taking over for a little while. We'll see what that looks like next, right here. Tom Abraham Show.
Scotty Hausberger World Cup quarterfinal. England's Jude Bellingham in first half extra time answers Andreas Schjelderup's goal from the 36th minute. England and Norway are tied 1-1 at half. Breaking NBA news from ESPN Shams Charania. Gary Trent Jr. staying in Milwaukee. His agent says Trent's getting a 4-year,